Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Tired? What? I have a stomachache actually. Yeah, I always have a stomachache.
See me fall, you ain't never ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with all your lies. You can try and cut me with a sharp and eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still
get money. wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
VCT Game Changers APAC Series. This is Stage 3, the last chance qualifiers. Like the name, it is the last chance, do or die moment for this team as they battle out to make it to Elite. I'm Tashbunny, your caster today alongside Donut, and today is day 1 of the upper brackets.
It is gonna be exciting. There are already a lot of teams in for Elite, but 2 slots left, so a lot of these teams are gonna give it their best shot. They're gonna give their best when it comes to everything else in the line. Of course, the slot is gonna be helping them, but at the end of the day, it's gonna help.
Honestly, the first match of today is going to be X Team Bow versus Black Magic. So as you know, we haven't really seen them cast. At least we haven't casted for them, at least for this year. We've seen their players before, but in your opinion, what do you think are the strengths of this team?
Well, I guess I think the strengths of the team is gonna be all about guts, right? Because these teams, they've been battling it out for for the rest of the stages. Stage 1 was all about racking up points. Stage 2 was getting into Elite in some competitive way. But this time, this is their last chance. So the guts and the consistency for them to be able to battle it out now in this stage is gonna be the best thing actually for both of these teams. Because at least in all of the 8 teams that have already joined for this stage, at least 4 of them are gonna be familiar, and then the rest of the teams are quite new. They're experienced but new to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about that, let's put that aside for a second, but let's talk about the calendar of events, or rather what's going on right now. We've seen VCT Game Changers APAC happen. We've seen Game Changers APAC open overtime happen, and now after that, we are at stage number 3, VCT Game Changers APAC Last Chance. So all of these moments, we had slots for some players and teams going straight toward Elite. We've seen some of the best players, or at least some names, go head to head again and again, trying to make it to the top. And we all know that in this qualifier, or at least right now, this is a do or die moment. For a lot of these players going in once, they're not even playing once or twice. This is their 3rd time or 3rd rodeo here. And to think that this is the last chance is very, very terrifying when you think about it. And this actually kind of like makes me question, like, if this is the do or die moment, are they gonna play more conservative? Are they gonna go all out? Are they gonna be putting all cards on the table, all strats not hidden anymore? Especially since right now is the earlier parts of the stage.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to do or die, right, we're looking at least 3 different teams who have made it to the playoffs but haven't really gotten this slot to VCT APAC Series Elite, right? So I think it's all about, number 1, being deserving of that slot, and number 2 is the consistency. Because at least for the likes of X10, Sapphire, they have been in the playoffs.
They're a household name.
Yeah, I mean, they're always going to be top 3, top 4. But look at this, Zolmeraki and the team of NGX is actually here. So I would really say, okay, if it comes down to deserving, yes, they have that. But when it comes down to consistency, I'm not really sure if they have it. So now is their chance to prove us wrong.
You know, when you talk about proving us wrong, there are so many teams who want to prove us otherwise. Look at the amount of teams who have registered just for this tournament. We've seen teams that we've always seen around, like BIGG, one of the teams that we've seen play before. ARF is not a team that I'm familiar with, at least right now, but they are a team that I've seen all over social media, and their reputation definitely precedes them. And also, like right now, when you look at this last chance qualifier, out of all of those teams, these are the teams that made it through. We have W Streak FE, BIGG, X10 Sapphire, Madness Zen, ARF Starlight, Black Magic, Abas6, as well as X Team BO. And out of all this, what's really exciting for me is the fact that X10, this is obviously their last chance. They come close, but not quite making it, especially in the stage number 1, where SMG finally overtook them. And number 2, Madness Zen. In a lot of situations, we don't see a lot of at least Malaysian teams come through, and seeing Madness up there makes me so excited because there's no more thirst thread, at least from what I see.
Yeah, I mean, things have evolved from the very beginning of stage 1, right? Because you have 6 opens, you got to your open overtime, and now we're here. The fact that you're saying do or die is really gonna be the case, because if they don't start showing up, they don't start doing, they don't really start proving us wrong, then they're not gonna get it to the 2 slots. Because at the end of the day, 8 slots now for the playoffs, and it will just boil down to 2 that will come out on top. And the qualified teams, what is that? Not just going to be the slots, but also their fair share of the Lions prize pool.
Oh my god, that's quite a huge prize pool when you think about it. But I think the players are thinking beyond the prize pool when you think about it. They're thinking about their eye on the prize, which is elite. And, you know, if you look at the brackets today, we're going to start off with BSX and MAD. That's also going to be happening on FSL2, I believe. And we also have XBMG, and then ARF, X10 Sapphire, and then BIGG versus WSF. So out of all of these 4 matches, which one are you most excited to see?
Actually, it's going to be quite a fiery one for ARF and XNS. For sure, ARF, they've evolved all throughout the stages. They've been named different team names. And now that they have been crowned an esports organization, this is going to be something different. So both of the top teams, at least ARF and XNS, will be battling it out. But of course, what I'm looking forward to are also the names that we haven't casted before. all throughout the opens, right? It will always be a staple. Us really Aneri popping off, us really telling Margot how great she is when it comes down to the Omen. But this is now a chance for us to tell the story of those that we haven't seen play before, like the team of X10 VO and the team of Black Magic. It's their time to shine, and I'm quite excited to see what's in store, because even us outside of the casts, right? We haven't seen them play, so I am excited.
I feel you, especially because I'm such a huge fan of that Cinderella story, the underdog story. It's always very fun to see, especially from teams like, I remember that I think the team that was very hyped about over on stage number 2 was Thirst Red. Unfortunately, they didn't really have that Cinderella run, but it's always fun to see whenever they pop off, especially against more experienced players who have their name actually up there for a long time. Regardless, for now, the first match of the day, BMG versus X Team BO. So we all know that for X Team BO, they're an all Singaporean team, and they did go from stage 1 with 1 map loss, and they won over the World of Battle 2-1 in the KO stage to get their place in the playoffs. So it's not their first rodeo, at least for this tournament, and they consistently participate. So I wouldn't say that they're inexperienced. I wouldn't say they haven't made it this far quite yet, and I think this is a very defining moment for them.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the other team as well, when we talk about Black Magic, I think they do have the Black Magic, because at least when I saw the last round, like, right, the knockout stage, 16 teams should really be going head to head, but the team of Sovereign was taken out of the whole stage, and that's because of the team of Black Magic. They were undefeated the whole time. They've had consistent 2-0s, and that's the reason why they won, and I want to see them play.
Personally, I haven't casted for them just yet, but the fact that you mentioned that they took down that team is always making me gonna have like a double take in that situation. I mean, if you look at why how do you say her name? Yamroll. That's Yamroll, right?
Yamroll.
Yamroll is such a cute name. Okay, so coming back to what I was talking about, her agent select, at least for her agent picks, Jet and Raze are 100% win rates, and it shows a very, very aggressive, not necessarily aggressive sort of situation. Like, it makes us question, is she a very aggressive agent that makes so much space for her team, or is she the type of agent who walks with her team onto site together? It's all so many different kinds of playstyles you can expect from her. Now, coming from all of these, you said that you've seen them play before. Out of all of these players, who is the player that you really want to look out for?
I think it's gonna be 1,000 miles. When it comes to her agent selection, she's gonna be the type of support, right? I mean, all eyes will be on the duelists, the chambermains of VCT, but you don't really fix your eyes so much on the support. But at least the consistency is there for her when it comes down to the Sova. And we're looking at X-Team BO here, their roster. As you can see here, we have Inter, Olulu, VK, Snow, and Valentine. And according to our stats, Snow is somebody that we should be watching out for.
Honestly, I mean, she isn't necessarily a player that has like the most interesting or the highest stats, but her picks are very interesting. We see Astra, Cypher, and then on the other side of the coin, we also see a Jet, Reina, and a Raze. So we can see that she can go controller if she wants to, or she can go Sentinel, or she just straight up just pop off and play a duelist. This flexibility shows that she has immense understanding not only for the game, but also understanding on how the enemy would think and work. So this is a very, very scary thing for another team to actually face off against. And on top of that, if you have a Cypher on your team, you have to understand one thing. Cyphers, they're incredibly big brain. They're able to anchor a site on their own, kind of similar to what a Viper or even a Killjoy can do. But the thing about Cyphers is that they can get so much information without even moving from their sneaky little hidey spot. But now let's have a look at Black Magic, where we have talked about 1,000 miles just now. This is, again, Black Magic is an all Thai team, and they have taken out one of the most like big, or at least known teams out here. Regardless of that, two of the players right now were actually Fear Eater Sierra players as well, which really shows that they are definitely very, very experienced. They've played in tournaments before. They know the dynamics of how a tournament is gonna be working. So when you come back to in terms of how they play, they don't really have that flexibility that we can see from the other team, or at least from X10BO, which really shows that understanding. But regardless, sometimes when you have a flexible player, they might tend to overthink, or maybe they might not be comfortable in every single role they play. It might take a while for them to switch into the role they're supposed to be in. But regardless, when you look at the other side of the coin, when you look at, say, Team Black Magic, when they're already set into one role, it makes sure that you are not a jack of all trades, but you are master of one.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of being a master of one, it's seen for the rest of the members of the team of Black Magic. But the reason why I mentioned 1,000 miles earlier is because of her ability to form and wear different types of suit. She can be a chamber and still perform. She can be an omen and still perform, or even an initiator and be at the very top of the server. And as we're looking at the map picks and bans, they're going to be banning Haven, Fracture, Breeze, and Icebox, all of these big maps. So I'm really pretty surprised that they have selected all of these smaller,
I'm surprised
more
they played
condensed maps.
Split. I'm gonna be real with you.
Split is gonna be here.
No, it's not that. It's just that if you look at the VCT APAC LCQ recently, Split was only chosen once. And the reason why a lot of players don't like playing Split is that 50-50 situation. Yes, you are gonna thrive on defense, but if you're not gonna get that 4 points on attack, you might as well just call it quits and go home, because that's one of the most horrible situations you can be in. But of course, if you are like team Order from OCE, or even like Paper X, Rex, or even, let's say, even Boom, who thrive on these maps, who plays every round like Attack, it might be a whole different story. But if you look at how Game Changers play, we're never really seeing the aggression come through unless it's from SMG.
Yeah, it's either it's gonna be from SMG or the team of Alter Ego, but they've decided to really push forward with the other bigger maps because there is an opportunity for them to mix and match different types of play styles and different types of strategies, right? But here in Split, I love that you mentioned it. When you play Split, it's either you're gonna be aggressive on the defense and take map control away from your opponents to make sure that the numbers really roll for you. But at this point, if you're on defense, of course, you would really want to see the most effective types of agents there, like an Omen when it comes to the Paranoia, and providing so much mobility for either a Raze or a Jet. But I'm quite excited to see. It's going to be a first time in a long time that we will be casting Split, because apparently preference for Fracture and as well as Breeze is pretty common for the female teams, but now it is gonna be different. We're gonna be seeing Split as the decider, Ascent first, and then Bind for the second.
You know what's very interesting about this? If you look at a lot of the main VCT APAC streams, or at least their players, Fracture is usually chosen as like a trump card, as not a lot of teams have still figured out the map just yet. So if you do well on the map, you basically have that trump card. But I have a feeling that Bind is that trump card, at least for them. But for now, we are going to be going into Bind, and this is really exciting. One of the, I would say, for me personally, I think this map can be very tricky to navigate. It doesn't necessarily have a middle area to take space. You have to take control of the teleports. Regardless, I'm really curious to see what kind of compositions will come through. We all know that Raze is so great on this map because of how many corners she can clear, and you can actually throw her utilities through teleporter, just catch people off guard. But for now, it's gonna be a Fade, and I'm really liking what VK has chosen here, just because I feel personally that Fade can give so much value on this map, especially since her haunt can quickly get that mark onto someone if it's not destroyed immediately. And it's gonna be the Fade Sky comp that, if you know Nigma Galaxy's coach Trix really love.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the picks as well, I'm quite surprised that they have taken the chamber into consideration, even after like the rework, right? But I think we're working on a certain patch here. That's the reason why Pearl isn't gonna be on this selection. But basically, I'm quite excited to see both of the chambers really come into play, because at the end of the day, a chamber is going to be important because of the rotations. It's so easy to use the rendezvous for quick rotations, because if the enemies have already taken control of the site, it's so hard to reclaim, especially B.
I'm really liking the fact that they do have that trademark as well, but we all know there's only one trademark left. There is a significant nerf onto Chamber. I'm not too sure if it's already been applied, at least to this tournament. Regardless, there's still a lot of value to him, especially when you see in terms of compositions. We are going to be both seeing I think it's going to be a double initiator for both teams, but yet different agents. Now, for what 1000 Miles has is a Sova. So what a Sova can give is that hard recon. And I think it's really great because when you have a Sky with you, she can actually help clear out those corners that the recon might just miss. But on the other hand, the value coming in from a Fade, I think by far surpasses, at least this is my opinion, surpasses a Sova just because of how she plays.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the Fade, the Haunt gives a lot of value. Just a quick second, even if you destroy it, an opportunity for intervention is still going to be there. So the versatility of the agent just gives more value, but at least the value here, Sirius gets a first kill. Snowkey is down.
Fast peek coming through as Yamro gets one of her own.
Teleport's ready.
And see Sirius gonna find another corner here to play in. I'm not liking how Wish has put herself right inside of the smokes. The smoke criminal play is coming through, but there are going to be two players already marked outside of Black Magic. Wish, we're now going to be caught off guard by Oluzo, but can be traded out as 1000 Miles at 2. And that will be the end as Black Magic take round 1.
That's what I'm talking about when it comes down to the rotations. If the enemy already has control of a site, it's gonna be quite hard to retake. The first one to go down is Snooki, and all of her utilities would be so much of value for the retake. But Sirius was just so serious about getting the first blood of this game and this match, and just immediately everything else, every peak, just so good for 1,000 miles. And that converts the pistol round to them for sure. BMG, they're going to be able to take the second, not less. And Bo are going to give us something different for this pistol round.
I'm really liking this aggressive play. They know that they have that gun diff at least in their sight, but Sirius is the one only without a Spectre. But I do call that Frenzy as an Spectre. This is a very fast take, not surprising as Move is going to know that everyone is inside. That a bit of a mishap with the Molly as Trey are going to get one, but Isabel will be trading one, but Malvis and Yam will get one each. For now, it's a 2-on-4. Sirius once again will be one of the players eliminated first. We're gonna be seeing a slow pace here as Olulu will be just waiting in this corner here. They do want to at least take or get some value from this. Olulu so very low, 52 HP left. Taking their time, they do want to make this at least a little bit expensive. As now there's only one left as Olulu gets caught off guard there by Wish. Wish and the other members, they don't have to peek, they don't have to over peek. They do know that Valentine is so very low, and it's gonna be one quick attack as Wish will be wrapping up the round. And Wish has been super performing, at least how she plays with the smokes and her utils.
Black Magic with those quick takes didn't really leave any room for XTB to move within the map. Yes, they were waiting, especially when it comes to the classic and the pistols, right? They were just waiting to maybe bring down one or two or even more, but it was just uncontainable. BMG just really pushing forward with an SMG. That's gonna be a lot of things now though for X Team Bo, because they're the ones aggressing forward. I'm not too sure if it's gonna control any of the situation. At least map is gonna be theirs, but kills not yet.
Drone.
Smoke's down.
Loving how the reaction is coming through as Interval will be caught out there. They do know that there's two on site. They have to move away there from the shock dart. But the Randers are gonna catch her off guard. Interval quickly gonna get the head of Miles there. And Valentine gonna get a lot of value there with their rifles. Gonna get a flash out there right beside each other. They didn't realize that. As we're now BMG stuck in a very, very scary place. Sirius, once again, she didn't buy anything, but the wallbang will catch her out there as well. And for now, Interbell reacting 3K in her pocket. Sirius does want to at least get one. She's very happy using this headhunter here, if you see how she plays. But for now, I think she's going to be happy just when she does hear those footsteps. Immediately repositions, not going to get that value, but is going to be marked as both of them going to have a nice crossfire as 4K for Interbell.
That's what you want to see from controllers, right? Provide a lot of control, and that's what Interbell was able to give for that map. I mean, Move was able to get one, but after that, the quick response for Interbell to get the last two was just something great to see for Control here. And immediately, they get one on the board. They were left with one kill, right? VK came down. But at the end of the day, it's still gonna be healthy for them because BMG, they're also on a full buy.
This is where things get serious as everyone is on even ground. Prowler? Not a Prowler, sorry, Interbell with 2K in a pocket. Interbell already has her ultimate, by the way, just saying. That's how many kills she's already gotten throughout all the rounds. And I'm really liking this aggression coming in from XTB. As for now, BMG, they have to find another way inside as they already lost one. Already see VK as well as 1,000 Miles gonna be trading out 1-for-1 here. Snooki is still waiting the corner. Gotta handle that trigger. This, but she looks away. She looks away at the wrong time. I think she might know. And for now, she still gets that. Regardless, straight to the head. Gonna be Wish is gonna be quickly getting that out. Still gets one straight to the head. The flash here moves out, swings that through. Yes, she does. There's only one more left. It's only Snooki. Wish is getting all the value in her pocket. She is popping off.
Launching smoke.
Now, the wish is her command. She gets 3 already, but I'm not really sure if she's able to get
30
finish
seconds
this
left.
round off in her favor. But Snooki's
Spike planted.
pretty low, and the rotation's gonna be so long. But at this point, Wish is actually gonna wrap around through her smoke
She
to
doesn't
catch
have to stay.
Snooki off guard. But at this
she doesn't
point,
have to stay.
Snooki, she's so low, so probably there's a little bit of a miscommunication on their end. But I think Wish just really wants to get this round for their favor.
Wish, all she has to do is not peek. She can play for post flank. She has that orbital strike comes through. Snooki has to go away. Wish here, playing from the backside. All she has is just need one tap. She hears that and immediately gets it to the face. Gonna get it, but there's no more time. Does she get it? She's gonna be sticking it, but no! That's what Wish has to do. It's gonna be clutch. As we see Wish just go crazy over there.
That's just so crazy. I mean, Wish was just really down to the wire. I mean, if it wasn't for the time, it could have been a round for Snooki. Snooki was so great at really playing it smart, trying to play the defuse, but Wish just delivering that 3K was mind-blowing for me. And at the end of the day, her intention of trying to stop the plant just converted. I mean, and then time was in their favor.
A whole different level of seeing our brimstones up here. Just seeing them super perform. Not gonna get any value from that recon. Gonna be clearing out the site there with the recon. Really liking that. For now, maybe clearing that corner. But I don't think it cleared the really close corner, but there is no one there regardless. That's both shock darts used at the same time. We're not serious. Barely missing that. But look how low they are already thanks to all those utils. Valentine watching up mid side here. There's no one gonna be there in terms of rotation. Maybe she will
just
be
waiting here. The
catching
smoke
at
is gonna
least
dissipate.
Snooki.
There's not much time.
Those are Yamroll will
There's not
be
a
that.
lot
Have to teleport
they can do
away. And
here.
Yamroll
The smoke that's remaining,
is
but
gonna
they
just
want to
be
push
up there. They
forward.
have full
They
control.
don't know if
Snooki does
Snooki
get
is here behind.
Valentine as well.
And
Snooki
even
gets
the orbital
orbital
strike
strike.
keeps
Gonna
them
buy
away
some
from
time.
side.
Doesn't get the
Yamroll
value.
is all
Snooki
alone.
3K in the
Snooki
pocket.
delivers the 3K, and it's
gonna
just
be
now down
Moritz
to
left.
Move.
Moritz, what are you gonna do? They know exactly what
30
she
seconds
is.
left.
52
Angels
HP left.
her
What
way.
are you gonna do?
She does have
can
a secret.
fly, I
I'm
think,
not
at least
sure
according to her
if this
gun,
is
but
gonna be the right
she can at
time
least
to
get
pop
one,
these
at least
off.
for some value. It's gonna be
Waiting
2
off
people
angle,
there.
and she gets the headshot of 4K
Almost
for
the
her.
ace, but it's gonna be a 4. It is gonna be a very sketchy situation, at least, as we are gonna be seeing Snooki, at least, and Valentine. You see how they're doing this? It's like, look at the crossfires coming through for all of these players, and how they're not able to take sight at all. Really liking how they played, at least for the site, or at least for retaking.
Curious. She wants to be able to get the first blood yet again on a pistol round for themselves, but
See ya.
Interbell is just so good in these conversions, but with 1,000 miles, make sure even at 8 HP, she's still able to deliver a rifle for her comrade. But Snooki was ready for that push. He was looking towards short, but delivers the showstopper and the kill against Yamroll.
Snooki getting that value, and a heal too from the sky. It's gonna be 2 players left here for BMG. Is 2 on 3. They don't have the man advantage, but where are you looking serious? You need to check your corner. Sleepy is probably rolling in his bed right now, or at least rolling in his chair if he's watching. Snooki gonna be getting that value. That is a 4K once again. That's 2 4Ks in a row for Snooki, and I think she has found her momentum, and she's not gonna stop.
Yeah, Snooki is just on a roll. Might as well call her Snowball at this point. Because if things
Good
start
one.
to snowball for her, it's gonna be quite hard for the offense. We've seen a lot of great rounds for Team BMG, but she's the one able to stop it. Not just because of her aim, but also with sheer timing. She looks for her opponents, she finds them, and she delivers.
I think this is gonna be a great time for timeout, or it's gonna be for Black Magic. At least if you can see how it goes for Black Magic, I think they trade on trade, or at least if you look at how things go for Black Magic, at least, is the fact that they are getting those frags, but in a lot of situations, they're not getting that survivability that they want. They always maybe barely make it out alive. They come in through clutches. And I think in a lot of situations, it's best if you're able to at least to retain at least 2 to 3 players so your economy doesn't really go so low. It's very different compared to how X Team BO, if they were to get around, it's more, I would say, definite, as they still do keep 2 to 3 players alive. So if you see, while it is a trade on trade, it's 3 to 3, their economy is not as affected as Black Magic.
Yeah, and when it comes to the economy, you mentioned X Team BO. They're on a roll, and now Valentine is going to be using the operator, and this is going to be so hard for BMG to try and break down. Mauve is gonna. She still has the Seekers. She has this a few rounds back. Probably it's high time for them to use it, but there is also that plan to execute. That's why the timeout wasn't ordered. At this point, Snooki tries to slow them down.
Showstopper!
Showstopper! Is it gonna get it? Yes, she is! But Snooki in return, now she gets 2 with a paint shell and a vandal.
What the heck was that, Snooki? I am in awe right now. If you see, she did go down, but she did get 2. Regardless, Isabel,
Smoke's down.
this corner here, throwing out those smokes, clearing out those corners, really liking that pre-aim. It's gonna be a flash there, but another Mauve is only good for 1 regardless. As again, Sirius, last lady standing here. They know exactly where she is. Great crossfire coming from XTB as they get another round once again. Looks like that execute
There.
didn't really quite come through, as XTB was already anticipating it.
Yeah, I mean, and that was great. All angles covered. But what was really great there was the ability of Snooki to get a 2-for-1 trade at such a quick. I mean, it wasn't just a fast response for her, right? I mean, they were ready for a push. There was already a recon bolt sent out, but still, her
You
being
want to
ready
play?
about
Let's
any
play.
type of push from BMG just stops them at the track. Now they have the lead, a 4-3. Valentine doesn't get the value of that one shot to the body, but still, Lulu, however, does get 1.
Green shells come through. Interbell just gonna be repositioning herself as Valentine does get
Front is
serious
forward.
just now. It's exactly what she wanted. She wanted that value at least from the operator. They're 2 lady down advantage. Still trying to get used to saying that. Prowlers do come through. Doesn't clear out this area. Regardless, as Valentine gonna get 1. Prowler does catch 1 off guard. You can see Mauve has to move away. It's gonna be a 2-hit. Nice cross coming through. It's gonna be a flawless for XTB, and you can see that XTB is starting to find the momentum, find their heat, and BMG has to do something to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum that they're building isn't just about winning the rounds, but them being able to cover for each other. Look at that team play, them peaking all at the same time. They want to secure the economy, as you mentioned. I think X Team BO is so great at trying to recover after a loss. Right? And if you are able to give value to the economy that way, it allows you to get more of these rounds, more and more and more. And if you just got a flawless one, you're rewarded with so much more. And Valentine's gonna be so ready. There was a quick peek, but it wasn't necessarily a kill.
I think gonna get an easy plant here, as no one will be pushing through at least. It's quite an open plant as well. Prowler does come, not Prowler, sorry. The Trailblazer does come through. It's really hard for Valentine to actually get those picks, but look at that. This is beautiful as you see the Seekers as well as the Nightfall come through as well. It's really hard for the retake. That's Wish coming in from the back. Beautiful wraparound here. As Wish does get two alongside Movaze. Does have the orbital strike as well. You do hear the tap come through. They are just gonna be repositioning themselves. Wish just playing for time here. She does know that she doesn't have to. She doesn't have to as 1,000 miles gets one. Gets two! Beautifully done. That's the crossfire that we wanted to see from them.
Yep, and this is how it's done. I thought that 1,000 miles was gonna use the Hunter's Fury, but not at that point. You've already stalled a lot of time using that orbital strike, and them to be able to follow through and just prep themselves for the crossfire. I think Wish did all of her might here to try and control the situation because there was already a planned retake. The Nightfall came through. There was already a push, and if Snowky's already pushing and she's looking, that's gonna be quite scary, and that's a great timing for Wish.
I think the idea that they were not using both ultimates at the same time says a lot about how they manage the utility. I'm really liking that. On top of that, that sort of crossfire coming through from them, it was just really great to see as you have one person playing that distraction. Meanwhile, you already see Snowky. She's getting a lot of value from those pain shells. She's gotten like, what, 3 to 4 kills by it? And all these is just putting in so much value as well. And a lot of damage coming through as Beak and Interbell. They're quite damaged when you think about it. But not before Yamroll is gone down, and it's gonna be Valentine that's gonna be caught off guard. I don't think she expected anyone to be lurking that close at least. The reaction time, especially when you're up, it's a little bit hard, especially if you feel like you need to reposition and you are moving. Smoke's coming through as well. It's gonna be hard to kind of go through from hookah. They can't just wait and play off sound, or they can just wait till these smokes go down as well. Here's like so much space, but here comes the party. She says, misses! What is that? Sabrosa home, and the Lulu will be getting 2 great plays by her, and for now is down to 1,000 miles.
And that was just unfortunate. Because of the blind, she missed that
remaining.
ultimate kill.
Look at
And
this!
was 1,000 miles though! He's not gonna get there in time. Lulu just stuck it. And because she stuck it, they win another round. Just unfortunate though.
I'm really questioning why she did not use her Hunter's Fury. She's had it for 2 rounds now and she hasn't used it at all. I think the idea is maybe she's afraid that someone might push her as she does that, but you don't have to use all 3 charges. You can just use it for zoning and maybe just kind of like move out. Regardless, this is a situation where I'm just questioning BMG's sort of mental, because there is so many rounds in a row that even if they do get it, it's not a fully successful round compared to XTB, who's had flawlesses, or at least have 3 to 4 players still alive at the end of the round. Molly will be buying some time as we are going to be seeing a judge in play here, at least for Yamroll, and we all know the value it can get. Valentine with the tour de force doesn't get spotted out by that, as 1,000 miles will be the one going 1,000 miles back into the waiting screen.
I mean, the value of the judge can only work if you come close to the site, but at this point, Yamroll also hears a judge on the other end. So
It's hard to play a judge on attack, let's be real, compared to defense.
Not unless you have to satchel in and really find the timing to get somebody off guard, but at this point, you really have to play close.
You really do. You see this wraparound coming from the teams. It's gonna be
Launching
B there
smoke.
hitting. I'm really liking that they're trying to take so much space from so many different angles, but they are still 2 men down. As for now, Wish only 8 left. Gonna find at least some space with the Molly as Yamroll. She's gonna get caught out here. They know she's there. They saw that gun barrel. Yamroll not going to test her luck by pushing through here. They do hear one in that corner here. Snowky's gonna get 1. Gonna be Yamroll getting 1, 2. And Sierra's 1 each as Lulu gets Wish out of the way. Yamroll, she does get that value from the upgraded Vandal there. Snowky gonna get Yamroll out of the way. 30 HP left. It's a one-on-one situation here. She knows exactly where Sirius is. Gonna take up so much space. Gonna be going with a tap here. And Sirius gonna be shot straight in the head. 3K for Snowky.
My gosh, when you ask something of Snooki, she will say yes and she will deliver. When it comes down to the clutch, I mean, that was just
Last round before the
unexpected. That was a 1v2. She was already low at 30 HP, but she was able to hit the shots very pristine from her. And even if Yamro was able to take them down, if it's gonna be a head-to-head, that was just impossible for Yamro to deliver. I mean, she could have just not peeked that and probably they would have won the round. But if you peek Snooki, as I mentioned,
She's
she
good
will
at
say
winning
yes to
her
you.
aim duels.
Agree.
Her aim duels is just insane. I haven't seen a single moment in those clutch situations that she doesn't hit those headshots when it matters. Valentine gonna play playing close angle here. They already know that she was there because of the Trailblazer. I have to say that she's got big guts playing that angle. Yamro taking that space, but it's Snooki that's waiting for her. Ube's gonna take that space here. Snooki already with two, gonna be traded off with Twitch, but Olulu and Interbell and Valentine getting one each, and that is the power of teamwork.
Teleport
And that's
ready.
what we love in the
Switching
defense, right? Team X, Team Bo, they deliver the numbers even after the loss of the pistol round, the loss of the bonus. But at this point, how they're able to deliver is not just about the management of the economy, but also when it comes down to the team play. The retakes are good. They have lost a couple of rounds, but at the end of the day, Snooki's performance individually just shows off that they can be better in terms of the aim duels. But if now X Team Bo also plays together and they play the crossfires, it's gonna be something quite different. So at least at this point, we're seeing a big lead for X Team BO, and 4 rounds in terms of the deficit. Black Magic has to really keep up.
Personally, you don't see my face there. I'm invisible. Oh, I'm back. I mean, if you look at how X Team BO plays, and I think they are a team that really works off momentum. They may lose the pistol as well as that bonus, but I think they're a team that really takes their time when trying to figure out the Rubik's Cube or trying to figure out another team and how they play. In a lot of situations, I think after they figure it out, they'd be taking round by round. And sometimes even if they lose, it's not an absolute loss, as they do take it back at least 2 to 3 rounds before they lose again. So it's really hard to play a team, to play XTB, who are constantly not only figuring out how you're going to be planning on taking sites, but also catch you off guard on how they play. In a lot of situations, you never necessarily see them holding the same sites or holding the same areas. Sometimes you think, okay, it's going to be this player and this player on A and this one on B. They're switching out, which makes it's making it very hard to predict, at least from the side of Black Magic. What can they do? Can they play it fast? Not really, because you have a lot of situations where sometimes you'll be seeing I think it was it was their Brimstone. I forgot their name, so sorry about that. Who is playing those close corners and catching you off guard with the judge. But sometimes you are also Interbell, sorry, there you go, Interbell. Or sometimes you'll see Interbell playing those long angles as well. This sort of mix-ups is just so great, and I'm really liking the flexibility coming in from XTV.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the analysis, right, you would think that given this buy, it wouldn't really be something in favor of X Team BO. And then when it comes down to how they're really playing the defense, right, these positions, whether it's going to be Valentine and as well as the Sky there in the long, you don't really think that that will work, but they make it work. And that's what is surprising about this team. You don't think that Snooki will win that duel because of her position, but she manages to make time and effort to really think it through and really establish that clutch moment.
I'm really liking as well their utility usage. I think for the side of Black Magic, they are utilizing their utils very well, but in a lot of situations, by the time it comes to post-plant, perhaps they would have already ran out. It's only because how aggressively XTB is playing that they're forced to put those utils out. They need to figure out how exactly they're going to be able to manage it without actually getting baited out like that.
Yeah, and did you see the score of Snooki? 21 kills in the first half. My gosh, I mean, probably that's the reason why she chose the race, because of a lot of things that that can be offered
She's
in the
not
map.
scared
Teleport's
of taking
ready.
space, and she's not scared of using her utils. Every time she uses her utils, pain shells, she gets value. Satchels takes up so much space. It's not the defensive sort of the satchels either. It's always aggressive, and that's how much trust she puts in her teammates. Because you've seen the crossfires coming through. And speaking of that, it's gonna be Valentine with the first blood here, but she did take some damage. But it's gonna be no problem. It's gonna be a band-aid at least there from the sky.
Yep, and BMG in terms of this defense being
My God,
crippled at the
Sirius!
moment, but Sirius to deliver a lot of heads, getting the third. But is she able to get the fourth one? Quick switch to the classic. She's able to get the fourth.
What was that round? Sirius wasn't happy. She really wanted to bring it back. Those head taps were insane. Almost similar to what we saw in VCT Stage 2. MYSG at least. By Pit from Bleed, those head taps were just so crispy. Look at that. She had one left. She knew how to exactly use. She misses that quick switch. But I have to say that VK really whiffed that because honestly, how is she still alive?
That's really the case, right? I mean, when it comes down to the movement, the quick switch was matched with a little bit of a strafe, and that's what won that round. It's also not just about the weaponry, but it's also about the skill level, and I'm liking what we're seeing from Sirius. And it might make all of the difference with Interbelt just to put Yamril back to sleep.
It's great. That gives them that advantage as they're gonna be Interbelt gonna be like, you take the gun. You're the one giving us space. Smokey's gonna be very happy. This does give her an even ground there.
Smoke's down.
Flashing out, playing through smokes here. Wish gonna catch one off guard, but Wish gets two before she finally goes down. A little Valentine does get one. They're gonna get through with the plant at least. There's only one lady down, and they're kind of low when you think about it. Sirius gonna try to get some hits. He does get one head. For now, they're gonna around the Rosie. Interbelt still gets her with the frenzy. And for now, all they have to do, they have a cross. They do hear that Movis is playing at least through lamps. Flash does come out. It's gonna be caught off guard here. Still gets one, but that is that thrifty round. Gonna be taken away from them. And it's looking so good.
That was amazing. The first kill was just something that I was surprised about. And it just really... it saw throughout the whole round the consistency of the team members when it comes down to the clutch. Sirius was able to deliver, but still Interbell was so quick to get the kills. And at that point, even if you're against a Spectre, but X-Team Bo was able to pick up one for their own, it means that X-Team Bo has a lot of advantage. It's the skill, it's also the raw aim, even when it comes to the frenzy. And now,
Look at how
it's
fast
BMG
they're taking this. Everyone is just going through beat long. They're not afraid to take up space, but Sirius will be punishing one of them for that. Immediately gonna be mollied away and smoked with the Prowler. It's so hard to push out of the little area as they quickly take up space. This is what I'm really curious about. In a lot of situations when everyone goes through B main, you're sort of funneled here as VK takes up that space all the way on elbow here. Snooki, she is playing this very sneaky corner. No one is at least brave enough to push through the smokes just yet as Yamroll gonna have to be careful here, and for now VK will be able to put the advantage as 1,000 miles will be getting a headshot onto VK, and for now Valentine gets two with the rifle and Interbell watching the other side. Look how much space they took. Look at the crossfires. That's a team.
That's really a team. Snooki was just really staying put there and watching CT because she knows that Brimstone is gonna be there behind her. And at this point, even though VK fell down, Valentine just made sure to be able to get that double headshot, double kill against BMG. But at least at that point, BMG was on a low buy.
You want to play?
This
Let's
is their
play.
time to shine. Valentine is actually going to use the Tour de Force instead of buying up. So if she gets a lot of kills with this, it's going to mean a lot. It's not just about what I buy, but it's also about my aim.
I really enjoy this change of pace coming in from XTB. Just now we saw them really quickly take a site. For now, you're seeing that kind of noise before they finally go fast again. But it's not necessarily the fastest I've seen, as they just try to play around at least with what they can expect from site. Immediately they know, okay, that's smoked out. We already at least baited out one smoke. Let's just go back. They're not afraid to just really take their time in picking where exactly they want to go, because they do know that they have a lot of time. For now, I think it's gonna be A. Now BMG, they have no clue where they're going. We are seeing that rotation at least from the side of Yamroll, as for now Snooki is going to be taking not too much space. Just giving a little bit of a heads up into Lamps. Valentine already taken up showers here. All she has to do is wait. Snooki and VK gonna be there with that double crossfires. VK gets 2,000 miles, gonna be getting that one straight from her. Snooki gets one more. Sirius gonna be fighting Valentine all the way in showers. Sirius and Wish, only two left here, as Snooki watching the other side straight to the head. And for now, it's gonna be Sirius. One lady against three from XTB. Watch your corners is what you want to do. It's Alulu that sees her gun barrel first, as 11 points is gonna be 12 soon, and BMG hasn't been able to figure it out.
Yeah, not just yet. In terms of the ability to get kills, right? We know that Sirius is able to make that happen. At that point, when you're against three, there's so much pressure. There's so much to do. But Snooki's ability to take these precise shots together with the Lulu to finish things off just really means X Team BO, they prepared for this. They have been waiting for their moment, for this stage, and they show us how it's done. BMG, when it comes to figuring it out, they have to do it now because match point is almost there for the team of X Team BO.
Really, look how low BMG is as they try to play aggressive. Not necessarily punished for us. Really gonna have someone caught off guard, at least in terms of rotation for Valentine. That just gonna cut noise here, as I think they're just contemplating whether or not they want to teleport. Yes, they do immediately. It's gonna be fast rotate onto A. You see Snooki in the back. She's gonna be the last one onto site, but it's good because it does catch anyone off guard if they are lurking. And for now, Valentine a little bit faster with that flick, at least for 1,000 miles. See, immediately they're gonna be planting it, and they're gonna be taking up the space. Trying to play off that information there, as the Prowler does find someone at least from CT. Snooki waiting to corner here. Valentine with the 3K already. Snooki just spraying out. That's all they have to do. Aggressive pushes. Amir Yamroll gonna get one with the shorty. And now she's just waiting. 12 HP. It's a tall blast for her, or tall order rather, for her to bring out here, as they are not gonna push out there, as Valentine gonna be securing it with the 4K. And this is Valentine is saying, I too can be getting the frag.
Match point.
That's so great from X Team BO, because they've done all of these rounds, but they do it so fast. And then now we're up to match point. We just started the stream and now it's almost done. BMG, you mentioned they haven't really tried to figure this out, but they have to do so because it's almost going to be over in Valentine. Even if Sirius can do it, then I can do it too. And a timeout is in order for the team of BMG. They need to figure out how they're able to get the kills, because they're now on the defense. And they've actually gotten more rounds in attack than they do now. It just goes to show that X Team BO, if Black Magic was so good in terms of taking space away in the early rounds, then they can do so as well. Snooki, when it comes down to the kills, I mean, it was 21 in the first half, but look who showed up. It's actually Valentine being able to stack up the numbers, not just when it comes down to the lurk, but also the post plants. Because if you're looking at the minimap during their post plants, you would see them, 2 people looking at CT, 2 people looking at Heaven, and their positions aren't going to be seen from anywhere else. That's great teamwork and great showing from X Team BO.
I think what I really like about how Valentine plays on attack is that the fact that she's able to lurk. She's just catching everyone off guard in terms of rotations. BMG is still trying to play this aggressive angle here. But that's the thing about XTB. They're like, okay, they're play aggressive. We can just cut the noise, make some noise, kind of bait out their utils if possible, then just leave them wondering. Because look at how many is here. At least the players from Black Magic is already stacked up in showers. Because it's hard to really predict where exactly XTB will be coming from, because they're not the type of team that comes in from one area, from only one area.
They're gonna come from a lot of space, and here comes the orbital strike as a signal for them to actually move forward. Even the Nightfall is there to try and secure the kills, but Olulu and Valentine, they secure 1,000 miles. Actually gets one with the head Hunter. But Hunter's Fury. But at this point, if it's a 2-for-1, it's not gonna be enough. And this is gonna be match point. So much pressure to get the kill. Sirius gets one hit, but Olulu is ready. The sprays come in, but it's just down to 1,000 miles. It's gonna wrap around together with Mubase, but I'm not gonna be sure if this is gonna be enough. The sprays come through. VK does get one. It's a 1v1, and 1,000 miles is gonna be
VK is so low. Gonna get caught out here as VK still gets it.
Attackers
VK
win. The night
gonna be closing the round as XTB takes back one for our first series of the day.
The first series was just on fire for both of the teams. And I would really want to say X Team BO just showed us how it's done in Vine. Their composition was just really stellar. The use of the chamber for Valentine on attack, just making sure that the flanks are on point, catching them off guard. And Snowkey on the race just showed us, okay, I might not be able to get the kills using a gun, but I have my paint shells to take the kills and my satchels to take the space.
Really liking this teamwork. It's really hard to really point out which player is actually shining, at least on that map, or at least for the first series. I mean, if you look at XTB, if you look at how they all play, it's a situation where you can't really choose which one was your favorite player. Like, Olulu did so much space in providing her team with utils as well as giving information. You have VK, who's just so great with how she uses the utility from the Fade. I'm really liking how she plays with her utility in terms of how she throws out the haunt and immediately swings out at the same time, or how she walks with her Prowler, which is honestly the best way or the best situation you can do. But for now, if you look at in terms of stats, it's gonna be the battle of the Razors here. Up for the MVPs is gonna be 11 to 24 kills here from Snowkey, and it's not just her aim jewels, it's also utility kills.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the head-to-head, KDA of 3.2 just goes to show that you're not just in it to really defend, you're in it to take the kills, you're in it and you're very effective when it comes down to the use of the utility. I think you mentioned this a lot of times during that time, because Snowkey, she would throw in the paint shell, she would anticipate where it will land, and then she would reposition and she would aim down the sights and get those kills. And that's gonna be the biggest difference here. X Team BO, they have damage of 14.2k. It just really goes to show that they're going ham. They used everything that they have got. But at least a headshot percentage for BMG, they've showed us how it's done. 1,000 miles gives us a lot of these multi-kills. But at this point, the team play was just really tipped the balance in their favor.
In terms of XTB, really liking not only their team play, the utility, but also just how they take space. Not only in terms of defense, but also on attack. It's just really hard to decipher where exactly they're going to be coming from, which side are they going to go to. I would like to say that for MYSG, or at least this region in particular, how they play is very fast, similar to Paper Rex, but I have to say that it wasn't really necessarily that. If you look at XTB, it's more calculated. If I feel they can go fast, I think we've seen 2-3 rounds that happens, but most of the time they like to take their time. They like to just kind of wait till 40-second mark before you see the explosive play come through them. But if you look at how exactly they use this, I mean, BMG had their moments as well, especially in the earlier rounds where you haven't really seen XTB really pop off. They're not afraid to take up space, especially from Wish, who likes to play aggressive. But as the rounds go forward, you start seeing XTB really punishing them for their aggression. We've seen so many times the chamber, at least from the side of BMG, just gets caught off guard. She isn't even able to teleport away.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the timing as well for Wish, they've had their good rounds, right? But the longer that they played this map, the hotter XTB got when it comes to the push in attack and when it comes to the defense earlier in the rounds. And Snowkey just kept on delivering each of the kills, and even Valentine at the very end of this phase of the whole match, right? It was just on point for her. We had some moments from Sirius as well, delivering the 4K, but it was just not enough. The team play, the synergy, the energy from X Team BO was just really unstoppable here in Bind.
On top of that, when you look at XTB as well, I think they really know how to play the map. And you see how they position themselves and how their utils come through as well. I mean, we did question some mistakes. Those mistakes are glaring coming through, I think, from XTB as well. But you are going to be seeing that bandage solution come through immediately after, which really shows that they are an ever-evolving, ever-adapting team. Regardless, we're going to go to map 2 later. Will it be a 2-0 or a 2-1? Don't go anywhere because there's going to be more VCT Game Changers APAC after this. Don't go anywhere.
one was just fire for X Team BO, but Black Magic, are we gonna see that magic for game number 2? Because Ascent is gonna be the next map. My name is Donut, and with me is Tashbunny, and we will be your casters for tonight.
It's gonna be really exciting as Bind, one of the, I wouldn't say the most decisive, but rather the most fiery opening matches we've seen, at least for day number 1. It is the first match of the day after all. It is the first one that we've seen. But going back to that, XTB really showing us what teams are made of, rather, instead of dreams.
Yeah.
As they know how to take sites, they know how to play well, and they know how to show how aggressive they can be. Now, going into Ascent, map number 1 was XTB's pick, and as we move, BMG's pick, and XTB won that in a very decisive 13-5. The question now is, can XTB defend their map is the question, because Ascent is one of the OG maps. It's very, very hard to really see a more decisive win on this map, perhaps because everyone kind of knows or at least has their own ways of playing it.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of their selection, right? The reason why they selected Ascent is because they have a higher win rate here. When it comes to experience, they know that they're good at this map. But actually, Bind, when I checked the stats earlier on, they didn't really have that much of a success rate there. But they won anyway. It was just really more of that sheer confidence that they showed. And here in Ascent, for sure, if they selected this map, that will exude even further. But at this point, BMG, Black Magic, they have to show us, they have to cast a spell on this map because they need to be able to get this win in order to get to the decider, which is split.
This is honestly a very interesting situation, at least for Black Magic. As we all know, that is their map pick, but the fact that they are caught off guard, I think that's the fact, or at least the reason why at least they locked in Bind, not because of how good they are, but rather they were hoping it was going to be the trump card for them to at least get that 1 point over XTB. Regardless, for Ascent, as we move forward here, it's a lot larger map compared to Bind, and there's a lot more spaces that you need to take space in order to take a site. Especially when even if you play on defense. Mid control, very important, but we have seen teams, at least on VCT APAC, who don't really play that mid control, but rather just taking that space, or at least moving each area into a puzzle piece, taking space in that area, watching their backs, and just slowly moving onto the site. Regardless, from XTBs, at least from how they play, it looks like they are very, very aware on how to navigate through those corners and take up space. My question is, what exactly does Black Magic have, or what ideas do they have to counter this? Because since this is XTB's actually map, I would assume that they have already a game plan to counter it.
I mean, when it comes to the X factor that Black Magic can have, it's actually the duo between Yamroll and as well as 1,000 Miles, right? If you have an initiator like 1,000 Miles empowering Yamroll in this map, then that could lead them to winning these rounds. Because at this point, especially during their attack, they executed well in the sites of A and in the sites of B. They were just thrown down by the sheer aggression of the team of X Team BO. So at this point, in terms of Ascent, when it comes down to the aim, I guess X Team BO has that edge because they've already warmed up. Snowkey finished so strong with 24 kills in that map, right, with a KDA of 3.2. But what does BMG have to do? They just really have to take control. It could be the mix of the initiation from 1,000 Miles, because we know her to be that type of consistent player. So whichever agent that she will choose, the assistance, the support that she's able to give the duelist is gonna make a lot of room for them for this map.
In terms of win rates for both teams, Ascent is fairly good. But in terms of how many times each team has played this map, you see that BMG actually has less plays. It's 5 times for a tournament, at least for tournament side for X Team BO compared to BMG. So I do feel like X Team BO does know what they are expecting going onto this map. I'm a little bit worried for Black Magic here. I mean, when you look at their lineups, at least for how they play in terms of Ascent, they only pretty much have one sort of lineup or comp compared to what XTB has, which is 2 different ones. At least the most played ones for them, at least, gonna be a Jet, a KO, a KJ, and those are like what you usually see. Regardless, Everything's been at least picked for the teams. It looks like XTB going for more of their what they're comfortable with, what worked in the past. As for Black Magic, I'm truly hoping for that Black Magic as we go into Split, because it is gonna be one last time that we see this map before we move on to the next tournament.
And I think what's the most important here for the team of Black Magic is them being able to utilize 1,000 miles this time. Because 1,000 miles, she's able to take down the kills. But if you're too focused on getting the kills, then you don't really have that much time or that headspace to use all of the utilities for support.
Yeah, I think we saw that happening as well in that last match, in the last map as well, where it feels like she's just so overwhelmed with what's going on outside that it felt like she was a little bit tunnel visioned, I think would be the right word for it. I think her team needs to give her that space in order to get that value from those utils. Now it's going to be XTB on attack here, as Winterbell will be the one to open out. She get the dink, both one dink each. Immediately going to go for that orb, and this is going to be real good for Interbell. If she's able to farm those orbs, those lockdowns are going to give so much space, at least for retakes or even on attack.
Yeah, and
Right here.
what's important really here is the ability for them to push out, right? We saw that in Bind, and they did it so well because it was just overwhelming the sites. But now BMG, now that they're on the defense, they play a little bit back. We're left with Move here in Heaven, and then the Jet as well, they're on the site. But immediately, a call for a rotate towards B is something that they want to pursue. And it's going to be the Chamber and the Sova here just guarding. Not really sure if that's gonna be. Yeah, that's a good use of the turret,
It's
right?
very
Okay, somebody's gonna be there
what
behind.
we see from Team Secret before. It's gonna be Snowkey opening it up right now as she moves in. Again, we had to see that reposition coming through from Sirius, and Move gonna be coming in. Immediately gets the overheal here, and immediately gonna see that wall bang come through from Yamro. Move one as well, speaking again, Move, but Yamro will be closing it off. It's gonna be a very, very good opening from BMG, and they're gonna be very happy with that.
Definitely, this is the streak that they want to get. They want to keep on rolling until they get the favor, right? But I really loved what Interbell was able to do there. She used the turret as a recon bolt. But at this point, BMG Move, right?
Killjoy as an initiator. Oh my god.
If you're not going to be able to recon in time, then I have it covered. I have the turret. And it was a confirmation, right? Somebody's there towards the site, so we have to anticipate that.
A technical pause here, but as I said before, this is something that I haven't seen in a long time. It was Team Secret that used that. Sorry, it wasn't Team Secret, it was Oasis actually that was using that over on stage 2. Now, usually if you see how a Killjoy is played, it's usually for those number 1 lurks, number 2 anti-lurks, number 3 making sure that there's also an anti-flank. That's what's so great about her utils, kind of similar to what we expect from a chamber. But seeing how Interbell played that, I think this is my first time seeing this on Game Changers, at least from what I've casted. What do you think?
Well, it's something that you would want to do, right? If you're playing as a Killjoy, you usually would play independent, so you would need a teammate or a buddy. And at that point, a turret was a buddy. And given
Interbell
that
was just
confirmation,
like, I put my chicken here, I rotate out behind the chicken and catch you off guard. Surprise!
yeah, I mean, the chicken just said, yes, somebody's there. And that was their go signal. That was a tick for them to actually move forward, because if there is a chance for a reposition, then we already lost time.
I really
right?
like
And that was
Sorry. I was gonna say that it's so great, the idea that she used it there, because you already know that someone's always gonna be close to that area, especially if there's a smoke. It's a very famous area for you to go down, and the idea that she used her turret that way just gave a lot of value. It's not gonna be the recon ball, at least from Valentine's gonna do that, but let's talk a little bit about the pick here. Like, I was expecting Valentine to be on a chamber, but instead, we are going to be seeing double initiator with Olulu instead of a Sky on a KO. What do you think of this lineup?
well, at least now Lulu has has a lot of room to use the utilities. Like, I loved how she used the Sky earlier because it was really her ability to take space together with either Valentine or with Snooki as the Rays. Now, it's not just about taking the space, but it's also being able to convert the kills. Because if you're immobilized, then you already just have your raw aim. And at this point, if they have that advantage against BMG, the more that they can get the wins. And the Faye doesn't really stop
Oh
after
my
Traps getting
God.
the kills, and 1,000 miles gets one for her.
Look at
One
how
enemy
clean
remaining.
that was. It's a firing range. You see BMG, they pretty much have already stacked on to B. They already know that they're gonna come through there. So that's the aggression that we can come through when we know that BMG does have the advantage. Yamroll didn't have to do anything, even with the Marshall. But for now, this is a very scary situation. Not very scary, but rather the bonus for XTB. The question is whether or not they'll be able to retain their Vandals. I mean, we've seen success for them earlier, at least for round number in the second half. The first half, they did lose their bonus. Now, for XTB, they're a team that doesn't mind taking their time, but we really need BMG to at least win this round so they can at least get a lot of value and momentum, at least from here, before they finally get into a situation where they can finally equalize together. Yamro pushing through. This has to change her mind. Is Snooki for now? Let's know. There's someone at least in there. Gonna be repositioning themselves once again.
Yeah, they know the value of getting these orbs, right? Orb control is very important, and they sent out 2 people here in B, 3 people in A, just to make sure that they take that, because it's a big advantage, especially on attack, as you mentioned. Mid control is such an important play, or the strats when it comes to the pushes, and that will help them and assist them in trying to get the space away from BMG, because they need it at this point. They need to be able to convert. And there's no confirmation as to who is there by Garden.
Hard to say.
And
I don't think Sirius actually spotted out Interbell there. They do know there's a turret, but immediately she's gonna come in, take the space here. I don't think he knows that she already passed through, but there is gonna be some information. Firing range
30
through.
seconds
Oh my
left.
god, Sirius so very low, had to reposition right now.
Defeated.
Interbell. Sorry, Valentine. Gonna find Yamroll here on Pizza, as Valentine gonna be stuck here from both little areas. Not even good for one, but it's gonna be the plant at least coming through. Also watching your area here. They're gonna be breaking that area. Sirius with only 2 HP left. A small sneeze is what's needed to take her down. She's gonna be breaking that turret here. Olulu is flash, but it doesn't really matter
enemy
because you're
remaining.
playing that close angle. Olulu pushing out here. Olulu, good for 2. Same with Snooki. Clean.
both of these teams, when it comes down to using time, they will play it either very slow or very fast. Case in point was the round previous to this. But this time, the post plant, whenever they would come in, it's gonna be either 2 kills, multi-kills for each of them. Like Olulu being able to just fastly react to that situation. Okay, there's already 2 taken down there by Market, so for sure it's gonna be CT. For her to be able to fix her eyes behind and secure the kill, it really goes to show the great communication between this team. And that's the reason why we mentioned the team play just really overflows for this team. And now that they have the guns, we're going to be seeing a lot of their performance here go up immediately.
Really liking how Olulu is using her knife as well very early just to clear out those close corners as well. But in a lot of situations, BMG had already read that. How they countered that was stay a little bit behind, wait for the knife, and then play close. But again, mid-side, they do see that smoke. Yamroll, very big, at least very big risk playing there in case someone were to swing out. But she does trust her teammates at least to get this pick first. Do spot out that, and that knife barely misses her. Smiles getting in from hell. Unfortunately not getting that recon out, but we do know someone's there. VK immediately through the head. 1,000 miles wasn't able to do anything. Those sprays coming through here from Olulu. Interbell does get wish as well. So for now, door has been closed
One
as
enemy
Interbell
player
immediately
standing.
gets 1 VK as well. The sprays come through and Sirius only good for 1, but 4 still very much live.
That's what's great about this one, because at least the economy is still in their favor, and that's what's good about them, right? I think you mentioned this in Bind. for them to be able to manage their economy well. And that's seen with how they're positioned. The crossfire will always be a mandatory during the post plant. The double peaks there, a jet up top, that generator, and one at the bottom, just to make sure that they have all of the advantage. And if there's just one person left, then we push forward.
Oh, they're gonna play aggressive here. Look at that, immediately rushing through. This is at least the idea or the advantage of when you are on
You should run.
eco. But for now, you do see that come through, which is the lockdown. Really be moving through with the Sova drone as well as the bot, the turret. No one's gonna be able to pick up space, and this is my question here: is too much utils or just being safe? But Spike Tech does come down here. Yamro's gonna have to break that door. They can get value from this eco, at least for BIGG. All they need is to make picks. But you are seeing that null command come through as well here. Smove plays the high area here. She's not gonna be able to get a pick. Maybe she might catches one there, straight to the head. Maybe good for two. Back is off. Let's go to trade off with Sirius. Olulu does get one as well. Yamro does get the value from the Stinger. Wish does get one, and that's the Thrifty, I believe. Yes, it is. And this is the amazing thing that we see from BMG. They're really great at the Thrifties.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the Thrifty and them repositioning, that was a great decision for Move. Okay, when I'm paranoid, I'm just gonna stay here and not move a muscle so they don't know where I am. But at that point, and she peeked out, and that was a big advantage. And at this point, Snooki was also so busy trying to get the chamber out of the way. That was serious. And the rest of the members, the trust they're able to give there for the rest of the members to take the site just really goes to show, okay, we're also confident in the team play. They're also confident even with menial weapons, the Stinger, the Sheriff, we're still going to be able to get the kills. And the timeout now for BMG, even if they've won the last round, something that they want to secure because now they have a bye. What do they need to do here with all of these Vandals and now even the full utilities? Are they going to push forward once again and try to play a risk? Or are they going to keep it safe once again? Because every time they keep it safe, X-Team BO actually gets them at the perfect time.
It's honestly great that they're taking this time out. That Thrifty is definitely something they need, at least for their moral. One of the cleanest things I've done. Because if you look at what XTB did just now, that was what? You had a lockdown come through, as well as so many utilities. And I'm wondering if that was an overheat, because they used so many utilities so early, especially since the lockdown is already there. You don't really need the Owl Drone as well as the turret. Regardless, it's always good to be safe, as for now, Interbell does get caught out there. Gonna immediately move backwards, gonna use that Nano Swarm bot. Nano Swarm just to kind of take up space.
Placing
Put
alarm
the
bot.
alarm bot there as well, gonna quickly reposition and recool with his friends.
Try to clear out mid this time. Mid control is what they want. There's a Leer from Move, but it's going to be easily destroyed. Paranoia comes in, but it's not necessarily
Spike down
gonna
mid.
kill. Yamro actually does from behind. The flank is punished, and Olulu does get one as well. They immediately think that they have free.
Snooki?
Still Wish is gonna be here. That's why there's gonna be a chase, but Snooki just wants to bail. She wants to take the site because that is their objective.
She's not afraid! 6 HP, she still pushes out! She does not care at all, so long as she does her job. Spike does go down as well, thanks to her. Now Sirius gonna find those angles that she can play with, but look at these very scary, small, little tiny itsy-bitsy angles they're playing with. Sirius does put one hit, really gets one. And for now, they don't realize there's someone in hell here. Yes, she does. With the wall bang, only 6 HP had to worry about. Gonna be Interbell and Olulu gets one each here. Sirius gonna try and get, immediately gets this 3K in her pocket. Gonna be a win though, regardless, as Olulu doesn't swing out. Play safe.
That was an almost win for BMG, but X-Team BO, with how they're positioned, you would really think that they would win because of their aim, but no, it was also these odd positions that you would think, okay, one would be Hell, one would be Jen, but the position of Olulu and as well as Interbell was what won them that round. You would really think that they would be playing towards A main, But no, it's actually gonna be guarded, and that was a good space for them to take because there was a crossfire for anybody who would walk through. But at the point for the post plant, they were ready for any type of defuse.
It's a great idea as well how they played that. They weren't expecting two people to be there, especially as a taken out Interbell. Now Sirius! Woo! Did not manage to survive that. VK sharp! Outgunning that tour de force.
She's been very great at taking on these duels, right? Even
Yeah, she
when it comes to
does.
bind.
She really is, if you think about it. That's how great a VK is. That's how she managed to just win that 1v1 on Bind as well. Null Command gonna be popped out here. Here is when the explosive plays happen. Sprays come through as Movit loses quite a big chunk of her health there. Snooki pushes out forward. Glenn does come through here. Wish does get one, but Snooki gonna retaliate. Said not today, Zerg. Yar, Interbell is very aware there's someone at least on that site. Gonna be quickly meeting up with her teammates. Good call at least to know that no one has fully rotated just yet. VK playing this very close corner here. And Miles gonna win this at least Speaker's advantage, but Olulu from underneath does get one, trades one out as well. Snooki from the side gonna save her, but Olulu is gonna go down. Movitz with the tap knows there's one at least in long. They're gonna try and swing together here. 1, 2, 3 gets one, gets two! What a flank from Movitz! Gonna get this. Gonna just get an extra point over XTB.
That was so great. Instead of just taking another defuse, she just pushed forward, and who would have known that there would be two just lining up for her. That was so great of a decision, and that's what we want from movies, right? She also gave that type of confidence there in Bind, but her as a Reyna now just gives her a lot of that advantage. Once she has already healed up, she wasn't afraid. She took on the duel. She gets a double headshot.
She's very aware of how she can play it. Either you can dismiss away if needed, but because they're just so close, it wasn't too hard to just get the spray transfer. Again, I think this is BMG starting to get that confidence, if you think about it. They're playing these very aggressive angles as well. They're not afraid to just kind of trade out at least early, even before they hit the site.
And now they want to try and go back B again. At least this is going to be the default, right? The Killjoy getting the orb, because it's so much of an advantage for them to get the lockdown in place.
She's only
And
one
even
point
the
away
orbs
as
there
well.
in A.
Yeah, she's been farming.
Yeah, she's been collecting it.
No one gonna be pushing through quite yet. Really liking this sort of like patience coming through from XTB. That's what makes it kind of hard for BMG to kind of pick them at least one by one. Sirius, we all know that Sirius is great at the opening shots. It's either she gets the opening shots or she'll be taken down. It's always VK that gets her first as well. But look at this quick space taken out there. Gonna get 1, 2,000 miles finally shining on the line, perhaps. But VK gonna say that's enough for you. Suddenly you do hear the teleport come through as well, straight to A, as you do hear the cutoff noise. But this long rotation is gonna make it hard for them to get onto A when you think about it, because their timing in terms of their rotating in
No charges.
is a little bit too long. 13 seconds left. They got a rush right now. Snooki immediately gonna get onto the site. Here's phase out, but Yamro is waiting for her with open arms. XTB, Olulu, and VK get one each right now. They have to worry about only Sirius with the op. That's one. Can she get two?
Well,
Right, and Obvious is there as well for her.
Oh my gosh. That was a decision that she had to make. Do you kill the one who's pointing at you? Or do you kill that person who's planting the spike? And that was a great decision. It was the spike planter that was killed first. And that's why they get the round. It was a shortcut to a win.
You saw how 1,000 miles played that through the smoke just now. Her timing was impeccable. Right as the smoke went down, she manages to know the spray. The spray's through. That's how fast her reaction is. Now, my question was that rotate from XTB. They actually put so many utils onto B already, and the rotate they took was just a little bit too far because they don't have mid control. They had no choice but to go in through spawn. But because of that, you heard a teleport already coming in from Wish, and the teammates were already moving toward A side because they were just waiting in through mid just to catch anyone off guard if they were coming in through market. So this idea from BMG to just play so many different areas is catching them off guard is one, and two, they're playing an area where it's very efficient for them to meet each other as soon as XTB hits the site.
And that's great, right? We all know XTBO to really, really play it slow, and they've been winning these attack rounds because of that. Making sure that they get the kills first before they push through. But at that point, if time was already running out, you're so pressured to get the plant in, you didn't really think about where you're planting. Was I safe there? And BMG just took advantage of it.
And seeing a change as well in terms of how they start each match. It's always going to be Interbell on B main with their turret, and then suddenly it's quiet. So you saw immediately Movids just gets rid of the turret just like that. So for me personally, I would really like a more flexible approach to that, not just doing the same thing, because you can actually put your turret other places and get it value elsewhere if you're very creative with it.
It might be something that they have already thought of being effective. That's why they keep on doing it. But at that point, BMG is reading them like a book. Now that they're on eco, they have to push forward through B, and they haven't yet gotten any kills. So it's gonna be a 5v5 retake.
Gonna be doing a retake here. Valentine just trying to get the information here. Slowly gonna be pushing out through B main. Gonna try and catch those rotators early, but there's no one there, honestly. A little bit too far, but the recon does get rid of. Sprays do come through, so he does get one. Mob Vincent Miles gonna get one. No, Lulu gonna get at least one, but there's the Hunter's Fury as well. Wish sprays out Interbell. Lulu gonna get Wish, but Mobbits is there to bring him down. They don't have to worry anymore, because there's only Valentine left. And the question is, like, Valentine, why were you so far away from your teammates at that point?
Yeah, I mean, at this point she wanted to play for her ultimate, right? But it wasn't enough. There was also the lockdown in play. If you're gonna be on eco, then you might as well want to use all of the possibilities of your utilities. But at that point, she just stayed there like a turtle. And that's why I think it was also an early use of the Hunter's Fury for Valentine. That's why they weren't able to get anybody else, because everybody else was moving. Nobody was stationary during the retake. So probably just a misdirection, miscommunication from the team, but it was just a missed opportunity as well.
It's a very aggressive XTB now, as they're gonna go fast. They do have the lockdown in place as well. Wish gonna be smoked out of the site. Lulu just waiting at least to clear out the area. Let's see where that hits. It's gonna be right behind Gen area. Just to pick up space here to get able to get on site. Plant does come through here. You also hear the Hunter's Fury come out as 100,000 Miles. Just get Lulu out of the way. Plant does have to go pretty fast with that, despite the double peaks coming through. Snowkey playing his aggressive edge. His sprays through his glow. That's the one. Not quite up yet too. His Wish is gonna say nope, that's enough. Able to take the fight here. You do hear the nano swarms just put that damage in. They are gonna have that post-plant situation come through. Does get one with a shotgun. Wish gonna get Interbell through. 1,000 Miles is online. Defuse does happen. That's 2 in a row for BMG. They're looking so good.
Yeah, when it comes to XTBO, they've been using all of these default plays. Not just when it comes to the push, but also when it comes to the post plant. They always leave Valentine so far behind, when in fact she could be used as an initiator even during the post plant. If she wasn't so far back, then they would have been able to get the kills, right? But the decision to play back comes with a risk, and that wasn't a risk that really was in their favor.
Well, they just tanked that like a champ, honestly. But you do hear the pop-off of the Stormblades coming in. Here's Snowkey gonna push forward, at least looking to get the value sprays. One not quite. Lulu straight to Yamro's face. Not gonna get that hit of the serious. Lulu good for 2 right now, as Snowkey does go down to Wish. Really taking side once again. The problem at XTB right now is the post plus. Let's see if they have a different plan.
Now they're actually gonna be pushing forward, pushing towards hell, and this is not a crossfire that we expect to see, right? But then maybe a play of surprise, but surprise is gonna be moving to kill, and 1,000 miles is gonna destroy that recon, not giving them any information. But what might make all of the difference is the flank here from the killjoy.
Oh my god,
from behind,
no way!
but Lulu's not able
remaining.
to take the kill, and it's gonna be Valentine. So pressured for time as well. 1,000 miles hit first. It's gonna be a thrifty for Valentine, and now they take the guns as
Last
well.
player
They
standing.
die to the spike,
Last round
actually.
in the half.
What a round! It wasn't looking too great for XTB, but if you saw Olulu, I have to give her 100% credit for this one. She just stayed as quiet as a mouse underneath, played left and right, knowing that you saw their chamber running with an op. And in that situation, for serious, what am I supposed to do? I only have an op! I'm not able to get these hits if you're not gonna stand
Revealing
still!
area.
Take flight. I was just a mess of a round, but still it was in favor of BMG. They're able to still take the wins. Actually, it was X-Team Yo's, but you know, BMG, what they're able to do here with Wish's ultimate is information, but there was nobody spotted except Orbs just put down to waste, but Interbell still able to convert to a kill. 1,000 miles is out for revenge, but Interbell still secures the kill.
Interbell was just like, no one gets the orb, it's mine, please. She was so angry that someone decided to push into her area. That's my area, please. Don't be rude. Oh, this is Wish! Gonna get one! Enough to get two as Olulu. Crossfire there with her teammate. Gonna get a lot of value there. Serious. Gonna find Interbell in return. Valorant on the side here, straight to the head. Now, situation with a 1 versus 3. Yamroll. All she has is a bulldog. Does get flashed as well. Also have
30
to push through
seconds left.
smokes. 3 crossfires looking at her. Does manage to
Spike
get 2
planted.
boathouse here. They do know that she's quite close by. Still good for 1. Gonna be paranoia the way. Gonna have to move. Like the repositioning from her. She's good for 2! Roll! Good for 3! She is turning a situation that's not supposed to be winnable into a winnable situation just by getting those isolations.
Yeah, when you said she was only holding a bulldog, the first kill, and then when she
Switching
picked up
sides.
a vandal, just really a complete turnaround for her. And her being able to do these clutches, it wasn't something that we expected because of the sheer number that was behind her. But her determination, her being able to stay in control, even with all of the utilities thrown at her, is what made this clutch happen. It's a great showing.
One of the most impressive clutches I've seen. Only 30 HP left and able to do that. This is my question. Where was those post-plant strats that we saw on Bind? Where were those crossfires? We are not seeing that from XTB right now, and we are seeing them get punished over and over by Black Magic because of it. We saw that. I thought that what we were going to see is that we're going to have 2 players look up toward market and 1 player to plant, but because of how she's able to take up so much space, she wasn't scared to. She played the corner of inside boathouse, was expecting them to both push out at least to boathouse to get the kill. But I think that was a little bit of a miscommunication there, as one says, okay, I'm gonna push out, you wait first perhaps, or maybe because they didn't say that they were gonna push out. That's exactly what's going on.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to the miscommunication, a small mistake can actually lead you to a lot of team morale going down. Then probably they would be also talking about it during the rounds, right? Like Valentine playing back and missing the Hunter's Fury, and even choosing to do the post-plant so far behind just to really rely on the shock bolts. It's gonna work for some time, but it's not gonna always work. And the team of BMG, they always find the timing they would always try to defuse the spike, but not being able to be pressured by any of it. Okay, I'll just go down and be killed, but still I have teammates to half defuse it once you get the kill. I mean, that's the case for BMG.
I'm really liking that protect the diffuser situation as well. I think the idea is I think they really learned from what happened on Vine. They knew that what they saw from Interbell was those post-plant setups, post-plant lineups, those orbital strikes as well. So what they do is they just say, just wait, because honestly, we're okay. It's gonna be one here, or at least one far back, and that idea is because you don't have that advantage numbers. I think the only time where it's really, really good to play those far back plays is if one, you are the last man standing, or at least last woman standing, or number two, you have advantage in numbers on the site. Because without your teammates to give you that information, it's hard for you to play post plant. And I think if you're playing alone, it's that situation where it's the last resort. You want to survive as much as you can. You just want to buy some time. Regardless, we are going to be seeing the switch. Hopefully this also means a reset in mental for XTB. This is their map pick, but 8-4 I wouldn't say is a bad score moving forward, as we all know that personally I think that this map is more attack oriented than defense oriented. But I could be wrong, because from what we're seeing right now is just BMG playing great retakes. They don't have to worry too much about not allowing that space from XTB. They allow the space and just play retakes. They're not worried.
Yeah, and when your post plants, or sorry, your retakes are actually good, then theoretically your push is gonna be great, right? And Move is gonna be leading this.
Mid
Not with the
control.
lead. Yeah, and Move actually gets the first kill. She anticipates that there's gonna be one confirmed because of all the damage that she's taken. But what she doesn't know is that the Interbell here, she's down 1,000 miles, is able to clear the site.
Caught with her hands on her ability jar is what happened to Interbell. Wasn't expecting that fast push as well onto site. Emerald, that's one, but VK gonna trade out. Plant does come through as well. Snowkey only with 10 HP left. It's only VK as well as Snowkey. And Snowkey is so very low. Wish playing this close corner here. We have seen how she plays, at least with an Omen. Not as aggressive as I want, but enough to go super aggressive. But it's gonna be VK getting her down, but 1,000 miles, 3K in a pocket. And this is exactly what they had to worry about. 1,000 miles online.
That's true. I mean, she's really a player to watch out for, because it's not just going to be about the timing of her utility, but it's also the aim. Her being able to deliver those skills, and just saying to the rest of her teammates, right? Okay, B is gonna be clear, so take your pick. Which side are you gonna be? Okay, Chamber, you'll go CT. Go ahead, because I already have this covered. And that's what's good about BMG and how they're playing right now. They're very positive about this. Yeah, bro. Takes down the one with a shorty.
I was expecting Interbell to at least get one for that. But she wasn't expecting it to be so aggressive, at least so far out here. Emerald is slow though, 54 HP, but for now she does get 31. Snowkey gonna take that out, but Bridge as well gonna get one as well. This is a well situation. How the tables have
One
turned.
enemy remaining.
Sirius does have VK. Snowkey all alone, she does get that shorty. Good for one, perhaps? No one's pushing through. Yes, she is! No, quite! She whiffed that, unfortunately. Pretty clean round for Black Magic, only losing the Emerald. And here's the bonus coming in from XTB.
What was that round? A round full of shorties.
Careful here.
But still...
Wait, that's an Odin! Miss Ma'am, that's an Odin!
Interbell is mad. But I mean, with all of the kills that Black Magic have been getting,
Oh no,
right?
she changed
Interbell,
it back. That's disappointing.
Okay.
I was kind of hoping it's gonna be Valentine. You can get a lot of value with the Recon as well as the Odin.
Or probably she's gonna just hide behind the turret, right? And be a turret herself.
Oh yeah, we've seen that before. Immediately on the site for now. Playing in her smoke. Ghost right gets one, gets two, not quite. Gonna be moving HP together. Interval is good for 1,000 miles, but Yamroll gonna find her in return. 8 HP left for Yamroll, but they don't know Sirius is by logs. Are you gonna check your corners? The question does get flash there. Good for 1, good for 2, perhaps. Yes, no, yes, she is. Sirius. What was that? Olula was kind of caught off guard there. A little bit distracted with what's happening onto the site here.
Scanning ahead.
Recon card out. Spray onto 1 wishes 2, and Valentine gonna bring it back. 3K in the pocket. I would have to give it to you, Valentine. Very, very clean blade.
That's true. When it comes down to the club, right?
A little recognition is nice
Very
now and then.
slow. She
Thank
wasn't
you.
really moving fast because even if the time is ticking, I still have what? A lot of time to try and think things through, take the communication from my teammates, and then convert it to a win. But I mean, I would have to give it to BMG, right? They're able to take the site even with just the headhunter, even with just the ghost.
Enemy remaining.
So it just really, they can also be as good in the attack with the rifles. And at this point, X Team BO, they just have 2 Spectres, 3 actually. So I don't think if this is gonna be enough for them.
You are able to get that running gun value if you know how to do it. Obvious. Away, rather. Let me just clear out that owl drone. Here's Wish. They already have garden control right over here. Gonna move over the tree. Not too sure if she spotted out Valentine playing that corner there, but I don't think that's the area they do want to take that control. We're gonna push through. They do know that Valentine is there. There's so many of them over there. And for now, she is good for 1. Gonna be blinded. So many angles to play. Her teammates are watching though, but this is the carry angle as Beauvais plays underneath. Very sneaky, but very, very good. Clears out the area. For now, he does get 1 thanks to Interbell. That's the value of playing those close angles with the Spectre, but not gonna be enough as Sirius does have a Vandal to clear her out with the spray. It's 3-on-3. Olulu is very, very low. Spike planted. Door is closed. They have to come in through heaven for now. Snowkey is actually scoped out here. They're just gonna wait for those utils to go away. They just get paranoia through, but Paranoia is good for 1 wish. She's gonna be traded out for now, regardless of the paranoia. That's crazy. Her life, but Beauvais and Sirius get 1 each. It's gonna be very, very clean. 11-5. After this great match point, it's a tall hill to climb if XTB wants to come back.
That's true. I mean, when it comes down to using the spray and pray of these Spectres, right? They had good intent, but it was just not enough against the rifles of the team of BMG. They knew how to use it, and even when it comes to Beauvais, being able to quickly run her eye towards the left just to secure the kill, right? Because there's so much pressure if you're playing towards hell. Because you would hear the footsteps, you would see all of the utilities coming out, as opposed to you just playing there in A main during post ban. But her being able to just not move a muscle, but her being able to get all of these kills through the sprays just makes all of the difference. And she was low at that point.
I think XTB's problem is more of they're not confident enough to take up space like we saw on Bind. We're seeing the opposite, rather. We're seeing BMG take up space, and it's a lot of space. They're not afraid to take up Catwalk, take up Garden, take up Tree. They're the type of team that we are seeing Valentine play a little bit too forward here as well. And as a Sova, honestly, without that escape, it's not a situation you want to put yourself into. Because you can't get that pick to get up like a Reyna. You can't dash back like Jet or satchel out like a Raze.
Get out of my way!
Regardless,
Enemy
I'm
suppressed.
gonna find 1 on B main, but this is a very aggressive XTB. This is the XTB that I want to see play more aggressive, that we didn't see on this map at all, unless it's a Thrifty.
It's quite different. I think the tides have actually just gone in favor of BMG. And the XTB, they're struggling to get the kills because of this execute from them. Valentine doesn't even catch somebody with that. At least Yamroll gets 1 with this shorty.
VK is so very low. In the corner
That's right,
here.
Just 1.
Did she get her? Oh, She does it for Snowkey, who's getting 1, but 5,000 miles will get 2 for now. VK and Valentine picked out here. Interbell had to reload. Wasn't able to get that kill. Snowkey and her will be playing together here. Yamro getting the round corner here. Wish is good for 1. Is she good for 2? Yes, she is. Clean round. Wasn't necessarily cheapest either. You do get the match point.
Match point.
But for now, XTB, they have no clue how to play this. And I feel like this aggression is a little bit too late. Yikes.
That's true. I mean, when it comes down to the aggression, yes, they had good intent, but it's already match point. It's gonna be too little too late for them. But when it comes down to the post plant, right? The rest of the members there, I would imagine playing like Wish. It's chaos outside of the site, but I'm just here. I'm waiting for somebody to walk in. And every time somebody would walk through the crosshair, she gets the kill. And that's what's great about BMG. They're not just good about the attacks, the pushes. They're also good about just staying still and waiting for the opponent. They're very patient. And XTB, they're not as good as that. At least here, they were good in bind. But here in Ascent, it's like they've lost control. They've let Move and Yamro take control.
It's a situation where they're allowing them just to go wherever they want. The whole map is their oyster when you think about it. Look at this. Yamro's able to take mid so easily. And no one's even watching it again after the smoke goes down. That recon isn't going to get that value that they wanted. Finally does find Yamro though. But are they going to react to that information is the question. As quickly they rush onto the site. Are going to see the CP come through as well. Interbell gonna be spotted out. They know where exactly she is as Yamro gonna push forward to try to get that pick. They don't know that she's there, but there is the lockdown coming as well. Valentine, they notice one there, does get her finally in the end. Here comes the Hunter's Fury as well. There's still one more. Catwalk does bring out the gun, but for now, Sears will be the one taking it home. Interbell, 9 push in there. Is it enough? Not quite enough because Sears will be the one with the crouch saving her, but it's beautifully done. Look at that crossfire from Black Magic, giving them 1 point, 1-1 on first series as Black Magic takes map number 2.
That's what's great about Black Magic. They still don't move a muscle, but when they have to pull the trigger, they do get the win. And this is what's great about this. We were wishing for a little turn, for a little sprinkle of that powder of magic, right? And we saw it here in Ascent. Despite it not being their map pick, they showed us how it's done.
Personally, I think that XTB just got read so many times by Black Magic. Again and again, we're seeing Black Magic just get that confidence back, especially at map reset as we went into round number 2. And I'm really liking this, that the idea that they are able to come back and just take the lead so many times, not afraid to take up space. And I think that is what we wanted to see from Black Magic all the way from map 1. Now that map 2's happened, they're awake, they're all warmed up. And this is possibly the true colors, or it's the shine coming in from Black Magic. Regardless though, I really want to say that 1,000 Miles really came online, especially on this map, but those really aggressive sort of plays really worked on how she plays with her Sova, not only with how she plays her utilities, but rather how she enables her teammates, especially Sirius and Wish.
I mean, when it comes to BMG, it's like each and every one of them transformed right after bind. After that loss, it probably is a boost of morale, saying, okay, that's just one map. This is Ascent, and we have the most control. And probably, okay, we can get a little bit more comfortable with our picks. Wish as an Omen gave a lot of space, not just about the smokes, but also the precise use of the paranoias. And even Move not being scared about anything else just really gave them that boost of confidence. I mean, probably they talked about it during the timeouts, during that break that we had, and it's really more of that form of a team that we want to see from Black Magic.
I mean, for Move, the idea, I was questioning that Reyna pick. It's not necessarily a pick that I'm very happy to see, at least in tournament-wise. But I did have the idea what they had in mind as soon as they actually did it. Allowing Move to just not only take space, but they are very, very how to say, confident with how she's able to pick, allowed them to get so many first picks, allowed them to get so much space as well. And in that situation, when it came to taking up space, they didn't really need to play together either, if you think about it, just because they're aware that Mobe is able to get out of that alive, able to get that overheal. Regardless, for 1,000 miles, I'm liking that how she's able to get those really great headshot sprays, those taps just come through. Interval, yeah, it looks great for her, especially when it comes to how she was utilizing her utilities. But what I'm not seeing from XTV is that same sort of flexibility that we saw on Bind. It's like they're doing the same thing over and over again, and as Albert Einstein says, doing the same thing over and over and not getting results is insanity, and it felt like that for XTV.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the creativity, Bind was their map. And it seems like they're conserving their energy at this point. Because probably all of their strats and all of the things, like mix and matching these strats, were already poured out in that first map. But when it comes down to Ascent, BMG just showed us that magic and Sirius being able to take down all the players with just a headhunter. Valentine showed us how it's done with that clutch, but after that, it was a little bit dim now for the rest of the members of XTV. BMG just showed us probably they also have the light in their favor.
Yeah, the sprinkle of black magic is exactly what they need as black magic. We're seeing a very interesting trend here where everyone's gonna lose their map but win the enemy's pick. Regardless though, we're gonna be going on a quick break as we go into our third map. It's gonna be split. The first one we're seeing here on VCT Game Changers. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back after this. to VCT Game Changers APAC. This is stage 3, the last chance qualifiers. We are right now in series number 1 between two teams. X Team BO as well as Black Magic 1-1. And for now, we're going to go to map number 3, Split. What are your predictions, Donut?
Well, there's a lot at stake here, and Split hasn't really been played for a long time, right? So probably there's a reason why they left Split for the taking, because they miss the map so much, and that's where they want to win. But at least at this point, X Team BO, when they showed up in Bind, it was quite a different experience. It's as if they were so confident. Their aim was pristine. Snooki got a lot of kills. But in a sense, it's as if it was a mirror.
Hang on.
It was not. They were facing a mirror, and Black Magic just really wanted it to win it out so that they can get to Split. And when it comes down to the team plays, to the coordination, instead of X Team BO having that, Black Magic did. So it's also a mirror in terms of the score. It was a 13-5.
It was a mirror on the wall situation there if you think about it. Both of them lost their map picks. And this for Split, for Decider, this is BMG's pick, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, BMG is on defense. So it has to be X pick. So X Team BO. So now when you look at Split, it's a lot about taking space and retaking space that's been left behind by your team. What are you gonna do to able to retain that control or pressure on the area you've taken? Which corners are you gonna watch and clear? Now we all know for this map in particular, agents that are really good, especially for this, is gonna be Raze. If you look at how Boom Esports, Order, as well as Paper X played on VCT APAC, they ran a double duelist. It's a very aggressive sort of situation for them, where they're just they're not afraid to take up space, not afraid to play or at least duel on from how they take the site and how they use their utils as well. But for VCT Game Changers, I have yet to see a team play aggressive, at least on attack on attack for Split. We've seen it for SMG, I believe, for Fracture, but not on this map in particular. So I'm hoping for a very diverse sort of play. I'm hoping for at least both teams to get that aggression or aggressive picks that they need, because we all know that attack for this map is not the place you want to be in. So how do you turn a disadvantage into an advantage?
Well, I guess it all boils down to the agents that you have to select, right? Number one, you have to be comfortable, because at least BMG, in a sense, they looked so comfortable there. Mouvet's taking up the Reyna as opposed to an initiator role just means that she can be a fragger. And when it comes down to Split, right, it's not just about the initial frags, especially when you're on attack. What's most important is for you to be able to get the first kill, because immediately the defense, however narrow the walkways are gonna be, then at least you have already taken down one that's guarding any type of space that you wanna control, right? So I guess that's number one. That's the number of first bloods that you're able to deliver, and then the second one is also the post plants. BMG, they were so good at the post plants during Ascent. X Team BO, it's as if that they were over eager at most of the rounds that they were able to take down their opponents, but they were proven otherwise. Black Magic had better aim in Ascent, they had better stats. It was just really a mirror. So now that they have shattered the mirror, because we're going to game number 3, what else can we expect though? On the defense, you would really want to see those normal selections. You would want to go for either Sage or even, as you mentioned, the Raze.
As we go into this map in particular, I think we've seen Envious from SMG play her, I believe it was Omen for this map, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
I'm really liking
Omen.
her signature Omen is very aggressive. It's very fun to see. But as for the side of, I believe it was from earlier when we saw their Omen, we didn't see that aggressive sort of Omen. It was more team play Omen. There's always two types of Omen players, and personally for me, I really like aggressive Omens. That's what's so great about having players who are duelists go on these sort of agents, how they use it. But for now, I'm really liking how Sirius is going for the Sage. The Sage can give a lot of utility, can give that revival, the survivability for heals, as well as that post-plant wall, or rather defensive wall if they want to as well. But on the other side, we're not seeing a Sage on the side of Black Magic. It's very aggressive sort of lineup from them. And from what I gather from their lineup, is that we can actually expect a very aggressive sort of gameplay coming in from X Team BO just because of Lulu being on that breach. Especially on this map, breach can be very annoying. Clears out those corners, those flashes can be really, really irritating. The aftershock as well. And on top of that, the ultimate is especially gonna just make it so hard for the plant or the defuse.
And even when it comes down to the use of the Astra, right? The combination of pink shells and that gravity well can be such a sore for you to try and counter. And even the Sage wall actually on the defense, especially if you're on the pistol round, you'll use up all of your bullets for you to be able to take the wall down.
Double controller coming from XTB is something very similar that I've seen to Fancy United. Now the idea of what they have this from Valentine is that to cover the cracks from the nerf from Astra, but they don't know that Yam was in the backside there. Does get BK, gonna be saved by that smoke. Sirius does get Olulu as well. Isabel is gonna get the pick, but only 42 HP left. Now, is out of gas. We do get the spike down. Is Yamroll gonna be trying to go on to that here? 2-on-4. Yamroll gets one, but Yamroll already gets 3 in her pocket. One more to worry about. Valentine! Go for 1. Black Crusher's good for 2. 1,000 miles! Gonna put her in a pocket and say that's have a nice day.
Yep, a great day to you. Because at least they anticipated that push, right? I mean, towards heaven is somewhere that you would want to cover. And Yamro was just waiting for them. The advantage of getting those first kills, as I mentioned, will give you all of the favor. And at that point, Valentine also came from a late rotation, and the spike was already half diffused. So even if she had something that she could do, she's also low. So I guess it's at that point it's gonna be about the timing. But this is actually something surprising. X Team B bought up.
I really want to force and get that value. Tactics is a good thing because VK does get the pick, but they don't realize Mobe is over there. Mobe is good for 1. But you see Sirius and is coming back, but Sirius does go 1 down eventually. So it's trade on trade, still 3-on-3, but XTB is pretty low here. Immediately gonna take that space onto ropes and going straight onto heaven and into B. They don't realize there's 1,000 miles over there. 1,000 miles does get concussed, but they are so very low. Gonna jump down. Valentine is waiting. They do wait for her in the backside there. The plan does happen regardless. Valentine is still very, very healthy. She can play those aggressive angles she wants to. On the top side there is Wish. Wish, do you realize there's someone over there in hell? Gonna clear out male first as Move gonna be taking in from B main here. Quietly but surely, she's not gonna check and throw out her utils. Let's pick 1 Move for 3. Only gonna be VK for now. Gonna play a bit of a ring around the rosy. Just waste some time. 15 HP left. There is the stick coming through. VK gonna still go out and she does win it! And that's the value from the force buy. Expensive, but I do get 1-1.
Yeah, at least this is a round, and it leaves BMG with what? Sheriffs to work with. Probably a frenzy, because they're so good at that. But at this point, the timing was there for Valentine. Even if the team of of BMG, they're very happy and they're very healthy. Move was able to take down 2 members not facing away from her, because who would expect a Sky to be flanking that long? But at that point, BMG, they have to also reconsider their options because XTB, they've already bought up.
Concealment!
Okay, liking the fact that Mobe is playing aggressive as 1,000 miles gonna get the value from that gun that she has. Sheriff this is, but Mobe gonna play through the smoke. No one expects that push. And this is what happens when you give a very aggressive player either a sentinel or even initiator. You can't play as aggressive as that. You're not gonna expect them to actually push through. Lulu coming in through smokes here. It's a double smoke rather. It's gonna be a little bit hard as Valentine just waiting for that flash to come through. Alzamal just waiting. Not good enough to get the head. Regardless, it's gonna be a 4-2-3. situation here as Valentine does get serious out of the way.
Find it.
Gonna immediately get that Cosmic Divide in as well as Yamroll gonna push through with the shorties. Immediately gets BIGG. Not a great time there as Valentine does find Yamroll in return. Just gonna wait here, playing from CT rather instead of just forcing it onto the site. That Trailblazer gonna find it. They do hear the tap come through. Gonna get flash as well. They do know Lulu is right there, at least close. Now Lulu is 2 for 1 with the Guardian. Gonna flash out there, but gonna get sprayed out. Mauvais is not scared to push through. But Mauvais, she has no clue where exactly Valentine is. Gonna try and stick it. Valentine's so very quiet from the top. She does find her in the end. Mauvais is online. That's a 3K in the pocket. Mauvais is on fire.
My gosh. Well, we've seen her confidence as the rain, and now she's the sky. Sheesh. I mean, when it comes down to the support that she's able to give her teammate, right? Pushing forward together with Wish, but choosing her battles, pushing forward as the flash actually connects. And that smoke actually from Valentine just confused her, but she was set on her goal. She was looking forward to defusing it whole, but she heard the footsteps. It was actually Valentine giving that information away. That's why they lost that round.
One thing that's great about XTV is the fact that they're still able to get onto site as an attacker. But one thing about BMG that's really great is that they're so confident in their retakes. And now, well, look how the tables have turned! Miles will be getting the first blood onto BK. Speaking of that, now the one on Eco will be XTV. It's whoa, crispy coming in from Olulu. It's a very interesting situation when you see these players play very different on Eco, but now it's gonna be Yamroll. Getting a little bit of a kick there, at least some damage. Yamroll had to give away that space. 69 HP, has to move away, if not she would go down to that aftershock. Wish is pushing through that smoke. Doesn't matter about the decay, but for now it's gonna be Wish that comes up on top regardless of the decay because Interval just wasn't fast enough.
And a quick reposition though. Wish gets one in heaven, so they might think that there will be nobody there in A, but Wish, perfect timing to get two and Yamroll to finish it off. That was just mind games applied for Wish. Okay, I got one kill, reposition. Okay, and then the rest of the members of X Team BO thought site's probably clear, guys, but no, surprise, surprise, Wish is gonna be there.
It's always a different mindset when you see players on Eco, but how careful they are, especially as they approach it. The fact that Wish was able to just play off that and immediately gonna see Yamroll play off that information as well does give a lot of value as well. It's looking great from BMG, but look at this aggressive area here from Yamroll. She does actually put the dash on, but gonna be smoked out rather. Gonna be pushed forward actually! Nearly hits that. Misses, takes a little bit of chip damage, just easily repositions. Doesn't matter. There's gonna be a star just to move her out of the way. She's exactly the backup side there. You are gonna be seeing a null command as well as the Rolling Thunder come through. She is good for one. It's gonna be Beacon that goes down, but Snowkey will be the one who gets Yamroll down. That's the op out of the way. Gonna be no problem to revive, but Snowkey does get Lulu back in the game. Gonna bring BK in. Sprays come through. Valentine does take some chip damage. There is the op for them to play with. For now, Valentine gonna be using her utils, but BK was a bit faster. Catches Wish with her utilities in hand. Got splashed out right now. BK has to wait it out. They know there's someone on CT area, and that knife is gonna find out Miles. So she's not able to use the paranoia. Has to wait for her recovers the headshot from Olulu. Beautiful crossfire. And that's Olulu with 2 in the pocket. And this aggression coming in from XTB is what they needed for their morale.
That was a flawless round as well. I mean, one was taken down as VK, but still being able to decide, okay, we need you for this round, because it's not just going to be the null command, but it's also the bodies that we need. Immediate one, and just an easy decision. Even if it was open, it means that the team of XTB, they're decisive. They might have lost these rounds, but them being able to take them down one by one and in such fast and in a quick way, that's just really great showing from XTB, BMG. They have to be careful about this. Valentine is ready for 1,000 miles to
Obscuring vision.
peak.
Exactly what
I
they
was
do on
drying.
Eco.
There was never ever even a paranoia sent through.
It was more of like just trying to get information. They were expecting her to be there with an op. Regardless, I think the problem is they know that it's gonna be that way, but it's gonna be Interbell and Snooki. 1H with Wish and Move. It's gonna be a little bit hard without that information. Yes, Yamo gonna play inside. Had to reposition Interbell already on the site. Valentine gonna be placing it. The spike very, very open. It's gonna be really easy for them to at least play off this because they're able to actually prep for that post plant. But they do know it's an eco. More what I'm worried about, at least for XTB, is the fact that they're gonna be caught off guard here by Sirius. Sirius for 2! Sirius does get the gun, but it's gonna be Valentine with the wall bang. It's gonna be 3-3 right now. This looks real good for them. But what I'm worried about XTB is the requirement for their win was those 2 ultimates from 2 rounds ago.
I thought that the round was done already, at least for Sirius. But when she got that double headshot, she proves me wrong here and getting the second actually so quick. And her being able to like get on with another kill and reposition that way. But I mean, it's gonna be Valentine taking these kills when their opponents are off guard. I mean, Black Magic, when it comes down to the information, right? They don't have that much. They only have, at least when you're trying to peek out, right? I mean, Move has the guiding light available for her, but for the rest of the team members, it's gonna be a turret for Wish. But mostly, she is guarding that A site. And 1,000 miles, they want to be able to get early information so that they have early control. But X Team BO, they're the ones giving it to them.
I think personally for BMG, that try pick earlier I think was mostly because they're able to play aggressive. I think it might be a little bit of overheat because they know that they're able to get those early picks. They were expecting at least Valentine with an op there. Valentine just got very lucky with that. Or maybe because I think what was the idea from 1,000 miles is that I'm just going to try and get information. I don't hear any sound, so it might be likely they're going A, so I'm going to push out and try and lurk. Gets punished for it. So this is the change in pace that I was really expecting for XTB, at least from Ascent, and we weren't seeing that.
They have adapted here in Split. And Interbell, she's been doing this for quite a while now, and Wish is anticipating every push. And even Yamro is actually ready for that push, but she just doesn't move a muscle.
That's the
She
great
wants
thing
to
about
regroup
her.
with the rest of the teammates.
Yamro, she loves playing those aggressive corners. She gets a lot of value out of it as well. Even with the shorty, that's what makes her really, really scary, especially on Eco. I don't know if they realize that there is someone playing that corner there. It's really quiet. Look at XTB, they have full control of at least ropes. Heaven as well. They have full move control, but coming through, Yamro will be the one who got the opening, but Interbell will be trading out with her, and that's really good because they need Interbell for that push. Regardless, just gonna be taking up Heaven. They realize that VK's on the side. That's the reason why they're able to push out. Regardless, here comes the Cosmic Divide, but there is actually the lockdown as well. It's a very sticky situation, but that
30
lockdown
seconds left.
isn't gonna be doing anything because it's gonna be destroyed. There is also another ultimate coming through, and that will be the Viper's Pit, and that's gonna be really annoying to deal with as Interbell playing outside here. If Wish pushes through, it's gonna be very dangerous as Interbell will be the first one to open it, but Valentine just finds Sirius. In return, Valentine gonna go down by 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna counter this? VK play that corner in the back. Move gonna be trading it out. No one's leaving the Viper's Nest. It is Interbell's world, but can she find her? Interbell just splits out the gun bear. It's an easy PK for her, but still, it is still a double ultimate.
Yeah, double ultimate use there. First is the Cosmic Divide from Valentine, trying to secure them that site. A lockdown as well in response, but immediately destroyed there. But at least to be able to secure the round, the Viper's Pit as a finishing touch, and that gave them all of the advantage here. Interbell spotting out Move and keeping her from another clutch happening. And XCB, you're correct. This is the pace that we want to see. They mix and match different types of pushes. It's always going to be Interbell with a flank. Sometimes not, just to really get them off guard. But also, a push out isn't something that they would expect. Yamro's just waiting here with a Sheriff. But immediately, Snowkey gazes her eyes on Yamro and gets a kill.
Timing was unfortunate, but Valentine. They gotta get Mauve. Gonna work a second time. Is Interbell gonna find Wish? Interbell been really stepping up this game. 1,000 miles! Gonna find her in return. This is not a great situation here. Plant does come through, but they don't have those smokes that they need, especially from Interbell. Serious, smoked out. Really hard to push out through that nebula. 1,000 miles. She does have, or at least an idea that no one is on A. Still 2-on-4 situation, but we've seen the clutches come through from BIGG. We're not serious. I will win that. 1,000 miles will win that at least. Does have a rifle with her. Does get that value. For now, she's gonna catch Snooki off guard. That's a 3K in the pocket. And they hear those footsteps right now. What are you gonna do with 1,000 miles? It's a crossfire now. Gonna put that cover through, but there is gonna be the gravity well. Not able to do anything. There's gonna be the aftershock as well. Valentine gonna get it out of the way. It's gonna be very, very easy for them as they do get the round.
Player standing.
They do get the round, and that was just a great way to play for time for Valentine. The use of that gravity well can be so annoying. And 1,000 miles was just almost there, trying to get the clutch. Her being able to take down 2 in that process actually was a glimmer of hope for them. But Valentine just sneak through. If you're a controller and you play with your smokes, I will as well. And this is what we want to see from XT, right? Right after their loss in Ascent, there's a show of life for them. But good control for BMG to throw out the utility, but there's not much that XTB has thrown their way, so they're going to be ready for this push.
It's really hard to keep post plan or retake rather. 1,000 miles, they don't know that they have full control of Heaven. Gonna smoke that out. But this is what I like about XTB, is that she thought that they were already on Heaven, but they're still on the entrance of A. This cut of noise is perfect because it gives you the idea that they're gonna rotate. But it looks like BMG is not swayed or phased because they're just holding their ground until they get that information. Regardless, it's already a lot of utils used. Wish has no more utilities. There's no more Trailblazer as well. But here comes Explosive Push. Smokey taking up that space. And here comes the party. She says Emil gonna fight 1,000 miles. Then she realizes on the other side is Mauve. Emil gets her out of the way. Interbell just wins. Yamro! Quick reflexes. Wasn't able to allow Interbell that pick. She does get suppressed. Valentine from the side here does what Valentine does best with those lurks. Still able to take that space will be VK. Snowkey does want it here, but you don't know what the back there is still. Valentine, Snowkey with 3K. It's very, very clean. As XTB, 3-6, 6 points on attack. It's just such a great situation.
That's true. I mean, when you're down here in attack, right? I mean, it's gonna be hard to coordinate because of these narrow walkways, all of these corners that you have to check. But the team of XTB, by cutting down that noise, it eliminates the pressure that was really pressed on them right after all of the utility that BMG has thrown their way. Cutting down that noise allowed them to really rethink that round. And for them to be able to get that, even if there was also a buy on BMG's end with just 1 casualty, means that they're miles away from the strategies that BMG have been taking. BMG has been good when it comes to the retakes, and even when it comes to the push, as Wish actually takes Interbell out of the way. But still,
Last player standing.
Oh, Lulu, however, gets a quick trade, but it's down to Valentine. She is all alone. What was a round? The round earlier was just so good that now we're left with 1.
Out of the touches.
This is a very interesting situation.
Concealment.
Both teams seem to really excel when it comes to those thrifties. They were on a thrifty, at least for BMG. They didn't have, not everyone had guns if you think about it. And I think the idea that they're playing aggressive they punished them.
And I think it's also that feeling that you have nothing to lose.
Oh, yeah,
Like, when you have nothing to
absolutely.
lose, then you play at your best. You play as if you really won't think, okay, if I die here, it's okay. I'm gonna go down with the sheriff. And at that point, everything else was very, very tunnel vision for them. Okay, then I will just probably go down with one. But 1,000 miles, she actually got two in the process. And she wasn't afraid. Even if there was a flash coming her way, she just pushed forward. And the assistance that Sirius is given just brought that miles away of the difference, even if X Teambo actually had a full buy.
I think what's great about this timeout from X Team BO is the fact that they needed to stop any momentum coming through from BMG. Because you all know that BMG, if they get a win, they tend to kind of roll off a bit and say, fine, we lost that. That was not a good round for us. Let's take the timeout, talk to our coach, try to figure out how exactly can we change, because it seems like BMG is playing very differently this round. How can we counter those aggressive thrifties coming through from BMG? Because they were really caught off guard. They thought they could win in terms of gun diff, but that's not really a situation that you want to be in, because we've seen so many good thrifties, especially with the sheriff in hand. Regardless,
Definitely. BMG has been winning a lot of these thrifties. I think all throughout the series, they've already won 4.
yeah,
Opposed to X Team BO.
it's so crazy how they hit those headshots when you think about it. It's just a whole other level. And now all of Split knows they're here. They don't know how any of it, but here's the Cosmic Divide, as well as the combination of the Rolling Thunder takes up so much space. XTB loves this combination. Look at that, immediately getting their duelist out of the way is an ideal situation. There's gonna be the plant come through, Sirius playing this corner right underneath Hell. But there's also three ultimates! Are you serious right now? Alongside already 2 in the pocket. I'm really liking the security coming through as they play with a combination of ultimates. 1,000 miles just pushing, but one Valentine
remaining.
3 with one more. Isabel, all she has to do is just stay alive. Alulu waiting in the back here. Move, who sees who first? Not too sure if she saw that gun barrel come through here. Is the sprays coming? But Valentine in the backside. Looks like to back up her teammate. 3 ultimates.
Last round before the
3
switch.
ultimates. If you are gonna spend it all on the site, you would wanna find another way in, right?
Yeah.
They tried to find a way through mid, but who's waiting there? Valentine. She got 3 kills just by waiting there in mid, and as you mentioned, she's been so good with these lurks. And it's not just about the timing, it's her patience. Her just waiting for other people, because she knows I already used my Cosmic Divide there in B. There's a Viper Spit waiting for them by in CT. So where else would they go? They would probably look for another way in. I will be here waiting for them.
On top of that, for in terms of Valentine, I think because her details are more global, she doesn't feel like she has to play so close to the team. That allows her so much space to roam and catch people off guard. Regardless, it's a very deep wall and really taken down to clear out with the fragment. But they say, okay, forget heaven. Let's take control of ropes and onto a heaven. The problem is they don't know or have any information of who is waiting up there. Sirius playing a little bit behind. I think it's a great way. So we all know that Sirius tends to get those headshots if she needs to. The type of sound, it's hard for them to really have an idea where they're going, especially since they have full control of mid and then going up together. Cautious, Yamro, oh god.
Spike down A.
We'll bring it down. Mobit gets Valentine in return. Olulu on the side, 64 HP. He's coming from the side here. That's win it. Here's 35,000 miles of wish. They're by Interpel. Here comes the lockdown as well. Here's us at Olulu in the end. Clean round, I have to say. Great way to end this round.
Definitely a great way as well to end the half, right? When it comes down to BMG and how they would play, they're
Switching
so
sides.
good when it comes to the retakes, when they have the best of their utilities. I haven't really seen any of the stew orbs come into play during the retakes, right? But it was also Wish's gut to push forward for them to be able to take down too. It was a surprise for them. Actually, I saw there was a ping from Olulu to try and tell the rest of the members that okay, probably we have to cover this part of this part of the map. It was CT, but then it was good intuition for Olulu to give them that warning, but it wasn't watched. Wish just came in and get the immediate 2K, leaving Olulu all alone, and she was planting the spike. You have to give your spike planter coverage, because that's gonna be a big downfall for you guys. Especially that would have been already a 4-round deficit, at least for this round. But no, it was just down to 2, a 7-5 as we ended.
Personally, I'm actually surprised that they're able to get this many rounds on attack with a double controller comp. Honestly, I thought that their comp was more made for defense, but the way they played is just very interesting. How they were able to use these utils in a more aggressive manner. They knew that this, especially because they have Interbell, so what she does with the utils is she would use those smokes in a way that doesn't allow them to play aggressive or push forward to them, and instead punish them for that as well. But we are seeing that sort of response coming in from Black Magic. But in a lot of situations, because of how many utils they have, it's really hard to get those picks. And I think the idea that BMG had was that we're going to play W gaming like what we see on VCT APAC, like what you usually see from how Indonesian teams and MYSG teams play. But because of that double controller situation, it didn't allow them that. It really shut them down. And even for defense, it's really hard to do anything. It's really hard to flank. When you have Valentine waiting in the back, you would think like maybe a flanker would be great. An anti-flank or anti-lurk like a Killjoy or even a Chamber is what you would be expecting. But no, it's an Astra. And the idea that it's going to be an Astra as well as a Viper is a very interesting one. So in Astra, we all know that she got nerfed and her Nebula isn't as big. So how do you counter or cover those holes? Put in a Viper.
Yeah, I mean, the Toxin screen gave them a lot of coverage. When it comes down to the attack, I think the biggest advantage that they had was the coverage that they are able to put in every time they would push. Because at least the Nebula would cover CT, and then as well as Heaven. But the extra layer of seal is that Toxin screen really preventing them to push out because of that decay that they're able to put in. So, at least that is really the advantage of the Viper pick, and also the ability for her to sliver through the sites undetected because of that Toxin screen. But they use it by mixing and matching. It's not going to be always the same default that the Viper does. So I'm expecting the same case in the defense.
Look at this. They're just trying to get that mid control, immediately just gonna smoke off the area, but it's a great one-way at least on B main. Snooki playing this close area here. Not gonna get any value from that, but for now, quickly gonna find Olulu as well as Snooki gonna get one Snooki with
remaining.
2, but Sirius gonna find
Spike
Interbell
down
in
mid.
the end. VK as well. What a great trade on trade on trade! That's Sirius left right now. 2 versus 1. Where is the spike? It is mid. Sirius has to go forward here. Has to pick it up. Gonna get flash. Gonna run for her life right now. But 2 people swinging out. What can you do? VK gonna seal this round. And I have to say, I'm really liking that use of utils coming in from XTB.
I mean, that flash was just so good. It was thrown so wide that you couldn't really anti-flash, at least in the perspective of a Sirius, right? So you couldn't really dodge it, so it was inevitable for you to die. But there was a form of escape. But still, the follow-through with Valentine as well was just really what kept them winning. What kept them to win that pistol round. And it's so important to win the pistol round in defense, right? Because it gets the ball rolling. It turns everything the weight of favor for you.
Did she miss her poison
Right there.
orb? Not too sure what happened there. Snake bite. Not gonna allow them that space. Regardless, Interbell's still waiting here. They do just have to wait for her smokes to come back up. Sirius playing it real quiet here, trying to push forward. They do have 2 eyes here onto B main. I have no clue where exactly all the members of XTB is gonna be. Taking their time here. Ooh, timing is very important. They do spot out each other. For now, they back off. Just waiting, gonna run into each other! Yamroll! Why did you run into the crosshair like that? For now, Interbell's gonna get one. She can for 2. Yes,
Spike
she is!
down B.
Spray and pray is the name of the game here, especially that, but with the flash as well. It's gonna be very, very clean and flawless. Great second round for XTB as they go up to a 9. For now, the bonus comes through for BMG. How exactly gonna deal with that?
I mean, when it comes down to these close corners, right? We all know XTB to really keep those. We've seen them win a shorty round, or at least attempt to get the exits through the shorties. Now that they have these close fights available to them, and they can just wait for Black Magic to walk through. But at this point, it's also the aggression that they have to stop for BMG because they have the Sky available to them. They also have the Jet to dash in. Although that was a little bit of an error for the dash in earlier on. But Interbell was so ready. Sirius had a rifle, but she did not expect a push from Interbell that long.
The confidence coming in, I think, for them. Because they were so far apart, so thinned out, just getting picked off one by one. VK also wants to play aggressive, clearing out these aggressive corners. Because no one was there, they're like, okay, just gonna assume that there's gonna be someone coming in from main. This Nebula is gonna get them, but they don't realize that Wish did push through. You see that turret out there? See one Wish? Are you insane? You just pushed out, get a pick. Yamro gets one. Snowki gonna trade out. It's gonna be a trade there and an upgrade for Snowki. Exactly what she needed. 3-on-2. Plant does come through. Wish gonna be setting up for the post plant. 1,000 Miles still has paranoia. Still has all the utils rather. Are seeing the smokes come in 2 seconds, so she's just waiting for that. Does hear the footsteps though.
Yeah, but Olulu and Snowki, they're both the fraggers.
They don't know she's there.
1,000 Miles. She's gonna be ready for that. Snowki actually gets the kill, but Paint Shell is gonna be thrown to keep them away from their positions.
One
Out,
enemy
the pressure
remaining.
is there, but they still get the kills, and one was spotted. It's actually gonna be Mufei getting the first one, and one the spike is her, and she gets the 6th for BMG.
Holy Move! What a great way of doing this. XTB was punished for playing aggressive there. One thing that you have to really give it to Wish is the fact that she's not afraid to push through smokes. You don't expect people to push through, even with that advantage.
Remaining.
Right there.
Olulu here. She thinks that there was a sense of comfort,
big,
right?
That was a big mistake, I think, coming in through that. They didn't clear out backside, so she thought twice before sticking it. Now there's gonna be Interbell with the judge. Interbell wants to judge. This time they know that she's there. They got the value out of that though, because she wasn't able to get even close. It's gonna be a fast rampage through garage. What?
She's gonna spam that. She heard a person taking the orb. You can't. Okay, at least you can try, but I'm gonna give you a little bit of damage because of that.
This is a
Lockdown
very
has come
different.
in.
Here comes the Rolling Thunder as well for now. Lulu does get one more. As a 3 get a pocket. The judge does get the value. Clean. Using losing Snowki in the process.
That was just a great round. I mean, Interbell, the reason why she bought up that judge is because she didn't really have that much money enough. I mean, she didn't have that much money in her bank. She bought up the judge. She established dominance. She just kept on spamming that, even if she knows that there could be a possible kill. But I can't really aim this quite right. And then after that, lockdown was in. There was also an aftershock from Olulu, but it did not destroy the lockdown. It got a kill.
I'm a little bit surprised that everyone came in through B main instead of taking up space on Heaven as well, like they usually
Right there.
do. I think they were trying to rush it. They got severely punished for this though. But now they're on as safe as VK starts the round strong. Yamroll taken out here. They're still push out and 1,000 Miles never misses. Now here's Olulu clearing out that corner. Aftershock immediately gonna be caught out by Valentine. Doesn't come up to that. That's by Infidel. So at the end, this is still very low. Right click to the face is what Olulu can bring to the table here. 1,000 Miles. You do hear the teleport come through. She does still get the plant. That's at least some money for her, but we have seen BMG, at least 1,000 miles, do some of the most insane clutches we've ever seen. She does have a rifle in her hands. All she has to do is get that isolation. You're not gonna expect the wraparound, are you? Valentine, that's not a great place for you to be putting your utility. She does hear those footsteps come through as well. She spots out one over there. The diffuse comes through. Thousand miles is waiting for those big steps. Oh no! That everyone is there. No one, not quite as Valentine was ready. 3 crosshairs at the ready. If she didn't whip that, she was good for 1.
Yeah, that was just
You were all scared
unfortunate.
for her.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to that, I mean, there was a poke, right? What, 1,000 miles? What she did was, okay, she had the kill ready. But that was a poke because there was a little bit of movement. And because of that poke, the rest of the members, they stopped everything that they were doing and they fixed their eyes on that Omen just to make sure that they get to 11. That's the amount of dedication that XTB has, right? Okay, I'm not gonna let this pass. We already have the lead. I'm not gonna give anything else to Black Magic. But Black Magic, at this point, I think one of the reasons why people want to get to LCQ is it's an easy way in to Elite. But at this point, you are going against people who have experience, and we've been seeing the likes of Black Magic play as well. In the 1,000 miles, she's been there. She's had stats all throughout all of the opens, and she has delivered. And she's somebody that we should be watching out for. But at this point, X Team both, it seems like throughout all of the stages, they have prepared for this moment and this moment alone. Because the team play for XTB outshines Black Magic's strategies, even on attack. As you mentioned, it's so hard to get into the sites for split.
Double control as well, making it just so impossible. Immediately, with control already established into the interval, the Vipers could use it. She already has a judge. That's exactly what you want to do. They'll be using that snake bite. They know that BMG is life with control. Obviously, Steam gonna go down, but it doesn't really matter. All she needs is to in her 3,000 miles is good for Interbell. That's the Vipers pit down, exactly what they needed. Not quite sure what happened there. Snooki is ready. BMG, without Interbell, it's gonna be really hard just to take care of, just hold the site, because we all know the value a Viper can give in terms of anchoring.
Cover going out.
Miles and putting those smokes through as well, just to give her a little bit of leeway. And he's coming up right here. VK with doesn't get anyone out, but does get 3 suppressions. So that's 5,000 miles. Yet VK good for 1. Yamroll gonna find VK in return. Yamroll so very low despite the suppress. But it doesn't really matter when all you need is your gun. Fall through, not allowing anyone to come in. VCT Wish is already watching the main. Mave gonna be brought back into the game here. Snooki gonna come through. Not quite seeing anyone just yet. Information
I've got your trail.
Inside of Garage. Flash does come through as well. People follow through. There is gonna be the Seekers as well, but it's gonna get destroyed. For now, the catch 1 is gonna be a Lulu there. Gonna quickly move forward here as well. It's 1, but there is gonna be Valentine with the trade here. Wish all alone. Valentine waiting. Valentine does make it. Brings us to match point 6 to 12. Tall order. BMG, what are you gonna do?
That was already around that
Match
BMG
point.
had in their pockets, but immediately just slipped out because of Valentine. That was a great showing from her. I mean, when it comes down to the 3v3, I mean, you would immediately think that because of the positions of BMG, there was a double stack there in the back site, Wish there by the entrance, but that was just disintegrated, destroyed by Valentine immediately. And her being able to think that she can actually just fake defuse, or she probably heard the footsteps of Wish there. Just happened to match point. So quick, actually. Initially it was so close, but when X Team BO got to the defense, it's as if BMG has no idea on how to really break down the walls of X Team BO.
How split BMG is right now. Just trying to get some information, but that's what's so great about XTB. The information denial is just so good because of the utilities they have. They, even with the Trailblazer, didn't really quite catch out VK all the way inside of ropes there. Regardless, just trying to do what XTB does. Some noise, cut it off. VK, they know that there's someone in here, but not quite how many. I think I'm gonna wall it off. Instead of taking that, immediately break it out. Immediately gonna take all the advantage onto Heaven. And for now, Yamroll is already with the Stormblade. Gonna come through. Interbell gonna get one. Zabasira is good for two. Gonna be Move. Valentine gonna find Yamroll.
Right there.
They really want to make sure they can get this game down. Time is running out. Wish gonna be caught out. That's 3K for Interbell. Gonna be the Rose Thunder as well. 1,000 Miles. What are you gonna do is a 1-on-5. Wish comes through. She's good for one. All of them gonna trade out.
Defenders
36-13. And for now, the first series of the day goes to XTBO.
That was such a great victory. The team of Black Magic had everything in their pockets when it comes to the utilities in terms of the push that was just broken down by the team of X Team BO. I was actually waiting for the retake to happen because they had 3 ultimates online prepped for this victory, but they did not even let the plant down. They stopped everything from Black Magic taking on aggression, from Black Magic just taking that space from Heaven, and immediate shutdown as well. And it was just so funny. One person remaining. Let's roll out the Rolling Thunder like a carpet and make sure that we get this win.
You don't want to let 1,000 Miles or even any members of BMG any breathing space. They've gotten some really insane clutches. We've seen 1,000 Miles do it. We've seen Wish do it. We've seen Yamroll do it. So don't take anything for granted and just make sure to secure the round, because we all know what happens on Split is that if you steamroll, you will not stop. It's a very momentum heavy map, and I'm really liking the comp as well as how XTB actually use their utils as well as ultimates. They like this sort of like mix and match, like you mentioned, like how they can mix 2 ultimates together or how they can mix 2 utilities together. Really loving it. But for now, for XTB, it's gonna be Valentine up there on the MVP, and honestly not surprised. Great map control, great use of utilities as well as flanks and lurks makes her one of a very scary players to look out for in a VCT APAC LCQ Game Changers.
Yeah, definitely. And when it comes down to the flexibility as well, we've seen her play the Sova. We've also seen her play the Chamber. But now as the Astra, we really now know her strength. It's being able to provide coverage for the team even at that laid back terms, right? She played that Sova well in Ascent, but it was too far away. But now with global coverage, as you mentioned, with the Astra in astral form, you can probably do anything and everything. And that's what we saw from them. And X Team BO with 15k worth of damage. This is actually the highest that we've seen them get in a map. And BMG, they're always going to be precise in terms of the gunplay with 23.4%. But I mean, when it comes to X Team BO, that's the reason why there's team and their team name. They really would want to play together, and they're a team to definitely watch out for, because this is the first time that we're seeing them play all together. First showing in the playoffs, and definitely somebody that the team should actually fear.
I'm really liking how they play. It's a very new dynamic we've seen here in Game Changers. Have not seen a double controller just yet, I believe. And it's a whole new different take when you think about it. So let's have a look at the replays here. Now, when you look at Yamroll, I actually kind of feel sorry for her. Just because that we're seeing her getting shut down over and over again. She's not able to do what a Jet does. Those utilities coming in from XTBO is kind of shutting her down. How are you supposed to dash onto site as a Jet to take out space when you can't see where everyone is? You have no clue where the crossfire is going to be.
And that's going to be the challenge, right? Yamroll did all of her best, even Sirius in these situations with the stellar aim, but Snowkey as well has a response. There's always going to be a response. You can Wish here this was a round that was definitely XTB's. The BMG, they take it away from them. But when it came down to XTB on defense, there was a lot that they had to climb. There were wins from BMG, but the defense, if it's so solid, your attack is gonna be weak in the knees, and that's what we saw at least for Split. It's just really so funny because the balance is there. Bind was really very in favor of X Team BO. Ascent was Black Magic's, but Split could be anybody's game. But the defense was just so strong for X Team BO.
So it's gonna be a 2-1 here, at least for this series number 1. But next match is gonna be coming right up, so don't go anywhere because more Valor is coming up, and I think this is gonna be a very good series.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
As the thrill heightens, so does the pressure on the players. Make sure you have your snacks ready because Game Changers Last Chance Qualifiers is here. My name is Donut and with me is Tashbunny and we will be your casters for game number 2. It's a big one, Tash.
It's gonna be really exciting because these are two very, very big names. It's gonna be big, as well as our second team. Who is it?
W Streak.
I like W streak. It's like win streak, right? That's exactly what we're
Yeah.
expecting. So now, come right off the bat, if you guys weren't watching earlier, we did see a 2-1 happen for our first series of the day between X Team BO as well as Black Magic. It was one of the closest matches we've seen up until Split happened, where it was a more dominating performance coming from X Team BO. Regardless, now let's have a look at Big Side. They are a team that we've seen coming in from Stage 1 as well as Stage 2, and I believe that they had a change a little bit in their roster.
Yeah, I mean, the ones that are here to stay would be Afrolin, Yamori, and Mochi X. But we have now Giver, in, as well as Skaru part of the picture. So this new team roster can give us a little bit of a surprise because it all will come down to them really beating a W Streak. Actually, W Streak isn't going to be somebody of a stranger to us because we've seen them play before. But as you mentioned, what matters most is going to be the consistency of this team member. So while there might be new team players for Big Scythe, it will also be about the chemistry that they will build on. But here, W Streak Female, they're an all-tie team composed of Cupcake, Dolph, Mimi, Nuki, and Noxy. They're no strangers to game changers for sure. They might be newly built, the team is, but the players, they're very, very experienced.
We've seen them play before, especially Nuki and Noxy are those players that really you want to look out for. They're great in terms of those clutch potentials. They're great at angels. And on top of that, their utility usage is a sight to behold. So it's definitely something that you have to look out for. And as you said, it is going to be chemistry end of the day, how you play with each other, how your team comp is going to be, and how you're going to move off of each other. And some teams, they are just so in sync with each other. They can literally move as soon as they see the other member move, not even needing that too much of communication, and that is insane chemistry. Regardless, if you look at the stats for both teams though, they are definitely teams that I have to say I have been looking out or looking forward to, and I was expecting them to actually meet up on day number 1 itself, and I do kind of expect that they're going to be meeting again after this. Regardless though, the maps that's been banned is going to be Bind, Heaven, Split, and Ascent. It's going to be Breeze, Fracture, and Icebox. These are more standardized maps that we usually see in tournament, and I have to say that for Breeze, it's all about aim. For Fracture, it's about who can outflank who and out-rotate who. At the end of the day, for Icebox, it's about who can get most map control. So these are very, very different maps with 3 very different playstyles.
And these were the maps that were banned earlier for game number 1,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it's really a sight to see a different selection now for game number 2. So you would now at least assume that game number 1 is going to be a different playstyle. They want a close corner type of thing. But for game number 2, it's going to be all about the game. It's all about the strats as well. As you mentioned, Breeze is all about the battle of the aim, right? And even the selection of your initiators make all of the difference, because some people would want to pick a Fade, right? But still, the others would prefer a staple Sova because it's been tried, it's been tested, and it's been a winning formula to Breeze. But at least now for Fracture, now it must be everybody's favorite because a lot of teams would ban it at first. But because of the versatility and the advantage that you get when it comes to rotation, sometimes people take advantage of that, and that's why they've selected that map.
I mean, if you look about the team, or rather the team comp, what you want to expect. I mean, we start seeing more players start running Neon on Breeze, and it's not surprising. You get to cover so much space on that map, especially in terms of rotations, in terms of flanks as well. So that's always something to look out for. Maybe you can go double duelist if you want to. Initiator, of course, there's Fate, there's Sky. You can also go for a Sova, but an agent, which I think is a super staple, I believe, would be a Chamber. You get so much value out of a Chamber, even on attack, especially if you get your trademark really deep in early. But sometimes you also see situations where a team would be running Cypher, and I have to say, a Cypher, at first I was a little bit about a Cypher on this map, but seeing how some players use it to anchor and just get so much value just getting those picks early, or even just being able to lurk, is just so phenomenal. Regardless, I'm really curious to see what exactly they have in mind. So now Vipers, we all know she's so great, especially on A sites, even on B actually, if you think about it. It depends on how exactly your placement of the walls can be. Mid control can also be a thing. Now personally, I really like seeing that KO on this map, just because you can get a lot of value just clearing the back of sight. But we are going to be seeing Yamori going on to the Sky instead. Interesting. It's going to be technically a Chamber is a duelist, so it's going to be almost a double list. I mean, I don't make the rules. It's just the truth. You can boo me all you want in the chat. Coming in through that is almost a very similar lineup when you look at it.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference would be the selection of the KO versus the Sky. I mean, both of these would have a lot of advantage. When you have the Sky, you have the guiding light. It's not just going to be the blind, but it's the confirmation of that information. But, of course, for Nuki here as a KO, the nullification of all of the abilities makes a lot of sense. Because at least if you throw that in, and the opposing Sova would want to throw in a recon bolt, immediately that's shut down. So they have no choice but to push forward.
I'm liking this mid control. Look at that, straight to the head. She did not have a moment to breathe, and Yuki is quite low though. He has to move away. Yuki gonna go down. Yamori gonna be traded out by Noxie. Noxie good for 2. 3-on-3. But Noxie, 10 HP. Not a lot to work with, but as long as she can hit the head, that's all that matters. It's gonna be a cut of noise here again. As Cupcake gonna take up that space here, quietly trying to see. I think they just barely missed each other there. She's Hoopers. It's gonna be Afrolin. Straight to the head. By Cupcake, 73 HP. She does have her shock darts. It's Noxie coming through here.
One
Side
enemy remaining.
for that for
Revealing
2
area.
to get that recon. Not gonna spot out Noxie just yet. Noxie is in a situation where she doesn't want to be in. Only 10 HP. But she does have to at least go down. If not, you're not going to get that 1,900
Spike planted.
compared to the 1,000 if she survives. And quietly, she good for 1. Everyone's just going to be playing post-plant here. She can go down to the bomb. She doesn't just hides that footstep with that gunshot. For now, no one's going to be peeking her. She can either go down to the teammates, but it's better for her to go down the spike rather than give them that ultimate point that they need.
She's so silent right now.
It really is.
Even the team of Big don't know where she is. But at least now Mochi was just waiting for her. Noxie as well did not know where to look. She did not have anything. And at least the members of Big Scythe, they weren't even jiggling. They were just waiting for her to cross. That's gonna be the Viper there, looking towards the pyramid, and then the Sova hiding behind it just to make sure nobody creeps past there in CT. And that was also good timing for Afrolin to take 2 with her, and she confirms, okay, I've killed the people on site, and we're just down to 1, which is Noxie. And that gave them all of... They rushed towards the side without even thinking that probably Noxie is gonna be there. And that's what I liked about that push. Afrolin, not just the initiation with the utilities, but the initiation with the kills.
Have full control of halls already. Mimi was just trying not to push through. For now, they're just taking their time. I do know there's someone there, but for now, you're gonna hit that. Yes, you are with the headhunter. There's still 1 more to worry about. Mimi repositions. Yuki's gonna wait, gets splashed out, has to move away. The spray and pray coming through, gets 1. Is she good for 2? Yes, she is. And for now, Afrolin gonna get 1 more. That was a really quick switch for the weapon as she runs out of ammo on that Spectre. Regardless, it's Noxie and Dolph, the only 2 left. They only got 1 pick. It's not an ideal situation for them. It's a little more expensive. Afrolin go for 1, give for 2, and Afrolin is on fire right now as she gets more than 1 each round. Even getting the upgrade to that Ion Sheriff.
That's what they need, right? They need to be able to pass it on to probably Skaru or Giver. But though it's gonna be an investment instantly to an operator. But looking at this replay, that was a great pop block from Yamori. And even with Afrolin taking 2 there at the very end, look at the buy of Big Scythe. They might have just given that Sheriff to Yamori, but Giver actually just bought up an operator. It's quite challenging to use this during attack because, as you may know, it could be picked up by your opponent on the defense. But them just maybe waiting out for the flank, not really sure if this is going to be a good decision. But they've already taken the B site. Mimi's just waiting here all alone, but Cupcake is actually behind, just waiting for that push after the kill comes through for Skaru, but Mochi as well.
Giver does get that value onto Dolph. 16 HP left. What can you do? Giver just leaves the post here. Good for 1 more. Giver with 2 already. Getting the value on attack. That's what you need. Yuki, Afrolin. Yeah, but Giver with a 3. That's what you want to see. That's exactly what they wanted to do with that op, especially on attack. And I have to say, the fact that they weren't able to out-rotate or take so much space early was the biggest problem there. Now, from what you see here is the fact that Big is not scared to take up space, and because Mimi was playing way behind and wasn't able to help Cupcake hold that side area there, allowed them to take so much space, and the rotation coming in from W is just not fast enough to meet them before they can set up for that post plant.
And a big scythe at this point. Investment, instantaneous return for them. And Giver is out for more. She peeks out. Mimi is actually there to shut her down. Noxie is well behind her. For sure to get the trade, but Noxie gets Mochi X out of the way. This is another possible thrifty round, but Yomori preps up that Seekers. They want to figure out where they are in this A site. Noxie will be ready.
That is the power of the thrifty. What is up with these thrifty guns that get so much value? Yamori up right now, and she does get Dolph straight to the face. Immediately repositions. Still has all of her utilities intact. It doesn't really matter. Now it's still her with Scar and the world. Regardless, Skaru and her gonna have to buy some time. Yuki is very aware they're gonna be coming in at least from main. For now, she didn't even get the ding onto that, but their position has been pretty insane if you think about it. And we're gonna come through immediately. Does get shot out. Yuki does get tagged. One bullet left. Has to read.
One enemy remaining.
From the side here, but Noxie and her. They have a great crossfire. As I finally take that round on round number 4. And I have to say, this is what you want to see, especially round number 4. A change to happen. Round number 4 is one of those very, very crucial rounds to see if there's going to be any change. Now, the fact that Mimi was able to get a pick here is what you want to see.
And the change was very, very different. You know why? It was a thrifty round. They could have been able to at least been demoralized after losing that buy round, right? But no, they keep on keeping on, and that's what we want to see from W Streak. Big Scythe, however, they have a lot of money to buy up. They have these rifles, and even Skaru actually wants to use that Blade Storm instead, but they need to be able to take the orbs. But it seems as if mid is going to be closed for business because operator from Mimi, she's actually going to be watching.
Without Giver, Big has lost one great util, or at least a person, a rock, for their post flank here. Noxie does spot out someone here. Gonna be quickly repositioning. Has to give up that space. Dolph gonna be backing up her teammate there, using the shock dart just to make sure that no one pushes through. Yamori pushing up here. Nuki does get spotted out there. Knife comes out. Gonna be easily get rid of, but that fragment is not gonna allow them space. Skaru runs through. And then 7 HP does get chipped for now. Unfortunately, whiffs. Yamori was waiting for the trade out here. Noxie, where are you gonna look at? Has to give up space. Skaru knows where exactly she is. Does hear that footstep. She's coming through. Takes a lot more damage. 39 HP. And they're just waiting up here. You go for one, not quite. Yamori a little bit faster with that swing. It's a 3-man swing for now. Mimi. So hard when your advantage is taken out of the way, especially when you are playing on that op. Skaru jumps out, trying to see if he can get any hits there. Not quite enough to get anyone. Mochi playing in the close corner. He does get spotted out there. Dolph good for 1. Going good for 2. Yes, you are good for 3. And there's one more. It's by Mimi, but Avril finds Kapuke as well. Battle the Sovas. You hear that one tap come through. At least the taps again. Dolph gonna get her. It's gonna be a 4K. It's gonna look so good for Dolph. But is there any time? It looks like it's not gonna be that at all.
Oof, a good attempt for Dolph to get the clutch. So crispy with that Vandal. But unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. It was actually Skaru just waiting behind the site actually, before they actually prepped up for that retake. But at the end of the day, it was Dolph who showed up to get those kills, and even Cupcake wanted a slice of that pie, right? But Dolph just came in, got the kill, but it wasn't the defuse that they wanted. It wasn't a win that they wanted to probably get it to 2-3, closing in the gap. Big Scythe is still in it.
Oh my god, Mimi! What an unfortunate situation there. You don't want to move forward with the tour de force.
I've got your trail.
We're gonna see the Seekers come through as well. You see, little cut out the blaster does get some chip damage. Eventually does go down. Noxie does find Giver in the end. Scaru has so much speed, but she can't see past that Viper wall. Or do you really need to see past that when you have all the space you need for those plants? Might as well just prepare for that post plant. You don't want to over push or over commit. You do see two of them coming in through double doors there as Noxie. She doesn't have enough information to actually push through. Doesn't want to get caught off guard. No lurks coming through as Yamori is still watching from the back here. They're not going to be able to see past that poison orb. You do see that post plant come through here. Here, the utils come through. Shock dart as well. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Afrolin, she's gonna get one. Not quite, but Yamori does pick three. Afrolin does finally get Noxie in the end. There's still one more to worry about. It's gonna be Cupcake, but they still win it. There's just not enough time as Bochi finds Cupcake in the end.
I mean, the control of them for not peeking.
You don't have to!
Yeah, I mean, you know that a lot of people will get itchy to peek, but they don't. They just
Why are you
wait for
calling
that
me
sound
out?
cue of that defuse.
Why are you calling
Were
me
you
out,
affected
girl?
by it? But then they just wait. They wait for that sound cue, and then they throw in all of that utility. You also mentioned that there wasn't any flank from W Streak, right, to come in to probably get Big Scythe off guard. And then I think they didn't really learn their lesson from the previous round, 2 rounds before that, because they didn't really have that much time. They were just waiting for Big Scythe to make a mistake, but they didn't. They never peek out, and that's been the case since round number 1. Once they've planted the spike, we have a lot of utilities. Let's just throw it in when we've heard that defuse from W Streak.
Mimi is getting those picks, but I think Mimi's aggression is getting punished over and over again, despite getting 5 kills in the pocket. And for now, it feels like Cupcake as well. She's playing those really aggressive corners, has to give up space, and by the time she already gave up that space, you're gonna see 2 people come through just to double swing her. And I think that's the strength coming in from Big Side. They are a team that's not afraid to play together. Regardless, this map is a little bit more stronger for the attacker's side. Just waiting for W Streak FE to find their groove or momentum. This is the default coming through here from Big. They don't want to play too predictably every round. You kind of question, where exactly are they going to come through? And if you see how they play for Big, they're not afraid to take that space over in mid. Every single round they've won, they have full either mid control or they have Hall's control. And the only time W has won is when they controlled Hall because Mimi managed to outgun their op player, which is Giver.
And even when it comes down to that Thrifty, right? That was actually a Thrifty that they won. But this time, even though there's a Thrifty, Big won't really give it to them anymore. There was an opportunity for W Streak to do so. And I just find it so neutral that both of these teams, they have both slowed down right after the timeout. Because usually if there's a timeout involved, you would think that there would be like an unusual play, an unconventional play for you to get the win. But the defaults for both are actually in play. The Noxie here immediately takes down Mon. Skaru takes down Nuki with null command. But Yamori does not stop. She is still moving, but there are 4 against her. Noxie takes her down with a 4. And W Streak, they get another round on the board.
Really liking how they played that just now. When you see Noxie play this aggressive angles, look how much value they get off each other. When they are so distracted on the other side, this sort of tunnel vision is what they can take advantage of. And in a lot of situations, it really works out in their favor. 2-5, only a 3-point deficit is not the biggest lead in the world. And I think gives W Streak FE enough time to kind of recalibrate how they want to play, just to figure it out. We've seen the same thing happen from X Team BO, how they kind of lose the first few rounds until they figure it out. I think it might be the same situation as W Streak. Regardless, it's really too early to tell, as we do know that the Tour de Force has been popped out here from Giver. And it's a great situation as well, especially if you get have some value from those headshots. But on attack, it's a little bit hard to get that unless you are going to be punishing someone for going on the aggressive. Here's Yamori. We've seen her punish WSF so many times when they peek out. And this time around, they said, I think that's our biggest mistake, just peeking early.
That's true. I mean, now there's a lot of respect for W Streak now for Big, because every time there would be an early peak here for W Streak, Big just shuts them down. Now they're not giving away anything at all. They're just jiggle peeking, they're jump peeking just to make sure that they have information. But at the same time, Big doesn't really show themselves until the last minute that they have to execute, and it's 30 seconds. It looks like it's gonna be 8.
30 seconds left.
Regardless, they're taking a little bit too much time getting onto site. Look how everyone has already rotated in. The back of site is still in full control of WSF. Regardless, Skaru is the type of player who is not afraid to play these very aggressive small corners. Narrowly missing that, but there is the Viper's Pit to be used. Skaru just pushing forward. She's very, very escaping there. Cupcake does find Skaru, but for now does find Mochi. That's exactly what she needed. Not enough for 3, but there's gonna trade now. Noxie good for 1. Giver does find Dolphin. Yes, Mimi finds Affleck, but this is a very great situation as Noxie closes the game. They're gonna get the defuse. 3-5. This is looking really great for them.
They placed their bets at the right site, right? The silence. But there were cues as well from big sites. They were going to A. And that call for the rotation, at least 4 of them were ready for the retake and not waiting any more for the jet, right, to come in. Just give them that advantage because the members of Big Side, they had no time to reposition. They were just hiding in that Viper's Pit, and one by one, they fell to the hands of Cupcake, they fell to the hands of Giver, and then Noxie as well to finish things off. That's really what the defense has to be. Don't really peek out that way, and I think they figured Big Scythe out. Because if we play those defaults over and over and over again, then probably we'll just place our bets here in this site, and then we'll try and cover. We'll do the retake all together.
I think the biggest problem was the fact that if you want to play aggressive play, you want to play the explosive play, you have to be able to commit with your utils as soon as it's popped out because you are running out of time. And that's one of the, I think, the disadvantages of playing default until the last moment here. You have to be really committed when you want to take a site there because the rotations already came through. They weren't able to actually prepare for that post plant. Regardless, here's Noxie, and I really think she's really feeling the confidence come through as well. See how aggressively she's been playing, and it's been paying off. And immediately, look at that, finds Yamori. That's one initiator out of the way. It's gonna be a lot harder for them to get onto site. They do have the information, and for now, Noxie will be punished again by Skaru. Noxie did not reposition, and that's something that Skaru is very, very eager to punish. Regardless, the suppress does come through. Mochi doesn't have the ability, at least for now, to set up for that.
30
For now, the
seconds
suppress is
left.
gone. Immediately, you're gonna see that explosive play come through, but Mimi this time she's
down,
ready.
B.
Nuki from the side here. They know that this spike is on the side. Nuki from the side comes through. Mochi does find Nuki in the end, but there's gonna be a trade with Dolph, so it's okay. Mochi with 5 HP left. He is gonna be found eventually. What are you gonna do with 5 HP? Are you good for 1 at least? Snake fight comes through, but here's Mimi, the hero for this round.
Teleport's ready.
A great shot there from the operator. She was able to kill 2. In terms of that offense, right? That was already a cue. That the curtains lining up for them, but Mimi at that point was not afraid to take on these duels. She had the angles, and she was able to reposition, getting the second one. What you mentioned about Noxie being able to get the first bloods, right? It was such a risk, but these risks are also punished. But at the end of the day, if you also get that form for the first blood, then it's also that boost of confidence for the rest of the members of your team, right? So that's Mimi taking down 2 with 2 with an operator and then another one with a headhunter. So now we're seeing a little bit of a pattern with how the defense is shown for W Streak. We have 2 on B, 2 in mid, and then they leave halls just wide open, but with a trap there from the chamber. But I'm not too sure if Big is able to break that down. Actually, yes, because the defense is down one member. Dolph is down.
It's an unfortunate situation as that orb goes down just now. Noxy not popping the Blade Storm just yet. Wants to wait. I like this defensive sort of slow play coming in from WSF. They know that they are punished for those early sort of situations. They do that, but now the ones that's watching mid will be Mimi. But now the control that they want to establish is onto A. Look at how they're just taking up space onto Hall. So Recon does come through, immediately going to be demolished by Cupcake. There is the smokes as well. Flash as well comes through. Not going to get that value. And for now, immediately going to run onto site. Poison does come down. Cupcake does pick up one. Going to reposition herself. She's good for two. What a beautiful way of play. Isolation from Garu. Already breaking the pocket. Give her from the side. Finds Yuki. And she does get a gun out as well. Only Mimi left here. She is playing with an op. And clutching with an op is a very tall order. No one knows she's there just yet. It's best for her to just save. And I think they heard her footsteps as she retreats. No one will be looking for her. I don't think so just yet. Now, if you think about what exactly happened there, was the fact that it was the fact that Scaru was able to get 3 picks in a row. She took up so much space, and I think WSF was just not ready to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to take down one in the process, but if you leave it to the hands of Scaru, then it's gonna actually leave you scarred, because she was able to take 2 and enough damage towards Dolph for Giver to convert it to a kill with just 1 peek with the headhunter in use. Now it was just down to Mimi's operator. And you mentioned it's gonna be so hard to play the retake with a scoped weapon. You don't really have the dash to come in. Cupcake there, right? 2 for 2, but Scaru just delivered.
Scaru feels that this is time for me to step up and bring my team that lead that we need. But Cupcake, though, look at her anchor just now. It's just so insane how she's able to play around the pyramids. She got 2 before she finally went down. Seekers, though, are going to be coming out. And Noxy is going to have to give up her position. Flash as well going to come through. Accidentally flashing Scaru. Wasn't able to allow her to get that space. Rather, Scaru is good for 1 more. Beautiful snake bite come through just to help our teammates come from the side. He's good for 1 now. Oh, actually, she's good for 2. What the heck is Mochi? Does find her in the end. Dolph coming in
Spike planted.
Halls here. Nuki as well. They have 3 different angles covered. They do hear the doors opening. But are they aware of someone coming in from the back? Mochi playing backside here. It's gonna be hard just to pick her out. This is the situation where Sleepy would say check your corners. But I think it's gonna be great at least working out with Afflin as they push up to her. Some tip damage does come through. Afflin still does have a shock dart, but for now Mochi, her position is absolutely known. Afflin is like Yuki in the end, but Mochi and Afflin get 1. He's not good for 2! There's only 1 more. It's gonna be Giver. 1-on-1 situation here. The tap does come through. Beautiful tap from Dolph. 3K Dolph! You're insane!
Yeah, but this time at least there is enough for a deep use. Because that another clutch situation came through for her, but there wasn't enough time. This time she came in at the right moment. She came with her teammates, and then she delivered the clutch that we want to see. Because Dolph here was playing with a teammate. She was able to isolate the duels, take left first, and then take down Mochi X. Then with the ADS, a final blow to get another round on the board. W streak. They might be discovered for a time when it comes to the defense, but it's also the retakes and the clutch factors that get them these wins.
I'm really liking how flexible they are with just changing up where they're standing. They open the door eventually, gonna have to reposition. But I'm not liking that they're allowing them to open the door eventually. Unfortunately, whiffs, 1 knife left. No dash gonna give her any value out of that as well. They do know there's at least 2 onto Halls. Reposition from Big. I'm really liking as well how they're just repositioning themselves. We get the information. Okay, they know. Quickly move to another spot. But we all know the value that Cupcake can get as well from her defense. Scaru not able to push forward because of this poison orb. If you push out, and there's a cupcake just spraying through, you are absolutely going to go down. Yamori, this is mid area here. Mimi, I'm not sure if she quite. I don't think she saw that someone was going in through the area. Has to gate from this side. Poison Orb going to come through as Afrolin. I think what she's planning on doing is clearing out the area with the shock dart. Actually, that's going to be a recon. Beautiful area, but going to be getting sprayed. Getting one. Now you're going to get two. Not quite as full. She's going to come through, but Mimi is there to back it up. Mimi good for two. Tour de force, giving her all the kills that she needs, and suddenly it's only Yamori, and give her to worry about Yamori. He does find Noxie. And the flash, does find the information, gets some restraining on the side there, but Yuki does find Yamori in the end. The knife's gonna get the suppression, but there is the Hunter's Fury coming out as well. That fragment is gonna find her in the end, but Yuki is the one to catch her out. Do you see the zoning and the space taking with utils is coming through
Switching
from them?
sides.
That's true. I mean, they just really want to get another round in, because at this point, right, if it's already, if it's a lead for Big for this round,
Down A.
it's gonna be quite scary because they're gonna be on the offense. As you mentioned, yes, there will be that favor when you're on the offense, but still, when it comes down to Big's plays, we all know that they have a solid anchor, and Big Mochi X is gonna be somebody scary to push through. The utils that they just threw was just a guarantee. We want a 6-6. We want an even scoreline, and we want to be able to get a reset once we get to the defense. And W Streak here, during the defense, yes, they had their moments. Mimi with scoped weapons, Noxie being able to go aggressive and take these first kills. But at the end of the day, there was also like good showing and like great stars for the team of Big Scythe, right? The combination of their utilities when they would push out. It was another combination of all of these agents coming into play as newly formed as a team as they can be. They seem so well established, and they really prepared for this moment.
It's a situation where they're just not just able to take up so much space, but I'm really liking the response coming in from W Streak. W Streak do struggle a little bit in the early rounds, but it's more of like they're just trying to figure out. But then if you look at W Streak, they're very, very flexible with how each player takes care of an area. I mean, first we saw Cupcake watching over on B side, and then suddenly she moved over to A. Or maybe we'll see Mimi on halls, and then you're switching out with a Noxie. So this idea of just switching out each player sort of gives the enemy sort of like, okay, now that we don't know who exactly is going to be on this side, where exactly are we going to go? And their response to just knowing that, okay, they're going to be hitting B side just because A has that Viper's Pit on the beginning. Immediately you see how they rotate through. And in a lot of situations, I think one of the biggest problems is that because at first Big Scythe was able to take up space, that space denial and the denial of information coming through from W Streak is not allowing a Big Scythe to at least progress forward. And I think that's the biggest problem when it comes to them getting onto site or playing post plant.
I mean, it's gonna be the same case, not giving them the information in the defense for W Streak, but once the plant has actually come in, it's the same case for Big Side. They don't really give away so much. They leave some for themselves, and that's the reason why I think for both of these teams, their play styles seem so similar. But now they have to change
Mirror
things up, because
matchup
if
once
you
again. How do you
Yeah, I mean-
outplay someone who knows your playbook?
Yeah, I mean, if you actually play the same way as your opponents, then you'll get red. It's just really up to your captain or your IGL to change things up, right? But I can see similarities between the two. Dolph being a clutch goddess, and Athlin being able to take down one or two to create the opening of the site. Those are like these head-to-heads and similarities, a mirror, and even the score is a mirror. But at this point, you know, Big is the one defending now. They've had more success in defense as compared to at least over Streak. Here in Breeze, they love playing defense here. So WS, they need to switch it up. They need to be able to like cover some ground. But see, nobody's giving away any information.
B is
It's
empty.
already 40 seconds.
There's no one on B. Everyone went straight to mid because they saw someone there. They don't realize that Mimi's already there. Now Mimi, she's gonna be watching this area elbow here.
30
Yamori
seconds
is gonna
left.
get the headshot immediately straight onto Mimi. I knew that was gonna straight up happen because she wasn't moving her crosshair at all. Just waited for Mimi to pass through. Apolline is denied that space thanks to that wall here by Viper. And Yuki, all she has is only one flash left. She has to use it very, very carefully. Dolph is 70 HP, gonna be planting from the top.
10
He does not
seconds
realize
left.
that Yuki was on the side. They're running out of time, but they do plant
Last player
plant. But
standing.
for us, a trade on trade as Cupcake gets 2. 1-on-2 situation. Giver runs. They only have one headhunter shot left. She has to make it count. She can't just quickly trade. She does find out that Cupcake is there. Unfortunately, gonna waste that. Giver just waiting inside here. There is gonna be one more. It's gonna be trade on trade and trade. Still wins that regardless. She's so very low. All she needs is one sneeze. But does she have any time? They're just wasting time at this point. Bring around the Rosie. Where are you going? But Dolph's gonna be trading out. Beautiful trade coming through from them. And that's what we want to see actually. That crossfire.
The crossfire, them making sure that even though there is a reposition, the coverage or making sure that the angle is watched is something still present for W Street.
Player standing.
Communication is on point even when it comes down to the duels, right? Cupcake being able to take down 2 leaves Giver all alone, and this is very, very difficult clutch situation. She was left with one headhunter shot left. She had the classic, but still, you must be able to take down.
Wait, are they
There's
running
actually
up
a
forward?
push.
What is happening?
And now they don't want anything to do with it. They're just backing away.
They're like, nope, not today, Zerg. You don't want B, we'll take it. Look at that, they're already prepped to go onto the site.
The moment that they heard the footsteps, no.
Oh man, I think the idea is that they had the advantage. Cupcake and Mimi will gonna get one each. Nuki as well. Mimi is primed and ready underneath windows. Spray and pray.
One enemy
Just
remaining.
change it up, but Nuki does find Mochi in the end here as Cupcake gonna push it a little bit forward. Yamori is just so very low. One headshot. All she needs, and eventually she does get it. W Streak is gonna get that plant. And I think the idea is that, well, they did win round number 1, so they are on an eco. And usually for eco, you are gonna be expecting these aggressive plays, and it was read very, very well by W Streak.
yeah, it was a great decision because the first one to hear it was actually Mimi. Mimi just said, oh, "Nope, I don't want anything
Guys, run!
to do with that."
Guys, run! I hear more than one
Run.
person!
We might lose our specters. We might lose, and they didn't. They didn't lose a soul. They didn't have any bodies on the ground, right? And this is good because economy management is so important as well in Breeze because it's not just going to be about the specters, but it's also the long range fight. So they need the backup. They need that bulldog on the ground.
Got a tag onto that. No one's actually committing this yet. Unfortunately, the team still get that Mochi and Apolline 1 lead. Dolph does straight out. Dolph good for 2! Dolph, the equalizer. Should be her name. It's gonna be a nice upgrade for Cupcake as well. Mimi does find Apolline in the end with the Ran and Gan.
Spike planted.
Very big thing. And here comes the Viper's Pit. Now, how are you gonna get advantage of that? This was the bonus round for Big. Because they weren't able to take any guns away from W, suddenly they're in a situation where everything is just so hard because they're moving so fast. Because they have those specters, it's so hard to really anticipate where exactly these spectre running guns are gonna come from. Cupcake, he does spot out one, she spots 2 as well. Beautiful recon. Really helps her save the day.
It was also that that snake bite. They were both vulnerable, and it was so easy. Even if you had a phantom, or if it's gonna be a specter taken by the Sova, right? It was so easy timing for the utilities, not just for the Recon Bolt, but also the Snake Bite. And as early as that, a Viper Spit in the 3rd round just goes to show that you're not just collecting the orbs, but you're also collecting the kills. They're not afraid to use any of the utilities, even the ultimates.
That's what you want. You don't want to be too conservative with your ultimates. Which is what we saw in the last round between XTV. For now, chip damage does come through, but very tiny. Actually, Yamori is only 1 HP left. Mochi has 1 HP left. And Giver eventually does find Noxy, so that at least that's a consolation prize. Flash not gonna give them the information they need. For now, it's so hard for WSF to really take up this space when you have a team who's so eager to play this aggressive. And you don't want to lose your guns in this eco. And we've seen so many insane thrifties today. Rolf gonna come through. Unfortunately, Giver wasn't able to land that shot or any shot when you think about it, but it's gonna be B that's gonna be the hit.
Now they're here. Cupcake actually clears the corners. But a lot of the members of W Streak are around them. But Giver actually from
30
so
seconds
far
left.
away takes down Mimi. Nuki is gonna be ready for this as well, but they have to be careful. They don't want to give the guns away to them because as you mentioned, we've seen a lot of these thrifties. 2 people with 1 HP, but nobody has died just yet. 3 versus 5. Cupcake able to take down Yamori, and a shot
remaining.
from Giver does connect. The Giver's alone. She's been detected, and it's another 1v2.
Giver, what are you gonna do? All you have is a classic. You don't have your tour de force, but you do spot out Cupcake. But now everyone knows where you are. All Cupcake has to do is clearing around the rosies. Bye-bye. We're gonna be moving away. Can you get a headshot onto that? Not
1
quite.
enemy remaining.
Cupcake gonna go down, but they do take the win. Giver. I will have to say, your name is Giver. You aren't exactly giving those guns.
She gave her life away.
Yeah, so it's a very terrible situation. I do like the idea that they're keeping that null command just for Giver. They're like, hey, you have a tour de force? Not anymore.
Not anymore. I mean, that was their only hope to get the round, right? I mean, Big Scythe, once they were defending W Streak, it's as if they practiced all of these rounds. They know how Big Scythe will be playing. Because at least during the attack, they were very, very conservative. They waited at the last minute to do so. So probably for the retake, they assume that Big will be playing the same. But W Streak, the ability for them to convert, even though they're 2 people down in that round, was just amazing. Because Cupcake, yes, 1 went down with them, but then Cupcake being able to take the kills to get the win and make sure that the lead goes even further to 4 is what we admire about W Streak. Initially, in the first 5 rounds, right, it was a 5-1. But W Streak, they know how to get their momentum up and running. And if the momentum is now in W Streak's favor, Big's gonna be having a hard time. That's why they're gonna be using a double operator setup now.
Pull cat. Blinded.
Double operator. That's insane. That is so oppressive. But look at the stack onto A. Because they don't actually know that there's a stack onto A. They just run onto B. They're like, oh, okay, good, cool, free real estate. That's exactly what we need.
Spike planted.
Now Giver can't see anything from archers here. What can you do? Finally, the wall does go down, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna just give up or show their heads just like that. It's gonna be real quiet. Do find ones through the wall bang. Yuki in an unfortunate situation getting tagged there. Now Doll in this corner here, not even good for one. Actually, she is good for one. Does find Yamor in the end, but Mimi does find Aphelin, so that's not a too bad situation. Mochi just waiting for those placements. Mochi from the backside does find Mimi in the end. Knocking from the back. Beautiful backstab here. It's all her alone. Has to just play for time. The defuse does come through. But she's just running and getting sprayed by Mochi. Was waiting for her. Not enough to play for time. That's a 4K for Mochi. Mochi That was a big play, and that is why you're in big side.
That's true. I mean, and it was the last bullet as well. It's basically the cherry on top for her at that point. Because when it comes to the retake, this is something that Big hasn't really done just yet. They haven't considered a flank during the retake. That's why every time W Streak would be on the post plant, they would be ready. And Monchi just getting those kills from behind gave them all of that advantage. And they should be continuing that type of play. But now in that defense, they want to go aggressive, but immediately in response would be a blind.
See the sprays come through, not allowing them that space. But mid control is what W Streak is after. Despite their name, W Streak did get stopped eventually by Big. It's going to be only a 3-point deficit. It's actually closer than you initially thought. Regardless, Mimi is stuck there. She can't go anywhere unless her teammates come to save her. I think it's a good way as well if she can catch someone off guard in terms of their rotation. So it would be an ideal situation if that were to happen. But here is the aggressive blade storming come through. Mimi does eventually find one. Mimi going for two. What? She gets the beautiful spray. I don't think that was intentional at all.
Skarner was walking outside of the doors.
Spike
Who
down
is
A.
waiting there by the door? It's actually Moochie. Is this deathmatch?
Correct. She is absolutely
You want
correct
to
right
play?
now.
Let's play.
You walk
30
straight
seconds left.
into the crosshair, but here's Dolph. But not quite getting that value. Mimi does
player
get 3K
standing.
herself.
Last
Mochi
player
the 4K
standing.
does find Mimi in the end, but Dolph does find Afrolin. 30 HP left. That's all you have to work with. She does have the Viper's Grip, but I don't think she wants to use it. Dolph from the other side. Dolph's a little bit faster. Mochi, not quite enough to have that reaction to turn all the way there.
W Streak. I mean, the first 2 kills from Mimi just blew my mind, but Mochi getting
was an
the
accident!
there. Yeah, she was really looking for the sky. But
looking for
immediately
Sky's head.
Skaru actually just walked
enemy remaining.
past and walked through her crosshair.
If you're having a bad day, Skaru is probably having it the worst right now. How on earth? That timing was insane.
Poison orb emitting.
How could you anticipate, right, that there would be somebody waiting for you there in that corner? I think there was a confirmation because Yamori threw in her guiding light. That's why she was pushing forward together with Skaru, because they thought that, okay, somebody would probably be guarding mid. But they didn't know that Mimi was gonna be there.
Mimi's just like, buy one free one. Wow, I wasn't expecting it.
That's a great promo, guys.
I'm having way too much fun with that situation than I usually have. Oh my god, Giver! Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be Dolph. I don't think Giver was expecting Dolph to actually push up like that because there was no noise at all. And that's the situation when you cut noise. You're thinking like, hey, it's safe for us to push out, but no! It's gonna be someone right over there. Now we're seeing.
Yeah, it was just perfect timing, right? I mean, Dolph just strafed to
This
the
is
left
just
and then
insane
got
timing. Let's think about it.
Yeah.
Giver's timing, Dolph's timing,
Welcome
Mimi's
to
timing.
my
What the heck is that?
30
That's
seconds
true.
left.
Timing's in their favor.
Yeah, they
And
have-
now at least Viper Spin is online. Actually, that Viper Spin, because it's gonna be a nuisance. Another waiting moment for Mimi.
She's just
GX
waiting
is
there.
down.
She's like, I love these bundle guys. I'm getting so much value out of it. Yuki, she didn't get quite that kill, but she does get damage onto Skaru.
Last player
See,
standing.
and one Dolph as well. Skaru good for one, but is she good for more? Not quite as Cupcake. We know that she's good at sealing the deal.
Match
Cupcake.
point.
When it comes to her Viper Spin, I guess she has more conversions. Every time she uses that, you know, sometimes your teammates are the ones to get the kills. But her conversion whenever she uses the Viper Spit is so high when it comes to the kills. She knows how to use the Viper so well. It's not just about the Toxin screen, but it's also her ultimate. The Snake Bite, she throws it in perfect timing, gives vulnerability to her opponents. But this time, she doesn't have any Viper Spit. The ones with the ultimate is actually Skaru This time is the timing in her favor. She's actually waiting. She gets a headshot. Just one Noxie shuts her down.
You love Noxie's traits. Noxie is that friend you wanna expect to have your back. Regardless though, we do know there's someone there as Noxie. Maybe trying to get that pick regardless. Yamori is still waiting in that corner. The flash does come through. Not quite as Nuki gonna find her in the end. Great tag team play over there as Nuki gonna come through. Giver from the side here. Who's gonna see who first? It's gonna be not Giver. Nuki! What insane reflexes was that? Because I was so sure it was gonna be Giver to get that first. You already have the side here. It's gonna be game if Afrolin as well as their Viper did not get any picks out of it. We've seen some insane clutches before, but I think this might be a too tall order for them. Mimi, a little bit aggressive. You're gonna push out as Mochi gonna just be playing, coming in through double doors. They do hear all the information they have. They do know the Aldor is there. They do know that the footsteps were there. Nuki does find one. That's a 3K in her pocket. Actually, all alone. What are you gonna do? Actually, go for one, but Nuki with 4K in the pocket, gonna give them Series 1, Game 1. It's gonna be going to W Streak Female.
They're living up to their name, W Streak. After they got the pistol round, it was just snowballing from there. They be balling with the kills, balling with the wins, and that's why they're called a W Streak, right? I mean, when it comes to the momentum, they build it up and they stack it up until they're really in the right form. Initially, when they were on the defense, they were looking a little bit shaky, but you mentioned this is a map of attack. And during their attack, they're so solid when it comes to clearing out the corners. They know the patience game, like Mimi being able to take down 2. While it was an accident, her just being there wasn't just really about the timing, but also at the perfect place at the right time.
You aren't exactly gonna expect someone going to be right over there when you think about it. This is a situation where you expect Mimi probably to be a little bit deeper, or at least right at your flanks, not over there. And I think in terms of this situation, I think one of the biggest things that I'm not seeing, at least from BIGG, is that more proactive plays in terms of lurks, because we saw that from WSF happen so many times. Regardless, it's gonna be battle of the Vipers, and I'm not surprised here as both Mochi and Cupcake did so well in terms of being great anchors. Though in terms of Cupcake, I think she's more of a clutch master compared to Mochi, who is more cracked.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the clutches that Cupcake was able to do, right? I mean, both of them, they were able to deliver 4Ks, especially with Mochi being able to lead the charge during the retakes. But for Cupcake, her holds, not just during the defense, but also the offense with the Viper Spit, was something that was notable. And across the board, W Streak really are in favor in terms of the stats. Damage is there. Headshot percentage at 33.5. That's really a high rate. So you would know that W Streak, they're in it not just for the objectives, but also for the kills. That's why their fragments are about 10.
What I'm really liking more about WSF is not only how aggressive they are, it's that utility usage coming through from them. You're seeing how they're playing with each other's utils, especially when it comes to Cupcake's utilities. What they do is they know that they're going to be pushing through. What do? We take advantage of the snake bite. We take advantage of the poison orb. We take advantage of the toxic screen as well. And in a lot of situations as well, when Cupcake is inside of the Viper's pit, I think the most important thing is to keep Cupcake alive. And in a lot of situations, you see them protect the Cupcake, and that's what we like to see. It's very different to Mochi, where it feels like she's all alone inside as her other teammates play outside. I understand the intent of that, but sometimes you do need some players to just protect her to make sure that the pit still stays up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, your controller is going to be your most valuable player, especially now that you only have the toxin screen and even the Viper Spit to protect you. The snake bite is always going to be thrown in perfect timing. There were a lot of situations wherein BIGG showed us that probably they're the best bet for this map. But Dolph just shows us how it's done. Initially, it was a big lead for SCYTHE, but W Streak just shares that W Streak is her name, so we'll keep it as is. Karu was able to take down troops and give damage at least for this third kill. But immediately, we would know that SCYTHE is in it to win it as well. With Cupcake, as mentioned. So that double kill, She's very precise when it comes to the kills. But it's not just her. It's also Mimi with scoped weapons. It's also the rest of the members.
Buy one, free one!
That's-
I'm so sorry, I had to. That was just the moment I really think about it. But when it comes to big, I think for defense side, it's just as I said before, they're just not as proactive with taking up that space as they are on attack. And I understand it really enables them when it comes to attack. But as I said before, when you see in terms of lurking, in terms of playing this rotations, you are seeing Mimi play the more proactive role, regardless of attack and defense. Regardless though, that is Series 1. It's gonna be Breeze going to W Streak FE. Who will be taking the next one? That is the question we want to answer after this break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ. I'm Tashbunny alongside Donut, and we are on our second series of the day where we are seeing W Streak FE going against Big Scythe. This is one of the matches that is highly anticipated. For the first map, we're seeing Breeze go to W Streak.
And then the second one, that really is the question, right? You asked that before we went into the break, but the map that we are going to be seeing is the map of Fracture. I mean, it was W Streak's pick. That's why probably it was a breeze for them, especially on the defense, on attack, I mean. But for Fracture, this is now Big Side's pick. After quite a few experiences in this map, they realized there is something in store for me. We have an X factor in this map, and that's why they selected this one. But it's also a question of team play, right? We have 2 new members for Big Side right after that re-roster. So I'm not too sure if that team play is something that really sinks during these mid-round calls. Fracture is such a tricky map because, as you mentioned, it's all about the plays for lurks, the plays for flanks. Whoever will get to win those in terms of taking up space is something that the teams will always look forward to. They want to be able to take a hold of those types of strats.
I mean, if you look at stats here, both teams have played each map. I mean, the map of Fracture around 8 times, 9 times. Of course, the higher percentage gonna go to the side of Big. But the thing is, they've only played 8 times and they won 6, compared to W Streak, who's played it 9 times and won 6. So in terms of percentages, I think it's more of a 50-50. Both teams are very, very adept, or at least very familiar with Fracture. Now the question is whether or not who can out-rotate who can outflank who, and it's also the fact that it also comes down to the agent composition. We all know that Fracture is a map that is very big, but at the same time it's also very, very small, especially for the defending side. So I think personally, when you look at for VCT, APAC, on how they play, or even Team SMG, they love very, very aggressive comps. For SMG, they do well on defense instead of attack, which is a very interesting situation. But yes, it's those attack or at least aggressive agents is very familiar to what we could expect on Split or even Icebox, I believe. So Raze, one of the biggest staples that you can have on this map. Chamber is also really, really good. And heck, if you want for smokes, I would highly recommend even a Brimstone, because the orbital strikes takes up so much space, which is why he's just so good on this map.
I mean, in terms of the sites, right, the orbital strike will cover the
whole thing, yes.
When it comes to A, you have 2 floors, okay, the orbital strike takes 2 of them. And then for the B side, of course, you would want to use that to clear your corners, especially for those cheeky ones that the defenders would usually hold. So if you don't really have that Neon to use the relay bolt, then you use most of your ultimates to really clear those corners. Because you would think, at least, if you already have the site control, there is still that chance that you would get caught off guard if you don't check the whole of the site, the surroundings of the site. Because as you mentioned, it's all about map control, right? It's not just about the sites itself, but it's also where you currently are positioned. Because sometimes positioning will really go a long way. Even if it's a 2v5, a 3v5, right? Advantage goes to the 5 members, but still, it's the timing, the positioning that makes all of the difference.
It's very easy to get isolated, especially on that map, so clutch potential is very, very high as well when you think about it, because there's just so many corners to think about. So now, when you think about how each team plays, we've seen aggression coming in more from both teams, but the most aggressive so far that we've seen on Breeze especially is W Streak. Regardless, since this is Big's pick, I wonder if they have a different strat in play. I wonder if they're going to be taking the Team SMG route and play aggressive on defense and catch people off guard. And this is I would say that this map it's a do or die situation, because you expect it to be your trump card. But in a lot of situations, you never expected the other team is pretty much ready with it. Just because they don't pick it doesn't mean they're not adept at that map. So now, coming through as well, I mean, we've seen some other agents that do really well. Like, we've seen Mindfreak from PaperX do really well anchoring a site with a Viper. He's gotten a 4 pick before. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is also one of the agents coming through. So let's see the lineups here. I'm really curious to see what exactly they have in mind. Because as we know, SMG is one of those teams that actually use that Neon. And yes, Neon is going to be picked up by Skaru. And Nuki is going to go for a double for a Reyna, and they're going to go with Dolph for the Raze. So it's both teams that are going to be running the double duelist. Now, why do you think it's going to be a Reyna for Nuki?
I think it's always going to be the case of initiation. But at least as I mentioned, that initiator was the pick of Nuki. She's always going to be either a Sova or a breach for the team. She does it so well when it comes to the support, and Dolph definitely needs that for the map of Fracture. Actually, Dolph is such a great duelist. I'm surprised that they gave that duelist role to Noxie there in Breeze. But Dolph, as the Raze, she is able to take up a lot of space in terms of the rotations. She doesn't really hold back that much. That's why I think that Dolph as the Sova doesn't really match the playstyle. But she still delivered, at least during the clutch situations, getting 4K. But now that's gonna make all of the difference as she takes on the Raze.
Look at where each player are. For WSF, they're gonna get 3-2 comp here. And the Spike is left with the 3 players. So it's really hard to pinpoint where exactly they're gonna go when you're coming in for every single angle. They can't tell where we're coming from if we're coming in from everywhere. Here's Noxie. Spots out Skaru. Skaru spots out Noxie as well. So immediately you're gonna just give away that space because there's no point just allowing them to push. But here's Mimi. We know that she's pretty cracked here, and she's unfortunately not gonna be able to get that. Smoxy will be the one to get her first. Noxie really gonna be recouping or just meeting up with her teammates again on the other side. Now look at where all the other players are. They're all on the top side of the map, but they're just gonna be rushing straight into B. There is still one person on the side. It's gonna be Rosie. And I just realized that Rosie did get subbed in as well for this round. Moxie does get slowed by the trademark here. Mochi is just so very low. She ate up a lot of damage despite getting that first pick here. Plants does happen. See the aftershock just trying to just shoot them out of the way. Noxie, she's not afraid. She takes up space. She knows those smokes are just going to give her the advantage. Dolph does get concussed here. Mochi is good for one, but no, then Noxie does get one. Ishamori finds Dolph in return. Yuki walks straight into all of that gunfire. She's going to be sticking it. It's really hard for Noxie to do anything here. She is smoked out. Up here. She's not even good for one as Yamori picks up 3 for round number 1. And BIGG's gonna rock home with this.
It was all about the space that they took away, right? Immediate first kill, just seconds into the round, and that's what you want to see. When it comes to W Streak, though, they had no choice but to go to B. But at that point, immediately once they heard that the spike was planted, they all run towards the B site. The relay bolt was on point, catching them off guard. And I think that's the reason why one piece of utility can make all of the difference, and that relay bot gave them that win. And Skaru actually being able to be on point with that just really goes to show that they also have experience in this map.
I just realized Dolph's crosshair. It's a very pretty crosshair, I have to say. But how exactly do you spot the hits? Because it's so hard to see through it. But I guess she has one thing going on there. She says that's the shape of the head. So speaking of that though, it's gonna be Mochi with the opening pick, and Mochi in this game has been really stepping up, at least in the first 2 rounds here. They're gonna have to go default. They're playing really quietly through sewers, and I don't think they know that Mochi is up here in tower. They do now. Mimi with those picks, she only spots out 1 so far, but immediately gonna have to give up the space to Pain Shells. It's not gonna allow her to move forward. Playing through the smokes, but the right click from Yuki, that is nasty. Not a great situation to be in. This smoke does come through from Mochi, but Rosie was on the other side. And hello! Here is my upgrade. You see the aftershock does come through though, but not hitting Yuki, as Yuki playing this very cheeky corner. No one's coming through just yet. Afrolin is smoked out. You don't get any information. Yamori does find Mimi in the end. Afrolin gonna try and at least break through the smoke. Gonna concuss through, but look at that. Immediately finds Afrolin. Works with a teammate. Rosie stuck up there in the tower. Are you Rapunzel or are you gonna be hero? No, Rapunzel is what she'll be, as Afrolin finds her in the end. And I just realized that Yamori is playing a Phoenix. How the heck did I not notice that?
I mean, it was something that we didn't really expect. That's why we weren't really fixing our eyes on the Phoenix. But now that I saw that blaze come in, I I'm realizing, a Phoenix is played here. But, I mean, right after that patch, right, we're realizing the strength of a Phoenix, and Yamori here hasn't even died once.
4-0.
Yamori has 4 kills together with Mochi X, but she hasn't gotten any deaths, and she's ready with that run it back.
The last time I saw a Phoenix play was during Paper Rex's run over in VCT and GFY. But for now, Dolph still gets Giver straight to the face. What was that? So much space taken. Pain shells gonna come through. Run it back. It's out there. I never realized that there was a wall there, so accidentally flashed herself. Now Yamori get one. Yuki gonna find Skaru in the end. Yamori gonna have to walk it through again. Does find Rosie. Mochi does find Yuki again as well. Noxie not quite getting that. Now
enemy
this Dolph
remaining.
does get one. You've been judged, my friend, but you know what? Forget the judge because I want a rifle. Does not stick the 50. I don't know where exactly it's gonna be. Gets that clutch. Dolph with the judge. That's how you want to play it with the Rays.
That's true. She went up that, she missed it, but still, she's able to get through the rope. That's the replay, an immediate response.
That's the
Before
best
Giver
feeling.
actually was able to teleport away. There's no safety, my friend. There's only the judge. And
You've been
Dolph
judged.
here. She's able to get the Vandal. And then that was a good good intention, at least for Rosie to smoke that to try and trick Dolph that she was already defusing. But the fact that
She wasn't in there
Dolph,
yet. Yeah, she waited outside.
Yeah, and the fact that Dolph was able to spot her out at first with that quick reaction just really goes to show they are awake. Dolph is very much awake in this map.
Is Dolph short for dolphin? By any chance? Because I hope it is, because dolphins... Well, I've heard some really horrible things about dolphins, but let's keep it for another day. Speaking of that, the Phoenix pick was actually a troll pick by Benkai, wanting to see all agents represented. But now it's Giver gonna be taken down here as Rosie just runs and guns, even though Skaru does find Noxie in the end. Rosie's on a whole nother level. It is the first game, but for now, no barbecue, and Mimi barely misses that. Now there's no post-plant situation, at least to worry about. They are gonna be getting the plant at least. As Rosie still waiting, does hear the door. They are gonna get that speed boost from that stim, but it doesn't really matter when Giver is just faster than you when it comes to those frags. Dolph does find Yamori in the end. Dolph using that trying to get out of the way, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Giver, Mochi, one each right now. Aftershock, good for one. Mimi, Mimi, good for two. Mimi is just so very low. It's a one-on-one situation, playing through the smokes here. Hard to get those picks by Giver with the 3K. Giver, the op, and she gets that value.
That was just unfortunate because the smoke was covering her. She doesn't really see anything, and that was a one-way smoke already for Giver because the legs were seen. And at that point, because of the smokes of Brimstone, it's so hard to see clearly from that, right? And Mimi had an opportunity for a clutch, but Giver was just so patient, waiting for Mimi to make a mistake, and she did. That was it.
Honestly, Mimi didn't have to peek that personally. She could have just waited. Because you do know that Giver does have an op. Regardless, I think that's just nerves coming through. I totally understand. But look at how we're not seeing the aggression coming in from BIGG. They're not at all trying to be in a situation where they're able to get that thrifty. We've seen it happen before. They don't want to give it again. 3-1 is the score right now. And with sheriffs, there's a lot you can do if you can just find the head.
Definitely, and Dolph has been very good despite this crosshair.
Never mind, you cursed her! You cursed her!
Skaru was so quick though. Noxie can't find the kill. She sees that though, and Noxie does deliver. Yomori with a judge this time. Does get Noxie out of the way. There's a rest available, but it seems like it's a bigger risk to do so. Chase comes in.
Player standing.
Oh, but Yuki is able to get one. Give her with an operator.
Teleport's ready.
She wins the last time. Will she win again?
It's really hard to clutch
Spike
1v3. But it is wall bangable. She does have the information, but what can you do? You don't have any info. Smokes come through as well. There's a judge for her to switch to if she wants. But there is also a rifle flash. She might be doing that, but it's gonna be Rosie.
Just me and a bottle
give
of
her-
scotch.
As she tried to move. I think she was trying to switch guns. Was spotted out over there. But speaking of that, look at how Noxie was able to play with her teammates on main, and that's what's so important about taking space. When you have full control of both dish, drop, and main, you kind of pinch them in the middle of sight, and your teammates can't exactly run through either.
Yeah, and it all boils down to how you would isolate the duels. It was just unfortunate that Skaru was actually seen there. The back of her hair was seen, and that's why Noxie was just so ready. Engulf yet again here with a satchel to come in.
Spike
Pincer
down.
does come in, but Giver doesn't want to give it anyway to the team of WS. He might have won that round, but this time I have my tour de force, and I will deliver.
Do you hear the plant come through regardless? But
Spike
Yamori,
planted.
it's gonna be aftershock there just to kind of shoot them off the site. But now Giver has to take up space if she wants to. But it's really hard when you don't see anything. You see Yamori has the upgrade. You do hear the fire in the hole come through.
There.
Not hitting anyone, but Rosie does find Giver in the end. For now, the space has to be given. She's holding this very close angle. That's that flash, but unfortunately, she just sprays through. That's a very wide spring by Yamori. Good call, though. Yes, they do see the in from Main. Noxie got the quick blast! Noxie, one more 3K in the pocket! Give Noxie the op, and she can give you as much value as what you get from Giver.
My gosh, her peek there to get the collateral just blew my mind, and the re-peek to get Skaru was just what's great about this round. Yes, Giver is able to take 2, but this in a pressure situation, no pressure at all. I will be able to get that. And this was an operator that they picked up in the previous round when they won a thrifty. Grenade! Big value.
That does come through. Yamori go for 1. Mimi is gonna feed out. Mimi can use for 2, not quite, but Skaru does get 2
Spike
in
down
return.
A.
Spike dropped. It's gonna be right there for the dish area. And look at the pinch coming through. Well, they were hoping to pinch, but the problem is the other 2 members on the other side. It's a little bit hard for them to get there. They don't have the man advantage. All they have is an op and a rifle. And I think we're not going to see any movement, at least from Big. They're not going to give up that space. To get onto drop, you have to pass through main here. Afrolin is waiting. For now, it's going to be Noxie. Does find Afrolin. Skaru
My
is
ult's not
on
ready.
the top of ropes. I don't think Skaru does notice her. If Noxie were to climb up, immediately she would go down. Look at that. They do know that she's right over there. Gonna be strafing. Doesn't quite hit. Noxie gonna come to the side. No, Rosie does find Giver in the end. They're just trying to get value by getting
Teleport's
those
ready.
picks. The other side, Noxie, where are you looking at? She might go down right now. If she
One
does push
enemy
through. But
remaining.
for now, Mochi
30
does find
seconds left.
Rosie. Skaru heard her jumping up. Information gonna be relayed by Mochi. Is Mochi just gonna be waiting here? Gonna play ring around the Rosie. Mochi knows. Gonna run to the other side. But for now, Mochi not allowing space. Playing for time. Not even good for 1 as Skaru does get 3. Honestly, great round for Big.
I mean, that was so great. I mean, it was a 2v4 initially. They gave the kills away to Big, right? But at least at that point, they were able to deliver. Skaru's patience, her being able to spot out Noxie, and confirming she hasn't passed through here just yet, made Mochi just wait for a bit to get the kills against Rosie, and then eventually Noxie. So them being able to do the pincer is not just going to be a case when they're 4. It's always going to be part of their strat book, and that's what the advantage is for Big here, but Dolph was so quick.
Caregiver!
I think she was surprised about that though.
Yeah, she jumped with surprise in game and in real life. Probably is what happened. But it's gonna be a 1-2-1 trade. Skaru is still very low, and for now they have to give up the space because of that aftershock. They have to wait for the utils to come through, and Skaru 30 HP left. Yamori gonna be breaking this wall, but that noise is enough to give them all the information they need. And suddenly, you said, you know what? We changed our mind. We may have put all our utils here, but we're just gonna cut the noise. Keep you wondering and thinking as Mimi is waiting on the other side. Yamori probably got the fight of her life too. Suddenly became horror rant here, at least for Big. For now, here Skaru hasn't even moved once, and these have been phenomenal for them as Mimi does find Skaru in the end. There is a wallbang as well. Ashlyn wants to swing out. They don't quite get anyone or see anyone just yet, but Mimi is from the side. But for now, the fault line does come through, and Mimi just holds her ground, but they don't realize Wookie is from the back, but they got distracted from the backside. What a beautiful pinch! How do you find out where exactly to look out for when they are absolutely everywhere? Afrolin doesn't know there's someone right underneath ropes. I think she just spot that gun barrel there by Mimi. Switches out. This gun is a judge, and you have been judged. It's gonna be Yuki. Switches out again. Dolph opens and closes the door. Here's Mimi. Mimi does not expect that she switched out. It's gonna be the bulldog kill there for her. Afrolin, she does have the rolling thunder. She does have flashes. But what can she do? All she can do is just grab the weapon and gun. That's as much as she can do. She got the kills, and now she's gonna get out.
Yeah, that was a punish, at least for the economy of WSF. They don't really have enough to buy for this round. At least one will be buying up, but it's gonna be incomplete utilities. That's what they wanted, right? But Big Skaru actually was able to take one down. And at that point, if you're Afrolin, do you go for it? Do you fight? Or do you fly away? She actually did a good decision there because they need those guns. There's only a bulldog for them to use for this round against vandals across the board for W streaks. They need to be able to get this done. Afrolin takes charge using that fault line, but no peek whatsoever. Skaru has always been peeking. That's why Dolph was ready for it. I guess she learned her lesson this time.
Sometimes it's okay to change your pace. I'm really liking that change coming in through for Big. Regardless, they know that they don't have to overcommit because they aren't on attack. But for Skaru, she wants to at least get some value out of that. And she does, because Noxy will be getting one as well. Without Nuki getting onto site is going to be a little bit hard. Especially keeping them off the side as well. As Dolph is just biding her time. She does see the weapon in front of her. She can just play off it if she wants to. Pain shells as well is available to her. But the thing is, you don't want to just randomly use those utils and give up the space. Moves, but Afrolin is the one to catch Noxy mid-rotation. That's exactly what they needed. Skaru feeling a little bit more aggressive, feeling a little bit more frisky. Not allowing the space,
30 seconds
denying
left.
the vision. And Mimi gonna run through. Immediately Dolph gonna get that hit onto Skaru. Gonna throw those pin shells up as well to just get the space. It's gonna be planted. It's gonna be for main. And for now, they're gonna be scattered. Trying to find those angles where they can clear out. Dolph is watching doors. They don't realize, she does not realize there's people in the backside there. Big give her straight to her head. Rosie is waiting. She's good for one. Is she good for two? No, she decides to reposition. There's no need to go over aggress. You are gonna be hearing run it back as well come through. It's gonna be really irritating to do that twice as Rosie does get her out of the way. Mimi staying hidden for now, not allowing the information, but you do have the rolling thunder. You are concussed. How are you gonna react? Because Mimi does get the chip damage, and Rosie playing turtle shell, but it's not enough because Yamori is aggressive and Yamori is home, and they do have the time.
Last player
Not
standing.
Oh, they did it!
So close! Jeez, 0.012. What the heck?
No, I mean, that was a great plan. Use the rolling thunder,
30 seconds
but
left.
there wasn't enough time. WSF, they just play their time just right. And Rosie being able to reposition and not give anything away to Big was actually that winning moment. Rosie again knows how to tuck in and hide because that's gonna be another win. It might have been a
You want
loss,
to play?
but it was
Let's
still
play.
around 1 for them. So that's big enough in itself.
To come through, but Noxy is the one to with the punish for that. Enemy down. Gonna get one at least. Gonna be a revive as well. See, that's what you get for just going over aggressive and just peeking dry like that. Regardless, still a 2-on-5. Great for the economy, at least for them. Yuki does have Rolling Thunder as well.
One enemy remaining.
Truck as well, but why do you need it when you have Noxy with the Tour de Force? You know exactly where Afrolin is. All they have to do is just wait. Afrolin, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna be good for one? Are you gonna peek? Are you gonna push through? Fault line comes through. Afrolin is like, oh my god, all these utils. How am I gonna push onto the side here? This is a very scary situation for her. And she's okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna wait this corner and just kind of like hope this goes by fast. I'm not trying to
this
catch
is a big
them
responsibility.
as they go
1v5.
through. But oh my god, she still gets her in the end. I think this is a smart move by Noxy because they know that Afrolin will be trying to get them as they're trying to run it off the site. I want a friend like Noxy.
I mean, Noxy's gonna be there always to save the day for a friend, right? When it comes down to the kills, and Mimi even delivering that resurrection gave the team of W streak that possibility for a W streak. Because Big Scythe, if you're Afrolin, do you really save at that point, or do you want to go for the exits? Can't really go for the exits if Noxy is just waiting there and watch.
Beacon here.
Like, look at this Amigan wall. There's nowhere else that we can go. We're just gonna run away. Then again, I mean, that's the same situation that we saw, right? But instead of Big, that was actually W streak.
Mimi walled, Mimi slowed. Mimi was like, yeah, you're not gonna catch us, not today, Zerg. They heard the overdrive come through and they're like, no, not today, Zerg. They are on eco though. They can get some value at least. But getting onto site is gonna be the biggest problem. And I think this is the first overdrive we've seen this round. Because Naru was just cutting over and over again.
One
Yuki
enemy
good
remaining.
for 2. Noxy gets one more. Rosie gets one. It's gonna be a flawless as Afrolin again. The last person standing. Afrolin! What are you gonna do when Yuki has 3k in the pocket?
That's
Last round before
nothing
the
that
switch.
she could actually do at that point. Because Afrolin, she's left in these situations wherein it's a 1v5 and she only has a sheriff. It could have been doable with a Vandal, but at that point, W streak ran away from trouble. Right? You don't really want to go into trouble anymore.
They throw the wall. They're like, it doesn't matter if you gotta go fast. Try going fast on my slows.
And that was just a good risk, right? To wall that over. Just because I don't know if they knew that there were 5 people running at them. Wasn't the case. But now Dog was so quick.
Oh wait, she actually does have a but does not get any value out of that as well. Let's get a chip damage, but here's Yuki. I'm gonna watch the other side, but we are gonna be seeing that orbital strike. Everyone runs away from the site. Mori, you know that she can get that big value if she wants to. She's the most aggressive player I've seen, regardless of what agent she plays. That wall is gonna allow her to at least move on to the other side, clear out Nate, but Staru's gonna find Muchi, Rayamori, so very low. Mimi gonna get one, Rosie as well. Rosie gets 2, Mimi gets 1 each. That's the power of friendship coming through, but Staru from the side there just got found by the Boobot of all things.
Switching
This
sides.
game is intense.
That was just unfortunate. Skaru just making sure I get the kills. There's a possibility for this. I have time. But the Boombot was there to bite her at the back.
Surprise!
Surprise, surprise. An explosive round, actually. Skaru being able to get that headshot.
You know
But
what's more
eventually-
funny? What?
Yes.
What do you choose when you have a Boombot and a Mimi running at you? You go for Mimi first, or do you go for the Roomba first?
Well, I guess if there's a possibility to ride on the Roomba, right? And then you can peek out and it's eventually a run and gun. But no, I mean, of course, kill Mimi first. But
Kill
behind
Mimi
you?
Like,
But behind you?
No.
Yeah, I mean, when you throw in your utilities like how W Streak will, that's actually a big difference. When it comes to the utility plays, I guess that's what W Streak has in terms of the advantage. It's the ability to mix and match all of the utility. The boom bot makes all of the difference. The paint shells just drives their opponents away during a push. There is at least Scaru during that retake, a great use of the relay bot. But if it's gonna be enough damage, like a boom bot to get a kill, or even a satchel, right? It gives Dolph most of that space. And I think that's what we've seen from them. It's not just about taking space, but it's also staying in that space, which I really loved about W Streak's push.
We're not really seeing those lurks come through as well. I mean, I think the idea of Fracture is that when you hear someone already coming onto A, you're gonna quickly rotate to the other side to get that pinch. That is basically how, or rather the easiest way to actually retake a site or prevent someone from getting onto site. But I think this non-proactive situation coming in from Big Side, who is more okay with playing together. I mean, yes, they do get value out of that, but when you are a little bit slow on those rotates, when you don't have someone watching your back, it's gonna be hard. Yes, we do see some rounds that you do get that, but that's the thing about W Streak, is that since this map is very momentum heavy, they're like, okay, we're getting very fired up, we're very, very secure in how we play and how we take care of ourselves. We don't really have to play together. We'll just have one person watching flank, and every time we see Rosie on watching flank, or even Mimi, they're good for two, and it's really hard for them to take that space from behind them when they're just so comfortable that way.
I mean, W Streak, they always will have the element of surprise, leaving Big Scythe looking with question marks on their head. Where will I look at? Will I look at my where the CT is? Will I look at the flank? And at that point, W Streak, whenever Big Scythe would have that intention, they always know where to cover, and the coverage is so good for W Streak. Even when it comes down to this push on the defense, they might have all of the. Whoop,
Look at this aggression!
Take that one though. Mimi with that wall was punished. There's a lot at stake, but still gets two.
Look at this aggression from Big. This is what we wanted to see from the beginning. Suddenly, it's only Rosie left. She does have
Spike
an
planted.
open area to go through. It's a 1v2. It's very, very doable, but it's very scary. Now, they all know that she's over by door. She's gonna be like, haha, you think I'm there, but no, I'm not. I'm over on main. But the area of main has been smoked. It's a little bit hard to push through. You do see that because she's not coming in from the area of Sands, they all have their eyes trained onto it. For now, it's going to be so easy for Afrolin. It's going to be an easy headshot for her. 5-8, and finally, it looks like this game may be coming back for Big as they do right, if they do right that momentum.
Definitely, I think the momentum for the next round is possible. Mimi here died like a hero. She was the tank, and she was able to just deal a lot of damage for the team. But at that point that Rosie was in a clutch situation, she was also low, and Afrolin was just waiting for her, holding that angle. Big Scythe, though, it's gonna be a different look as we see the Neon pushing through. It's gonna be a fast-paced type of push as opposed to W Streak trying to move a bit more careful. But Scaru, we've seen her try and play that anchor, but this time she has more of the space.
Maybe gonna spot two
Gets a
out.
kill.
Yeah, maybe that's that one as well, but Mochi gonna find Rosie as well. So it's Nuki and Rosie out of the way. 3 versus 4. It's not unwinnable, but now the rotations are a little bit too late. If they can time it together, it might be a little bit easier. Yamori has a main. Ready to just swing out in case someone were to happen. They know that they're gonna come up top there. Immediately, that one tap to Dolph is just so crispy. Just give her repositioning.
One
Coming out there.
remaining.
Look at the double swing coming through. Is only Noxie to deal with right now. Noxie 74 HP left. Can she get the headhunter? Yes, she can. Still 3 more to worry about, but this is what they want. They want to take away those guns. Go for 2, not quite as Yamori. A little bit faster than run and gun. As they take 2 rounds in a row, but the bonus is coming up, so momentum might just be halted.
the buy now comes in for W Streak. When it comes down to how they played the attack, right? They were so quick and they knew where the opponents will be in terms of the push. They would check left and check right. Everybody had a job to do when it comes to the push. It was always going to be a pincer for W Streak, but at that point, Big should be able to do the same against them, because now against these rifles and the ability of W Streak to just hold these angles and still be able to win these. Whoop! Yep, Noxie will just use the rendezvous away. She doesn't really want to give the Vandal to the likes of Big Scythe.
Afrolin.
Joke's over! You're
Clear out.
dead!
You do have run back as well. This Yamori taking up space. They know that that tower is clear. They have the full site all to themselves. But I think this is W Streak just very, very comfortable with just waiting out these utils.
Right there.
They don't have to push too fast. They have a lot of time. But now the plant does come through. Giver watching this very dangerous angle. Noxie does find Yamori in the end as Nuki is playing this angle here. Rosie gonna be positioned those smokes. Fault line is available, so is the aftershock. Gonna run through Giver, good for one. And that's gonna be Dolph, not able to take that ace as Afrolin gonna find Noxie in the end as well. Mimi gonna be ready to fight it out as Rosie and Mimi get one each. 2 on
enemy
3.
remaining.
Suddenly Nuki gets one more as well as Giver, the final girl alive. Can you get her 21 HP? And it doesn't matter because Rosie is there to play these aggressive angles. And Rosie once again, we love how she plays this map.
Definitely, when it comes down to the use of the utility, her smokes, you can just count it. It's 3. But when she uses it, it brings more value to the team. And at that point, right, she just focuses one smoke on towards B main and leaves the rest of the members so confident for the retake. Skaru had this idea, maybe if I play from behind, I'll be able to get them off guard. But the team of W Streak, they were so ready for that. From all angles, they watch everything. And Big Scythe, now they're playing it a bit back. They're playing it more conservative because of that smoke. They want to slow things down. But Big have already taken dish. And soon, Yamori's gonna be in drop.
Dolph, they know she's there. Just gonna dump these. Gonna get flashed. They're really gonna give that space. But now she has to move away. Does get concussed. No follow-up just yet. Might be happening right about now as Dolph immediately gonna be moving away. Her teammates are already rotating. But this is exactly what WSF did last round. They don't really commit, but that's the question. Are they or are they not? Yamori just waiting to smoke. They're just gonna stay out together. Does get walled off. What timing as Nuki was pretty much ready for that. Nuki, repositioning. Skaru straight to the head. Gonna fight Dolph right over there. Yuki gonna go down. Mimi is cracked today. Fighting him very eventually. Mochi gonna go down. Gonna be find the revive onto Dolph as well. Skaru on the top side there. Gonna be strafing left and right. The plant is gonna
30
come
seconds
through
left.
as Mimi. Oh, she has to do is
planted.
wall bang. Yes, she does fight eventually. But where's the final member? What a crossfire from May and underneath. Noxie immediately does find Mimi. Does find Mochi in the end. It's gonna be a very, very clean one as they have 2 still alive.
No fireworks today.
That was the opportunity of the lifetime. Rolling Thunder comes in, but still the kills went in favor of Mimi and Noxie. Mimi even had the headshot right after that. She was dazed but not confused. And at that point, also that quick switch with the headhunter. Noxie was just so good when it comes to the timing. Mochi, look at this. She was also very low, so that's the reason why.
It's a lot easier to rely on your teammates for the cleanup. When you have already done your job.
You want to
from that
play?
low.
Let's play.
This conquest is very aggressive push. Giver gonna find Noxie. That's the value you get from the Tour de Force. Eco or not eco, it's still a very big gun to play with. This Noxie will be the one to take that punish, regardless. Want to make this round very, very expensive as Skaru, she does have her ultimate as well. This is a great situation when you think about it. Gonna run out forward, but here is Skaru gonna be taken down. Not getting value from that overdrive. Dolph, good for 2. There's still one more. Dolph, good for 3.
Oh my.
In the pocket. What kind of reaction is that, Dolph? As for now, she does spot one more. Can we give us the ace? Mochi is there, but Giver will say not today, sir. 3K is all you can get. It's a 2-on-2 equalized situation. And now Mochi gonna be placed underneath drop. They can't just plant yet. As the barbecue is happening, they do know where Mimi is. Smokes are coming through here. Giver is just waiting for that to happen. I think that Rosie has an idea that someone is gonna be there. They know exactly all the information is out.
Teleport's ready.
For now, I'm just gonna get some space at least with that Molly. Are you gonna push through? She is gonna push through and he got distract. Giver off the true to force, and that's exactly what they needed. They bring it to 11, and suddenly the gap between the scores is so large.
I mean, it's huge. You know why? Rosie's utilities are very huge. I question the fact that she smoked that gap between the pillar of the site. But I knew why. It was to give Mimi that space to push forward. And once that smoke dissipated, it was her time to get that stellar headshot. And each of them got 1 kill. They played it slow. They know that they have the advantage. They have the guns. But also the timing was in their favor. There was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. And they closed in on Big Scythe. And even if they're winning these rounds, W Streak, they still call for the timeout. They want to be refreshed. They want new ways on how they can be able to play the defense.
Personally, I think it was more of like what they have to think about, because that round was a eco, I believe, for Big Scythe. And if you see their economy, those who had actually died that round, they don't have a lot of money moving forward. And this is what they don't want as they move on to round number 12. They need to make sure that they're able to retain the guns. But I have to say that this map, even though it's a big gap, it's not as, I would say, dominating as what WSF did to Big in the previous map, where they would survive with 3 to 5 members still around. But this time they see maybe 2 players still alive, or maybe even 1. Those clutch moments are just so huge when it comes to this. It's just a back and forth between the 2 teams, and it does show in the stats as well that both teams are very adept at this map.
When it comes to Dolph, though, she's very great at spotting out the opponents, even without the use of the utilities. I mean, the boombot is there for a reason. Now the confirmation, whether or not they are close, so that she can follow through with a paint shell, is just so great. She's called this information, and that's the reason why Noxy and as well as Rosie will be just waiting for them to push through.
Look at where Mimi is all the way on A. She's just waiting for that confirmation so that she can play the lurks, or at least catch them off guard mid-rotation. Regardless, Showstopper is available for Dolph if you want to make that big plays. You do hear the orbital strike come true as well. Mochi does eat those pain shells a little bit, but here comes a Showstopper as well. Is it going to get any value is the question. She does spot them out eventually, but where are they? Gonna satchel out, running out of time here. Does eventually get it. Noxy does get Skaru as well. Mochi finds Noxy. Afrolin as well finds Rosie. It's a trade on trade, 2-on-2. Plant is gonna be happening. Playing this corner, unfortunate. Wait! Manages to get it. Mimi as well. Playing that long rotation is just so good for her, and that's exactly what I wanted to see in terms of that, I would say, proactive plays.
Yeah, I mean, and Mimi has been delivering even when it comes to Breeze, right? She was the chamber for that round. So that's why she plays the long rotation and catching them off guard. But this one was just anticipation. It's more of intuition for Dolph to get that kill with a Showstopper, because she saw and she heard that drop down from Yomori. So she knows either she has already pushed forward, she's gotten to that point. That's why I'll blindly use my ult there. I mean, that's always going to be the case for Dolph. But at this point, Big, the timeout is quite late. But they need this to be able to bring back that momentum because they had that in the first few rounds.
I'm actually quite
WS
surprised that it took them this long to get this
Yeah.
timeout. Because honestly, as soon as you see W Street taking so many rounds, you want to stop that already. You got to figure out another way on how you want to be taking that site.
And now I think at this point, with 6 rounds in terms of the lead for W Streak, it's this timeout is gonna be big, but I think it's not gonna be enough to cover for what was lost already. And
Hey,
W Streak,
you forgot the copium play happening from OG. 11-1. Comeback was
Well,
possible.
that's actually true though. I mean, there is a possibility, but at this point, the W Streak is really winning these rounds, and they win it just so close though, like with 1 or 2 members in the team. So there's a possibility. Ooh, Yamori now, I think, activated is that copium in Yamori being able to get someone.
Personally, I think that Noxy should not have been too aggressive that round, but I don't think that they were actually expecting them to take so much time to push onto site. Yeah, Mori was just becoming a Gatling gun. She was just like, yeah, I got all this space. Just gonna buy some time. Just gonna shoot here in this area. Yuki does have the Rolling Thunder. They can just retake side. I think what the idea is, you're just gonna wait till everyone is ready for it happens. And here it comes. Let her rip, she said. Just gonna clear out that area with those blinds. Gonna come through with the paint shells as well. But no one is actually on the side. The defuse is coming through right now. And it's so hard for them to play retakes because look at the space they're taking as Rosie is coming through. Dolph gets one. Yamori does find Rosie to return Mimi. As well as Dolph get
enemy
one
remaining.
each. 3 HP left for Mochi. Mimi with the tap. All you need is just one hit. That's all you need. She's just playing for time. What are you gonna do? And Mochi still wins it. 7-12. She keeps the dream alive.
The dream is alive for Big, and it will get bigger and bigger than this. Yamori was able to take down a lot of people during that round. First with the run it back, being able to take the space, and the rest of the follow through for the team of Big.
Last
Right,
player
Dolph was able to create that space,
One
but
enemy
Mochi
remaining.
at that point knew she had the advantage. I don't have to peek this. I have 3 HP. Let's
He's
make
not
it
even
my
allowing
advantage. The
her
time
to
is already ticking.
Bring the gun back. She's just like, you're not running away with that gun. I'm taking you down with me. You can buy another one next round. For now, again, I think Big is enjoying that slow pace. It's been working out in their favor. And look at that. Mimi finds Mimi. Look at that. Rosie is so very low. Scar is good for 2. That's the value you can get with a Spectre. Sometimes you think that it's going to be a weapon diff, but if you're playing these close corners, the run and gun is something that you are definitely going to appreciate from the Spectre because you can strafe left and right and still get that damage in, regardless if it's not the fastest GTS that you can see. For now, Yamori will be the one saving her teammate's life. Here's Mochi. She's ready. Smoke's already down as well. Noxy, how are you going to push through? You can't see anything, my friend. How are you going to take space? There's only 2 of them left, and I think what they can do
Spike
from
planted.
WSF is just keep their guns for the next round. Because honestly, after this, their economy is in shambles. They're not going to be able to afford anything the next round. I think they can afford to give away another round, I think.
Yeah, they could. But at this point, given the pace that Yamori as the first blood taker, right, of that round, in even Skaru with a conversion of 2 kills, that might be a sad round, yes, Nuki, but you still have the lead. But this is a great call for the team of WS because they don't really want to give it away at this point. They don't want to give Skaru also an upgrade from that Spectre or even the Bulldogs from Yamori and Afrolin, right? So keep it in your pockets. And they even heard the footsteps running of Neon actually approaching them, but they don't really want to give it away.
Oh my god.
You're correct. They don't have enough. Look at the sheriffs. The half armor, Dolph not having enough.
Now, the problem with this is that we've seen a comeback go to overtime just because we start seeing the momentum build up. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is the same situation for BIGG. Regardless, we have seen them do some insane thrifties. So with Noxy, so as Nuki on the big guns, they are the type of players to get those first picks. It can give them a lot of value. And for now, it's just how they position themselves. If they're going to be landing those headshots is what they want. But the reason why they're just going in through A is because they know that it's going to be gun diff. But Dolph, I like that she's playing this angle that's not too aggressive, since they might anticipate her there. It's going to be in the smokes. I would prefer, or rather like, to see her play that smoke criminal play, just kind of leave in and out. But you can never tell because of that. Because of that running back. Going to be taking up space, especially in ropes. But for now, Yamori running forward. Does spot one, but Rosie's going to get rid of that. Rosie good for two! Holy! Technically one by Here's Dolph.
Oh my God.
Getting that
Down
value
A.
from the shorty. But it's going to be Arflin to bring her down. This is not a great situation. You do see these players get by
Spike
each
planted.
Nuki, and Noxy still have their guns. Mimi with that sheriff. We know that she can land those headshots. Mochi, are you going to peek? You are, but unfortunately none of those shots are gonna hit. You are gonna be seeing that fault line come through as well. She's really thinking about it, wanting to run together, the teammates, but that damage coming in from that Molly is just so annoying. They're just gonna wait this out. Afterly from the side here, Mochi and Afterly one each. Mimi got one, but Yamori was raiding on main. It's gonna be a great win for them. 9-12. It's looking good, but after this, WSF would have their guns back at least for a more even situation for them.
Yeah, they didn't drop any of the guns initially. Rosie was able to take down one before the retake. I guess it's also the post-plant positions of BIGG that made them win this. The timing of the peak. Afrolin strafing left and right to make sure that the coverage gets them kills. Now Big Scythe, they're closing in on the gap. As mentioned, it was initially 6-12 when they had that timeout, right? But they are running it back. Well, probably that's the reason why Yamori's there.
We are still waiting. I think this slow sort of situation is working out really well for BIGG. I think they took advantage as well for so many rounds to take that ecos especially very, very well. But in terms of what BIGG has, even if they lose, they can't lose this round, they're gonna lose. Their eco is looking really good, but if, say, that WSF loses this round, they'll be going into eco again. And that's not a situation I want to do, because they can't keep giving the rounds. They've given way too many. Mimi, very nasty corner she's
It's
playing as well.
practically giving Big Scythe the advantage of the overtime.
Oh yeah.
They can't give that away.
You don't want overtime. I've seen some crazy overtimes in VCT APAC, but Mimi will be the one to get the opening pick onto Giver, and this is a very big thing, because without Giver,
Spike
those
planted.
picks is going to be a little bit easier at least, as Dolph and the other members of WSF are able to just push forward. Mochi is ready on the side. There's going to be a trade, but Nuki 25 HP. Rosie does
Launching
have an orbital strike. They know that she's there. They know. They heard her. They were ready to just check those corners. Sleepy would be absolutely proud. You do hear that orbital strike as well as cleared out from the side. The run and gun nearly misses that. 30 HP left. Just takes it. And WSF
Defenders
manages
win.
to win it 13-9. Despite so many round loss, they still manages to seal the deal, bringing it to a 2-0.
I mean, the W streak was already in Scythe's favor. They wanted to go big, but W is gonna come in for W streak. I mean, probably that's why they call it W. They were able to...
It's a great rebrand. It's the perfect rebrand from L streak to W streak. I'm loving it. Great for you.
I mean, pushing forward, right? Instead of really being held back by that letter L, they embraced the W, and that's why they were able to get a 2-0.
Honestly, I have to say, I would say it's a W buff, a rebrand buff, and everything else in between. And it is, I would say that this is one of the closer maps, but stats don't lie. Both teams did really well, regardless of the 4-point deficit, 5-point deficit at least, if you think about it toward the end. Now, if you want to say that if you could pick your star player for this map, who would it be?
I think it would definitely be Yamori.
Yamori?
When it comes to her being able to still deliver being the Phoenix, right? You were surprised about her selecting the Phoenix at least during the second round.
It's not a strat that I would expect. I wasn't expecting Phoenix to come back so fast.
Yeah, but she has 20 kills, right? She is at the very top. She is the team MVP. But at the end of the day, when I look at W Streak, it's actually Rosie. I've been really commending all of her use of utilities.
Oh, yeah.
Because you only have 3 smokes. You're not like the Viper that you can refresh your orb. You can transfer it to another one. Once you've used it, you've used it. And once she does, it really gives a lot of value to the team.
I really like that the fact that they kept Rosie as the secret weapon for this map. Just subbing her in, and then I was questioning, like, okay, this map in particular, why Rosie? And as soon as I saw her play and navigate through the map, how aggressive she is, even as a Brimstone, I immediately understood why. And I think this is a kind of situation where I like to see that you have some players really set for certain maps, like this is a map they shine, and keep her when this map happens, keep this player for this map. It allows all your players to have a chance to play. At the same time, you know that you're going to have optimal performance from each map. And with WSF's performance today, I'm not surprised looking at these numbers. They are very aggressive. They know how to press the brakes when they have to. And on top of that, you have players such as Mimi, who is just so good at clearing those corners. And when she does, that headshot potential from her is insane. You thought Cupcake is cracked? Look at Mimi as well.
I mean, Mimi as a chamber in Breeze, right? She delivered a lot of the numbers. It wasn't just the number of frags, but it was also the impact of it, the outcome right after that kill. And as a chamber, she was really very vigilant about all of the flanks, all of the lurks, and even now as Sage, right? For you to be able to deliver a slowdown even without the use of a wall or even without the use of a slow orb, that just really goes to show that they can deliver. And this is actually one of Noxie's best maps before she would actually be another agent. But her as a chamber gives and delivers so much for the team. And I would want to also commend Yamori. As I mentioned, like, she was unstoppable at first. With a run it back, I think she used it twice.
I think, yeah, honestly, I have to agree with you on that. One thing about Yamori that's so great is that she is very flexible. You put her as an initiator, it's very similar to how you would see even Forsaken or even Famous from Prestige playing a very aggressive, very selfish use of utils, but also able to kind of enable the teammates. And this is very shows that she's not afraid to take up space on her own. And the idea of how creative this team is, especially with that Phoenix pick, is insane. I think the idea is that you get 2 chances to play aggressive with when you have your ultimate, and it's given them so much space. You either get a pick or you get information. It's very reminiscent to what you can do with the Yoru as well. And if you remember correctly, Yoru is also one of the agents that do pretty well on this map as well, especially in terms of flanks and your teleports.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to doubling down on your duelist, right? BIGG had that advantage. It was just all about the timing in terms of the push that caught, that made W Streak catch them. Each and every time there was a crack in terms of the hole. Like, for example, seeping through the smoke, right? It was a sliver, but Nuki was still able to deliver at that point. So it's really a big difference when it comes to the selection of the agents. Playstyle as well, making sure that W Streak isn't just about the wins, but also pressing W and going forward, and that's what they're known for.
Honestly, this really shows why exactly we saw them last stage. They definitely learned a lot from that one, and they're really making a statement coming back here onto the LCQ. Now, taking back a team that big and as well as that experience is definitely something to be very proud of, because moving forward now that BIGG is going down to the lower brackets, it gives them a little bit of a leeway in terms of breathing room now that they've taken them out early. Regardless, I think that a big side will be having a pretty intense run over on the lower brackets. We've seen some Cinderella lower bracket runs before, especially in VCTPH. We saw that happen to South Build. I wouldn't be surprised that it will happen, especially for them again for this one. Regardless, I have to say that this is definitely one of my favorite matches today. It's been intense all the way from Breeze to Fracture, 2 very, very different maps when you think about it. And it really shows W Streak's, I would say, their adaptability and flexibility to play on very, very different situations.
I mean, in terms of playing, right, both of them were very conservative in the map of Breeze. But when the sides swapped, it was entirely a different animal from W Streaks. They kept on pushing forward. They were really out for the hunt. And I guess that's really the level of comfort that they have, right? Pushing forward, pushing together, maximizing the utilities with your teammate. That's what they're very great at, and that's the reason why they're moving forward and taking on a bigger opponent, which is X10 Sapphire.
Whew, X10 Sapphire, there's a lot to talk about them. Honestly, it's gonna be really exciting. I'm kind of a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to cast them because X10 Sapphire is one of those teams I'm really rooting for, but seeing them go 2-0 against ARF, one of another big teams, is honestly so exciting. Now, going against them, W Streak, they have a lot cut out for them, especially as S10 Sapphire has learned a lot. They have been you can tell that they really want this coming through because this is their third rodeo this year and they come so close. So for now, tomorrow, this is the schedule as X10 Sapphire will be going out against our W Streak female team, and then ARF will be going against BIGG. So we are going to be seeing the bottom, at least from the bottom side, go up to the top and the top going down to the bottom. This is going to be a very exciting time, and personally, these two games are just too good. I can't choose which one I'm more excited for.
I mean, both of these teams, right? They're the ones that we have known for a while. They've gone head to head. We've expected a lot of performance, at least for Big Scythe, because they've been consistently in the playoffs. But as W Streak's improvement is shown each and every stage, now Big Scythe, they really have to step big in terms of really showing us that they have what it takes to get that that first or second slot in the LCQ.
There's only 2 slots left and 8 teams who will be fighting for them. So guys, thank you guys so much for watching tonight. Don't forget to follow FSL as well as Valorant Esports over on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and everything else in between to know more about the VCT Game Changers APAC. For now, I'm Tashbunny alongside Donut. We'll see you guys tomorrow. It's gonna be a really good one.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
No one escapes my...
Planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Everybody round, everybody round.